Hello, beautiful people. You've just landed on Fiction Moon. Today's featured story is what if Harry awakened as a Shadow-Monarch at age 6 and could summon dead wizards as his army. If you're new here, welcome to the family. Hit subscribe and the notification bell. And if you're returning, you know the drill, like and share. Enough talk, let's get into the story. Chapter 1, Whispers of the Dead. The cupboard under the stairs was unusually cold that October night. 6-year-old Harry Potter curled tighter beneath the threadbare blanket, his small frame shivering as he listened to the howling wind outside. Privet Drive rarely saw such storms, and something about this one felt different. Wrong, somehow. Harry's stomach growled. He hadn't eaten since breakfast, punishment for a shattered plate that Dudley had knocked from his hands. His cousin had laughed while Uncle Vernon dragged Harry to the cupboard, promising additional lessons later. Harry knew what that meant. A branch snapped against the window, making him flinch. The storm was growing worse, rattling the house's foundations. Something deep inside Harry stirred in response, a strange sensation like ice water in his veins. "Boy!" Uncle Vernon's voice boomed as the cupboard door flew open. "The garden shed's blown open. Get out there and secure it." Harry blinked at the large purple face filling his doorway. "But Uncle Vernon, the storm, don't talk back." Vernon grabbed Harry's arm, yanking him from the cupboard. "Worthless, just like your parents. Can't even earn your keep." Harry stumbled as Vernon shoved him toward the back door. Rain lashed against the kitchen windows, and lightning cracked across the sky. The shed was at the far end of the garden, its door swinging wildly in the wind. "Please," Harry whispered, "it's dangerous." Vernon's face contorted with rage. "What did you say?" He raised his hand, and Harry saw it then, the belt coiled around his uncle's fist. Something cold and terrible unfurled inside Harry's chest. The lights flickered. "You'll learn respect," Vernon growled, advancing toward him. "No." The word escaped Harry's lips, barely audible, yet it seemed to hang in the air. The coldness spread through his body, pooling in his fingertips. "No," he repeated, stronger this time. Vernon's arm came down, but before the belt could make contact, every light in the house exploded. Glass shattered. The television screen in the living room cracked with a thunderous boom. Petunia screamed from upstairs. And through it all, Harry felt something tear open, not around him, but within him. A door he never knew existed, flung wide by terror and defiance. The kitchen temperature plummeted. Harry's breath emerged as vapor, and frost crept across the linoleum floor. Vernon staggered back, his face transforming from rage to fear. "What are you doing, boy?" he whispered. "Stop it. Stop it now." But Harry couldn't stop it. The cold poured from him in waves, and with it came voices. Countless whispers filled the room, speaking words Harry couldn't understand, yet somehow recognized. The first figure materialized between Harry and his uncle, a woman with long, flowing red hair and fierce green eyes. She was translucent, her form wavering like smoke, but unmistakably present. "You will not touch my son," she said, her voice distant yet crystal clear. Vernon stumbled backward, collapsing against the counter. "Petunia," he shouted, unable to tear his eyes from the apparition. A second figure materialized beside the woman, a tall man with unruly black hair and glasses. He looked exactly like the few glimpses Harry had caught of himself in mirrors, only older and infinitely more confident. "Harry," the man said, turning to look at him with eyes full of sorrow and pride. "You've called us back." Mom?" Harry whispered, staring at the woman. "Dad?" Lily Potter's spectral form knelt before him, and though Harry couldn't feel her touch, a warmth spread through him when she reached toward his face. "My brave, brave boy," she whispered. "We never left you." "Not really." Vernon had managed to stand, his face ashen. "This isn't happening," he muttered. "This isn't real." James Potter's ghost turned toward Vernon, and the temperature dropped further. "We see everything you've done, Dursley. Everything." The back door burst open, wind and rain swirling into the kitchen. Yet instead of rushing inside, the storm seemed to be pulling outward, creating a vortex around the house. "We need to leave, Harry," Lily said urgently. "Others are coming. They've felt your awakening." "Others?" Harry asked, trembling. "The Ministry will detect this magic," James explained. "And you're not ready to face them yet. We need to get you somewhere safe." "You're not taking him anywhere." Vernon had found his voice again, lunging forward despite his fear. "The boy stays here." James didn't move, but the shadow behind him elongated, spreading across the wall like spilled ink. "You misunderstand, Dursley. We're not asking permission." The shadows detached from the walls, coalescing into a swirling vortex. Harry watched in amazement as they formed a third figure, older than his parents, with long robes and ancient eyes that gleamed with otherworldly knowledge. "The child has awakened a gift," the new arrival said, his voice resonating with power. "I am Ignotus Peverell, last true master of death before your line, young Potter. And you have opened a door that few can glimpse, let alone step through." Vernon collapsed into a chair, his legs giving out. Upstairs, Petunia was still screaming, though it sounded distant, as if miles away rather than just upstairs. "Harry," Lily said softly. "Take your father's hand. We must leave now." Harry hesitated only a moment before reaching out. Though he couldn't physically feel James's grip, something passed between them, a current of energy, ancient and powerful. "What's happening to me?" Harry asked, his voice small. Ignotus Peverell moved closer, his form becoming more defined with each passing moment. "You have awakened the legacy of your bloodline, child. The power to command death itself. To call forth those who have passed beyond the veil." The house shook violently. Pictures crashed from walls. Plates shattered in cabinets. "Ministry forces approach," Ignotus warned. "We must depart." "Harry," James said urgently, "think of leaving. Wish to be away from here, with all your might." Harry closed his eyes. The cold energy swirled around him, through him. He thought of escape, of safety, of anywhere but here. "Not without my mum and dad," he whispered. "We're with you," Lily assured him. "We will always be with you now." The shadows engulfed them, and Harry felt the world shift. The last thing he saw was Uncle Vernon's terrified face before darkness claimed him completely. Harry awoke to silence. Real silence, not the tense quiet of the Dursleys' house when they were angry, but the peaceful stillness of a place long undisturbed. He lay on a dusty wooden floor, sunlight streaming through grimy windows. The room was large with high ceilings and faded wallpaper. Once elegant furniture stood draped in white sheets, like silent ghosts. "Where am I?" he whispered. "Potter Cottage," his father's voice answered. James materialized near a covered armchair, more solid-looking than before. "Not the one in Godric's Hollow, that was destroyed the night Voldemort came. This is the old family summer home in Devon. It's been abandoned for decades." Harry sat up slowly, taking in his surroundings. The house felt old. Not just in years, but in memory, as if the walls themselves had witnessed centuries of history. "How did I get here?" "You brought us." Lily appeared by the window, sunlight passing through her translucent form. "The power that's awakened in you, it's ancient magic. Magic of the blood and soul. Necromancy, in its purest form," added another voice. Ignotus Peverell emerged from the shadows of the room's corner. Though that term has been tainted through centuries of misuse and fear. Harry stood shakily. "I don't understand. What happened back there? How can you be here?" "You're dead." James offered with a small smile. "Yes. We are. But death is not the absolute barrier most believe it to be. Not for those with your gifts. The Peverell bloodline carries many secrets, Ignotus explained, moving closer. Unlike Harry's parents, who appeared as they had in life, Ignotus looked almost skeletal, his form wrapped in flowing robes that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. When my brothers and I encountered death, we each received a gift. My gift was to walk unseen, to hide even from death itself, the cloak of invisibility that passed to your father. But there was another gift, unspoken, that passed through our blood. The ability to command the dead, Lily said softly. Not command, Ignotus corrected. Invite. The dead cannot be truly commanded, only persuaded, respected, called upon as allies. Harry looked between the three spectral figures. But why now? Why me? Magic often awakens in moments of great need, Lily explained. Your fear, your anger, they tore open the veil between worlds. And you were there, Harry whispered. You saw everything. All this time. James knelt before him, though his knees didn't touch the floor. We've watched over you since the moment we died, Harry. But we couldn't interact, couldn't help. Until now. Tears welled in Harry's eyes. For years, he'd dreamed of his parents coming to rescue him from the Dursleys. To discover they'd been there all along, unable to reach him. What happens now? He asked, wiping his eyes. First, we make this place livable, James said, straightening. It's protected by old family magic, unplottable and hidden from magical detection. You'll be safe here. Then we teach you, Lily added. About your heritage, your powers. About the wizarding world you were born into. And about those who would seek to control or destroy you if they knew what you've become, Ignotus finished gravely. Harry looked around the dusty, abandoned house. It was nothing like Privet Drive, no pristine surfaces, no carefully arranged ornaments, no hovering presence of his aunt and uncle. Yet for the first time in his memory, he felt something like belonging. Can I bring others? He asked suddenly. Other, people like you? Ignotus's ancient eyes gleamed with approval. The Shadow-Monarch is known by the court they keep, young Harry. You may call any who would answer, though not all will. How do I do it? Harry asked, feeling the cold energy still flowing beneath his skin. Think of them, Lily instructed. Picture them in your mind, and call their names. Harry closed his eyes. The first name that came to him was one he'd read in a history book at school, the only wizard name he knew besides his parents. Merlin, he whispered. Merlin Ambrosius. The room's temperature plummeted. The shadows lengthened and twisted, but nothing appeared. Harry opened his eyes, disappointed. Too powerful, Ignotus murmured. Too distant in time. Your strength will grow, Harry, but start with those closer to your blood and time. Harry tried again, thinking of the stories his aunt had reluctantly shared when he'd asked about his family. Grandmother? Fleamont and Euphemia Potter? The shadows coalesced, and two new figures emerged, an elderly man with the same unruly hair as Harry and James, and a kind-faced woman with bright eyes. My word, Fleamont Potter said, looking around in bewilderment. James? Is that you? Anne, is this our grandson? Father, James said, his voice thick with emotion. Mother. Yes, this is Harry. Euphemia moved toward Harry, her ghostly eyes filling with tears that couldn't fall. Look at him, Fleamont. He has Lily's eyes. What is this magic? Fleamont asked, turning to Ignotus. Peverell. Is that you? I haven't seen a summoning like this since Iolanthe Peverell called forth her ancestors to defend against Grindelwald's first rise, Ignotus finished. The blood awakens rarely, but in times of great need. The boy has suffered greatly, Lily explained to her in-laws. His magic responded. Harry looked at the 5 spectral figures now surrounding him. His family, more family than he'd ever known in life. And they were looking at him not with disgust or annoyance, but with love and wonder. Can you teach me? He asked. About magic, about everything. Oh, my dear, Euphemia said with a gentle smile. We have all of time now. And so much to show you. The Ministry of Magic's Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes had never seen readings like these. Magical detection instruments throughout southern England had gone haywire just after midnight, some exploding outright, others spinning so fast they'd bored holes through their containment cases. Mafalda Hopkirk stared at the parchment printing out from the trace detector, her eyes widening with each new line. Merlin's beard, she whispered, then louder, Hendrix. Get in here. A tired-looking wizard hurried into the room. What is it now, Hopkirk? Another accidental inflation of a relative? Can't it wait until morning? Look at these readings, she thrust the parchment at him. From Little Whinging, Surrey. The magical signature is, I've never seen anything like it. Hendrix scanned the parchment, his expression changing from irritation to concern. That can't be right. The levels are off the scale. And the type of magic. He trailed off, rereading the classification. This says necromantic, but that's impossible. The trace doesn't even have calibrations for that branch of magic anymore. No one's practiced true necromancy in Britain for centuries. The address is registered to a Muggle family, but there's a magical child in residence. Mafalda consulted another scroll. Harry Potter. Hendrix nearly dropped the parchment. Potter? The Harry Potter? Must be. How many others could there be? But these readings. She shook her head. They started at precisely 11:42 p.m., peaked for approximately 3 minutes, then vanished completely. Not faded, vanished. Could be equipment malfunction. All the equipment. Simultaneously. Hendrix rubbed his chin. We should notify magical law enforcement. And probably Dumbledore too, given who's involved. Wait, Mafalda said suddenly, pointing to a small instrument in the corner, a silver gyroscope that had previously been still but was now spinning slowly. That's the locator for Potter's magical signature. It's active again, but that can't be right. Why not? Because it's showing him in Devon now. Over 100 miles from where the original surge occurred. That's impossible, no child could apparate that distance. No adult could, without multiple jumps. Hendrix stared at the gyroscope, then at the parchment in his hands. I don't like this, Hopkirk. Notify Amelia Bones immediately. I'll contact Dumbledore. And the Department of Mysteries? Mafalda asked quietly. Given the nature of the magic. Hendrix hesitated, then nodded grimly. Them too. But discreetly. Very discreetly. As they hurried from the room, neither noticed a small, shadowy figure observing from the corner, a spectral form that vanished the moment they closed the door. Back at Potter Cottage, Harry was learning what it meant to be the scion of an ancient magical family. The house had come alive around him, not with modern conveniences, but with the rustic comforts of a bygone era. Fire roared in the hearth without consuming wood. Dust had vanished from surfaces. The pantry, when Harry investigated, contained preserved foods under stasis charms, still perfectly edible despite decades of abandonment. The house recognizes Potter blood, Fleamont explained as Harry marveled at a clock that showed not just time, but the positions of celestial bodies. It will provide basic necessities, shelter, warmth, some food, but will need to make arrangements for more permanent supplies. Harry sat cross-legged before the fire, surrounded by his spectral family. Over the past hours, he discovered he could summon more than just family members, any dead wizard or witch whose name and face he could picture clearly enough might answer his call. Some appeared more solid than others, some stayed only briefly before fading back beyond the veil. But each one taught him something new. Currently, a stern-faced witch in medieval garb was explaining the fundamentals of magical theory. All magic flows from the same source, she said, her archaic English occasionally slipping into even older tongues that somehow, Harry understood. Whether one channels it through wand, staff, potion, or pure will, the power itself remains unchanged. What differs is the conduit. But my magic is different, Harry said. It feels colder. Death magic has always stood apart, the witch, who had introduced herself as Helga Hufflepuff, to Harry's astonishment, explained. It touches the boundary between worlds, between being and non-being. Is it dark magic? Harry asked quietly, voicing the fear that had been growing since his escape. His question silenced the gathered spirits. Finally, Ignotus spoke. Magic itself is neither dark nor light, young heir. That distinction comes from intent, from choice. The same spell that heals can harm. The same power that protects can destroy. But people will fear it, Lily said gently. That's why we must be careful about who knows of your gift. Harry nodded slowly. The magnitude of his situation was beginning to sink in. He was 6 years old, living alone in an abandoned house, surrounded by the dead. He'd never return to Privet Drive, never see the Dursleys again. The thought brought nothing but relief. The Ministries detected your awakening, said a newer arrival, a grim-faced man who'd identified himself as Arcturus Black. My grandson works in the Department of Mysteries. His spirit just returned from observing their response. Will they come for Harry? James asked sharply. Eventually, Arcturus confirmed. But they're confused. The magical signature was unlike anything their instruments were calibrated to detect, and the boy's sudden disappearance and reappearance has them baffled. Dumbledore will be notified, Lily said, her expression troubled. He placed the blood wards around Petunia's home. He'll know they've fallen. Dumbledore? Harry asked. The name sounded familiar, perhaps from one of the few stories the Dursleys had let slip about his parents. Albus Dumbledore, James explained. Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He was our mentor, our leader against Voldemort. But he's also the one who left you with the Dursleys, against our explicit wishes. Harry absorbed this, feeling a flicker of anger. Why would he do that? He believed the blood protection from your mother's sacrifice would keep you safe, Ignotus said. And perhaps it did, from external threats. But not from the threat within those walls. We need to establish protections, Arcturus interrupted. Enchantments beyond the house's inherent defenses. The boy's gift is extraordinary, but he remains vulnerable to physical threats. Harry watched in fascination as the spirits began debating protective strategies, centuries of magical knowledge clashing and combining. Helga Hufflepuff advocated for Earth-based boundary wards. Arcturus Black suggested Fidelius-type concealment. Ignotus Peverell described ancient rune configurations that predated wand-based casting. I can help with some of this, Harry offered hesitantly. If you show me how. The spirits turned to him, expressions ranging from concern to approval. Harry, Lily said gently, you're very young to attempt such advanced magic. But I called all of you, he pointed out. I did that. The boy's right, said a new voice. Another figure materialized near the window, an ancient wizard with long silver hair and piercing eyes. His power called me from centuries past. I am Emeric the Wise, and I say let the child learn. I agree, Ignotus said. The Shadow-Monarch must begin his education immediately. Time grows short. Shadow-Monarch? Harry repeated. It is what you are becoming, Ignotus explained. One who walks between worlds, commanding the court of those who have passed beyond the veil. The last true Shadow-Monarch lived 1,000 years ago, and his reign brought a golden age of magical cooperation. Or terrible tyranny, Arcturus countered, depending on which historical account you believe. History is written by the victorious and the fearful, Emeric said dismissively. The truth lies somewhere between. Harry looked between the debating spirits, suddenly overwhelmed. Just hours ago, he'd been a friendless, abused child, sleeping in a cupboard. Now he was being called a monarch, surrounded by legendary magical figures discussing his education in arts forgotten for centuries. "I just want to be safe," he said quietly. "I don't want to go back to the Dursleys. I don't want to be alone anymore." The spirits fell silent. Then Lily moved to kneel before him, her ghostly form glowing softly in the firelight. "You will never be alone again, Harry," she promised. "We are with you now. All of us. And more will come," James added. "As your power grows, as you learn to reach further beyond the veil." "For tonight," Fleamont said gently, "perhaps we should focus on immediate needs. The boy requires proper rest." Harry felt exhaustion settling into his bones, the adrenaline of the night's events finally wearing off. He yawned widely. "Up the stairs, third door on the left," Euphemia instructed. "That was your father's room when we visited during summers. The bed should still be there, under preservation charms." Harry nodded tiredly and stood. "Will you still be here when I wake up?" he asked, sudden fear spiking through his exhaustion. "We will always be here now," Ignotus assured him. "The door you've opened remains open. We may fade from visibility when your concentration wanes, but we remain connected to you." Somewhat reassured, Harry climbed the creaking stairs. The house felt ancient but welcoming, as if pleased to have a Potter within its walls again. He found the bedroom easily, a spacious room with a four-poster bed, the sheets slightly dusty but otherwise intact. As he settled under the covers, Harry noticed a shimmer by the door. His mother's ghost watched over him, her expression full of love he'd been denied his whole life. "Sleep, my brave boy," she whispered. "Tomorrow, your real life begins." For the first time in memory, Harry Potter fell asleep feeling safe, protected, and loved. In the weeks that followed, Potter Cottage became a center of supernatural education unlike any in magical history. Harry's growing circle of spectral advisors, his court, as Ignotus called it, expanded daily. Some spirits stayed only long enough to impart specific knowledge, others became permanent fixtures in the house. His parents and grandparents remained constantly present. Ignotus Peverell came and went, often bringing other ancient wizards with him. Helga Hufflepuff visited regularly, occasionally accompanied by Rowena Ravenclaw, though the latter seemed less interested in teaching a child and more in studying the phenomenon of Harry's abilities. The physical limitations of Harry's age remained a challenge. His magical core was still developing, making complex spellwork impossible. Yet his connection to the dead grew stronger by the day. By November, he could maintain nearly a dozen spirits simultaneously without strain, and many more with effort. The house itself transformed. Under the guidance of his spectral mentors, Harry learned to channel his unique magic into the structure. Walls repaired themselves. Gardens, long overgrown, began to flourish despite the winter season. A portion of the extensive library, damaged by decades of neglect, restored itself book by book as Harry practiced focusing his will. Most importantly, Harry himself changed. The malnourished, fearful child from Privet Drive grew stronger, stood taller. Regular meals, initially scavenged from the preserved pantry, later supplemented by deliveries arranged through complex magical means, helped his body recover from years of neglect. Arcturus Black had solved the problem of supplies by summoning his house elf, Creature, through Harry's necromantic connection to the Black family. The ancient elf had been terrified at first, appearing before a child surrounded by ghosts. But his fanatical devotion to the Black family extended to Harry once Arcturus explained the boy's connection to the noble and most ancient house of Black through his grandmother Doria. "Young master requires proper food," Creature had muttered, surveying the dusty kitchen with disgust. "Creature will provide." And so he had, becoming Harry's only living companion besides the occasional wildlife in the surrounding woods. The elf brought food, clothing, books, and news from the outside world, all while maintaining absolute secrecy about Harry's whereabouts. December arrived with bitter cold and the first substantial progress in Harry's magical education. Under the tutelage of Emmerich the Wise, he had begun to channel magic consciously, rather than through emotional outbursts. Focus, Emmerich instructed as Harry concentrated on a feather lying on the table before him. Not just on what you wish to happen, but on the connection between your will and the object. Harry narrowed his eyes, feeling the now familiar cold energy coursing through him. The feather twitched. Better, Emmerich approved. Now, not just movement, but direction. Imagine the feather rising, defying the pull of the earth. Harry pictured it clearly, the feather floating upward, dancing on invisible currents. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, the feather rose an inch off the table, hovering unsteadily. Excellent! James exclaimed from where he watched with Lily. That's advanced magic for a wizard your age, Harry. The feather dropped as Harry's concentration broke at the praise. He beamed at his father's ghost. When will I get a wand? He asked eagerly. Not for some years yet, Lily explained. The ministry tracks underage magic through wands. Using one would alert them to your location. Besides, Emmerich added, learning wandless control now will make you far more formidable when you eventually do wield a wand. Their lesson was interrupted by the arrival of Creature, who appeared with a soft crack, carrying a bundle of newspapers. Young Master's Daily Reports, the elf announced, placing the bundle on a side table. Since discovering Harry's keen interest in the wizarding world, Creature had taken to bringing copies of the Daily Prophet and other magical publications. Thank you, Creature, Harry said politely. Though initially unnerving, the elf's devotion had proven invaluable. As Harry reached for the topmost newspaper, a new spectral figure materialized near the fireplace, a severe-looking wizard in archaic ministry robes. Arcturus sends warning, the newcomer announced without preamble. Department of Mysteries operatives are expanding their search for the magical anomaly. They've detected traces in Devon but cannot pinpoint the location. Lily moved to Harry's side protectively. Have they connected it to Harry specifically? They know the original surge came from the Dursley residence, the spirit confirmed. And they know Harry Potter is missing. Dumbledore has been searching frantically, but even his instruments cannot locate the boy. Good, James said firmly. After what those muggles did to our son, Dumbledore deserves to worry. Harry picked up the newspaper, scanning the headlines. Nothing about a missing boy who lived. The wizarding world at large apparently remained unaware of his disappearance. How long before they find us? Harry asked, setting aside the paper. The spirits exchanged glances, a habit they'd retained from life, despite having other means of communication beyond Harry's perception. The house's enchantments are holding, Ignotus said, materializing beside the ministry wizard. And the additional protections we've established should confound conventional detection methods. But they will find you eventually, Arcturus added, appearing with a shimmer. The ministry's resources are substantial, and your power leaves traces. Harry considered this. Over the past weeks, he'd learned much about his unique situation in the wizarding world, his status as the boy who lived, the circumstances of his parents' deaths, the fractured political landscape that remained after Voldemort's fall. What happens when they do find me? He asked. They will attempt to place you back under their control, Arcturus said bluntly. Whether with the Dursleys or another family of Dumbledore's choosing. I won't go back, Harry said, a chill emanating from him that had nothing to do with the December weather. The windows frosted over as his emotions surged. No, you won't, James assured him quickly. But we need a strategy for when that confrontation occurs. I have been considering this problem, said a new voice. Rowena Ravenclaw materialized, her ethereal beauty unchanged since Harry had first summoned her. The boy cannot remain in isolation indefinitely. His education requires more than ghostly instruction and stolen newspapers. What do you suggest? Lily asked. A controlled revelation, Ravenclaw replied. On our terms, not theirs. When the moment is right. And until then? Harry asked. Until then, you build your court, Ignotus said firmly. You expand your knowledge. You prepare. Harry nodded slowly. Despite the comforts of Potter Cottage and the constant company of his spectral mentors, he sometimes longed for the company of the living creature, devoted though he was, hardly counted as normal companionship for a 6-year-old. "Can I practice more magic today?" he asked, pushing away the momentary melancholy. Of course, Emmerich agreed. But perhaps something more challenging than levitation. The ancient wizard gestured toward the shadows in the corner of the room. They deepened, pooled, then rose up like a living pillar. Shadow manipulation, Emmerich explained. The hallmark of the Shadow-Monarch. Not mere darkness, but the substance that exists between worlds. Harry approached the swirling column of shadow cautiously. Unlike the chill of his necromantic power, these shadows radiated an almost comforting warmth. "Reach out," Emmerich instructed. "Feel the boundary between light and dark, between substance and void." Harry extended his hand. The shadows responded immediately, flowing toward his fingers like eager pets. When they touched his skin, images flashed through his mind, distant places, unknown faces, fragments of conversations. "The shadows see much," Ignotus explained, watching Harry's startled expression. "They exist everywhere light does not. With practice, you can use them to observe distant locations, to listen to conversations meant to be private." "Like spying?" Harry asked, fascinated. "Like awareness," Ravenclaw corrected. "A true monarch must know what transpires in their realm." Harry concentrated, willing the shadows to show him something specific. "Show me, Hogwarts," he whispered, remembering his parents' descriptions of the magical school. The shadows swirled faster, then expanded into a flat surface like a dark mirror. Within its depths, an image formed, a majestic castle perched on a cliff above a lake, its windows glowing with warm light against the winter darkness. "Excellent!" Emmerich exclaimed. "Your affinity for shadow work exceeds even my expectations." Harry stared in wonder at the castle, his first glimpse of the magical world beyond books and newspapers. Students moved across the grounds, bundled against the cold. In the great hall, countless candles floated beneath an enchanted ceiling that mirrored the snowy sky outside. "I'll go there someday?" he asked, never taking his eyes from the shadow window. "When you turn 11, Lily confirmed. Though much will have changed by then." The image shifted suddenly, focusing on an elderly wizard with a long silver beard and half-moon spectacles. He stood in a circular office filled with strange silver instruments, many of which were spinning frantically. "Dumbledore," James identified. "In his office at Hogwarts." Harry watched as the headmaster paced back and forth, occasionally pausing to examine one of the whirring devices. His expression was deeply troubled. "Can he hear us?" Harry whispered. "No," Ignotus assured him. "The shadows observe but do not transmit your presence. Not unless you will it so." Another figure entered Dumbledore's office, a severe-looking witch in emerald robes. "Still nothing, Albus?" she asked, her Scottish accent carrying clearly through the shadow window. "Nothing, Minerva," Dumbledore replied heavily. "It's as if Harry Potter has simply vanished from the world. The blood wards at Privet Drive have collapsed completely." "And the Dursleys?" "Claiming ignorance. According to them, the boy ran away during a storm." "Could it be Death Eaters?" McGonagall asked, her voice sharp with worry. "Some of them remain at large." "I don't believe so," Dumbledore said slowly. "The magical signature at the time of his disappearance was, unlike anything I've encountered. Not dark, precisely, but ancient. Primal." Harry looked at Ignotus questioningly. "He senses your awakening but cannot identify it," the ancient wizard explained. "Few living wizards would recognize the signs of a Shadow-Monarch's emergence. The knowledge has been suppressed for centuries." In the shadow window, Dumbledore sighed heavily. "We must intensify the search, Minerva. If Harry has indeed awakened some unexpected power, he will need guidance now more than ever." "The Ministry's involvement grows concerning," McGonagall noted. "Particularly the Department of Mysteries. Their interest seems excessive. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed grimly. I fear there are elements within the Ministry who see Harry as a potential weapon to be controlled rather than a child to be protected. The shadow window dissolved suddenly, the darkness flowing back to the corners of the room. Harry blinked, disoriented by the abrupt transition. Your strength wanes, Emmerich observed. Shadow watching requires considerable energy, especially across such distances. Harry realized he felt exhausted, as if he'd run for miles. His legs trembled slightly beneath him. They're worried about me, he said, thinking of Dumbledore's troubled expression. Of course they are, Lily said gently. You're important to them, both as Harry Potter the child and as the boy who lived. But they don't understand what's happening to you, James added. They can't guide you in this. We can. Harry nodded slowly, processing everything he'd seen and heard. The magical world was searching for him, not knowing that he was building a power beyond their understanding. I need to get stronger, he decided. Learn more, before they find me. Wise, Ravenclaw approved. Knowledge is your greatest defense. And your court, Ignotus reminded him. The Shadow-Monarch's true strength lies in those they call from beyond the veil. Harry looked around at the spectral figures that had become his family, his teachers, his protectors. They had given him more in weeks than the living had in years. Will you teach me to call more spirits? He asked Ignotus. More powerful ones? The ancient wizard's eyes gleamed. I thought you'd never ask. As winter deepened, Harry's education intensified. The limitations of his age meant little to the dead, who taught with the patience of eternity. His spectral court expanded methodically, each new spirit chosen for specific knowledge they could impart. Merlin remained beyond his reach, but other legendary figures answered his call. Morgana Le Fay arrived briefly, assessing the boy with ancient eyes before departing with a promise to return when he was older. Founders Gryffindor and Slytherin made brief appearances, though their long-standing rivalry made joint instruction impossible. More recent figures proved more consistently helpful. Arcturus Black brought forth generations of his family, creating a veritable library of dark magical knowledge that Harry approached cautiously under his parents' watchful guidance. Fleamont Potter summoned old friends and colleagues from his days as a renowned potions innovator. By January, Harry had established a core council that remained present almost constantly, his parents and grandparents, Ignotus Peverell, Emmerich the Wise, and a rotating position filled by specialists in whatever subject he was currently studying. His magical abilities grew alongside his necromantic powers. Though still limited by his developing magical core, Harry mastered basic wandless spells that most adult wizards struggled to perform with wands. The shadows became his constant companions, carrying messages, showing him distant places, even forming semi-solid constructs that could interact with the physical world. The Ministry's search patterns have changed, Arcturus reported one snowy evening in late January. His grandson Spirit had just returned from observing a Department of Mysteries meeting. They've developed new detection methods specifically calibrated to the magical signature recorded at Privet Drive. How close are they? Lily asked worriedly. They've narrowed the location to the West Country, but the cottage's protections continue to confound them. However, they've brought in an unspeakable specializing in death magic. She's making connections that others have missed. What's an unspeakable? Harry asked from where he sat by the fire, practicing shadow manipulation. Department of Mysteries researchers, James explained. They study the most profound magical secrets, time, space, thought, death. This particular unspeakable, Arcturus continued, is young but formidable. Ophelia Knox. She's the first in centuries to recognize the signs of necromantic awakening. Harry's shadow construct, a bird in flight, dissolved as his concentration broke. Will she find us? Eventually, Arcturus confirmed. But perhaps that's not entirely unfortunate. Knox approaches death magic academically, without the fear most wizards harbor. She could be turned to an ally rather than an adversary. Or she could help the Ministry capture Harry, Lily countered sharply. We should prepare for either possibility, Ignotus suggested. The boy's powers have grown impressively, but he remains vulnerable to certain magical constraints. Harry listened as his council debated strategies, contingency plans, possible alliances. Despite their centuries of collective wisdom, they remain divided on the best approach to the living world. Some, like Arcturus, advocated for strategic alliances with powerful magical families. Others, like Emmerich, suggested continued isolation until Harry's powers reached maturity. His parents favored a middle path, limited contact with trusted individuals who could provide physical protection when needed. What about Remus Lupin? Lily suggested. He was devoted to Harry as a baby. Werewolf legislation makes his position precarious, James said reluctantly. The Ministry monitors him closely. Contacting him would risk exposure. Sirius Black remains in Azkaban, unjustly imprisoned, Arcturus reminded them. Though if the boy could reach him there. Azkaban is heavily warded against spiritual interference, Ignotus interjected. Even a Shadow-Monarch would struggle to penetrate its defenses. Harry had heard these circular discussions many times before. His council wanted to protect him, but their caution sometimes felt like another prison, more comfortable than Privet Drive, but still isolated. I want to try something, he announced suddenly. The spirits turned to him, their debate pausing. What is it, Harry? Lily asked. I want to try reaching someone at the Ministry, he explained. Through the shadows. Not to reveal myself, but to learn more about what they know. The council exchanged glances. Risky, Emmerich said slowly. Shadow communication leaves traces that advanced detection might identify. But potentially valuable, Ravenclaw countered, appearing silently as she often did when strategic discussions arose. Knowledge of their methods would strengthen our position. Who would you contact? James asked. Harry considered this. From newspaper accounts and his council's intelligence, he'd learned much about the key figures in the search for him. This unspeakable, he decided. Ophelia Knox. Arcturus says she understands death magic better than the others. Maybe I can learn what she knows without revealing too much. Ignotus studied him thoughtfully. A bold strategy. The Shadow-Monarch traditionally remains hidden until their power reaches its peak, then emerges fully formed. But a controlled revelation to one who might understand. It's too dangerous, Lily protested. Harry's not ready for direct contact with the Ministry. I won't reveal who I am, Harry assured her. Just, test her. See what she knows about what's happening to me. After further debate, the council reluctantly agreed to a limited experiment. With Emmerich and Ignotus guiding him, Harry prepared for his first intentional contact with the living wizarding world. The ritual was simple but draining. Harry sat cross-legged in the center of the cottage's main room, surrounded by a circle of shadow. His spectral advisors positioned themselves at cardinal points, Ignotus to the north, Emmerich to the east, Arcturus to the south, and his father to the west. His mother and the others remained outside the circle, watching anxiously. Focus on the name and image, Ignotus instructed. Ophelia Knox. Let the shadows find her. Harry closed his eyes, picturing the unspeakable as Arcturus had described her, a young woman with silver-streaked black hair and calculating eyes. He reached for the shadows, not just with his hands but with his mind, sending them searching through the Ministry's labyrinthine department of mysteries. Minutes passed in silence. Harry felt sweat beading on his forehead despite the winter chill. The shadows stretched, thinned, searching. Then contact, a sudden connection that snapped into place like a physical tether. The shadows before Harry coalesced into a window, showing a small, cluttered office deep underground. A woman sat at a desk covered with ancient tomes and scrolling parchments, her brow furrowed in concentration. I found her, Harry whispered. Remember, Emmerich cautioned, a glimpse only. Do not attempt communication yet. But as Harry watched, the unspeakable suddenly stiffened. Her head rose slowly, eyes scanning her office with uncanny precision. For a heart-stopping moment, her gaze seemed to fix directly on Harry's vantage point. "Who's there?" she asked sharply, rising from her desk. "Show yourself." Harry froze, heart pounding. She couldn't possibly see him, the shadows only allowed one-way observation. Yet she was moving toward the exact point in her office where his shadow window opened. "Withdraw," Ignotus commanded urgently. "She senses the connection." Harry tried to sever the shadow link, but something held it open, not his power, but hers. The unspeakable raised her wand, murmuring words in a language Harry didn't recognize. The shadow window rippled like disturbed water. Ophelia Knox's face filled the dark surface, her eyes widening as the connection stabilized from her end. "Impossible," she breathed. "A shadow weaving? After all these centuries?" Panic surged through Harry. His counsel moved closer protectively, though they remained invisible to the unspeakable. "End it now, Harry," his mother urged. "Break the connection." But curiosity overrode his fear. "How can you see me?" he asked. Ophelia's expression shifted from shock to intense fascination. "I've been studying the old ways for years. Shadow magic, death communion, theoretical only, until now." She leaned closer to whatever she was seeing on her end. "Who are you? How are you doing this?" Harry hesitated, then decided on a partial truth. "I'm learning about my abilities." "I didn't mean to disturb you." "Your abilities?" The unspeakable's eyes narrowed. "The Devon anomaly. It's you, isn't it? You're what we've been searching for." "Harry," James warned, "she's tracing the connection. You must break it now." With tremendous effort, Harry pulled the shadows back, but Ophelia's counterspell fought him. The connection wavered, thinned, but held. "Wait," she called. "I can help you understand what's happening. What you're becoming. I've studied the ancient texts, the Libram Mortis, the Shadow Codices." Despite the danger, Harry felt a flicker of hope. Someone alive who might understand. "What am I becoming?" he asked. "A Shadow-Monarch," she replied without hesitation. "The first in a millennium. Please, I mean you no harm. The department doesn't understand what they're dealing with, but I do." "She speaks truly," Ignotus said softly. "Her knowledge is impressive for one so young and living." "What would the ministry do if they found me?" Harry asked. Ophelia hesitated, then answered honestly. "Contain you. Study you. They fear what they don't understand. And you don't." A smile touched her lips. "Fear limits understanding. I prefer knowledge to ignorance, power to weakness." "Harry," Lily interrupted urgently. "You've revealed too much already." He nodded slightly, acknowledging his mother without breaking eye contact with the unspeakable. "I have to go." "Wait," Ophelia started forward, but Harry summoned his remaining strength and severed the connection. The shadow window collapsed with a sound like tearing silk. Harry slumped forward, exhaustion washing over him. His father's spectral form moved to his side. "That was incredibly dangerous," James said, though his tone held more concern than anger. "But also impressive. You maintained a shadow link across that distance for nearly 5 minutes." "She knows what I am," Harry said quietly. "She called me a Shadow-Monarch." "Her knowledge is troubling," Arcturus noted. "If she shares it with her superiors, she won't," Harry said with surprising certainty. "Not everything, at least." "What makes you so sure?" Lily asked. "Because she wants to understand more than she wants to capture me." Harry looked up at his spectral counsel. "She's curious, like Ravenclaw. Knowledge first, action second." Ravenclaw inclined her head in acknowledgement. "A researcher's instinct. But that makes her unpredictable, not trustworthy." "We should relocate," Arcturus suggested. The cottage's protections are strong, but a targeted search knowing what to look for. No, Harry said firmly, surprising himself and his council. This is my home now. I won't run. Then we prepare, Ignotus declared. If confrontation becomes inevitable, let it be on our terms, not theirs. As his council began planning defensive measures, Harry stared at the spot where the shadow window had been. The encounter with Ophelia Knox had changed something fundamental. For the first time since his powers awakened, he'd connected with someone living who might understand what he was becoming. The isolation of Potter Cottage suddenly felt more temporary than permanent. The wizarding world was out there, searching for him, some with fear, others with curiosity. Sooner or later, he would have to face them. But when he did, he would not face them alone. His court of shadows would stand with him. As if sensing his thoughts, his mother's ghost moved to his side, her spectral form glowing softly in the firelight. "We'll protect you, Harry," she promised. "No matter what comes." Harry nodded, determination replacing his exhaustion. "And I'll protect all of you," he vowed. "That's what a monarch does, isn't it? Protects their own." Ignotus Peverells' ancient eyes gleamed with approval. "Indeed, young heir. Indeed it is." Outside the cottage windows, snow continued to fall, blanketing the world in white. But inside, shadows gathered and spirits whispered, as the youngest Shadow-Monarch in history prepared to claim his birthright. Chapter 2, The Court of Shadows. The shadow leapt from Harry's fingertips like living ink, coiling through the air before solidifying into the shape of a raven. It perched on his shoulder, its obsidian eyes reflecting the light of the morning sun streaming through the library windows. "Better," said the stern voice of Rowena Ravenclaw. Her spectral form hovered near the ceiling-high bookshelves, observing with critical attention. But still lacking precision in the wing structure. A shadow construct must be flawless to maintain integrity during combat. Harry, now 10 years old and with 4 years of intensive magical training behind him, nodded and dissolved the raven back into formless shadow. Again, he said, more to himself than his instructor. The boy bore little resemblance to the frightened child who had fled Privet Drive. Tall for his age, with the lean build of one who trained daily, he stood confidently in the center of Potter Cottage's expanded library. His hair remained unruly as ever, but his eyes, still brilliantly green like his mother's, held wisdom far beyond his years. He extended his hand again, this time closing his eyes to visualize the construct more precisely. The shadows responded instantly, swirling from every corner of the room to gather at his command. Within seconds, a perfect raven took shape, every feather detailed, every movement natural. "Excellent," Ravenclaw approved. "Now, extend your awareness through it." Harry concentrated, projecting his consciousness into the shadow construct. The world shifted, his perception splitting. Part of him remained in the library, while another part suddenly saw through the raven's eyes. "Send it beyond the wards," instructed another voice. Ignotus Peverell materialized beside Ravenclaw, his ancient robes seemingly absorbing light. "Test the range of your control." With a gesture, Harry sent the shadow raven flying through the open window. It soared across the extensive grounds that surrounded Potter Cottage, past gardens that had flourished under magical care, beyond the shimmering dome of protective enchantments that kept the property hidden from magical detection. Through the raven's eyes, Harry surveyed the neighboring countryside. Rolling hills stretched toward a small village in the distance, a Muggle settlement whose residents remained oblivious to the magical household nearby. 2 miles and holding, Harry reported, maintaining his dual awareness. "The connection feels stable." "Push further," Ignotus encouraged. "A Shadow Monarch's reach should know no bounds." Harry guided the raven higher, expanding his awareness outward. 3 miles. 4. 5. The strain began to build, a pressure behind his eyes, but he pushed through it. 7 miles, he said through gritted teeth. "I can see Ottery St. Catchpole from here." A new voice joined the conversation, his mother's. "That's enough, Harry," Lily said firmly. You've improved significantly since last week. No need to exhaust yourself. With a sigh of relief, Harry recalled the shadow raven. It dissolved into wisps of darkness that rushed back toward the cottage, seeping through the window and rejoining the shadows at his feet. Your range increases steadily, Ignotus noted with approval. Soon you'll be able to extend your awareness across all of Britain. If the strain doesn't give him migraines first, Lily countered, moving protectively to Harry's side. Though still ghostly, the spirits of Harry's court had gained definition and solidity over the years. His parents appeared almost as they had in life, lacking only color and physical substance. I'm fine, Mum, Harry assured her, though he gratefully sank into a nearby armchair. Just need a moment. The library door swung open, admitting James Potter and Arcturus Black, deep in discussion. Cannot afford to wait much longer, Arcturus was saying. My sources in the Department of Mysteries report increased activity. The unspeakable Nox has nearly convinced her superiors of her theories. And those theories are? Harry asked, straightening in his chair. James turned to his son with a grim expression. That the magical anomaly they've been tracking for 4 years is a necromantic awakening. Specifically, the emergence of a Shadow-Monarch. How much evidence has she gathered? Ignotus asked sharply. Enough to secure additional resources, Arcturus replied. They're developing specialized detection spells calibrated to identify death magic and shadow manipulation. Harry absorbed this news silently. His brief connection with Ophelia Knox 4 years ago had created an unexpected complication. Rather than reporting everything to her superiors, the young unspeakable had indeed pursued her own research, slowly gathering evidence of his existence without revealing all she suspected. The wards have held this long, Harry noted. They'll continue to hold. Against conventional detection, yes, his father agreed. But if they create methods specifically designed to detect necromancy? The unspoken concern hung in the air. For 4 years, Harry had lived in secrecy at Potter Cottage, his existence known only to his spectral court and Creature the house elf. The wizarding world believed Harry Potter was missing, presumed hidden by Dumbledore or, in darker theories, dead. The Daily Prophet occasionally ran speculative pieces on his whereabouts, but interest had waned over time. Maintaining that secrecy had been crucial to Harry's development. Under the tutelage of history's greatest magical minds, he had advanced far beyond what any 10-year-old should be capable of. Wandless magic, shadow manipulation, and of course, his necromantic abilities, calling forth and commanding the spirits of the dead. His court had expanded dramatically. Beyond his parents and the original advisors, Harry could now summon and maintain dozens of spectral figures simultaneously. Some remained as permanent members of his council, others appeared only when their specific knowledge was required. Harry rose from his chair, moving to the large map of Britain spread across one wall of the library. Magical markers indicated various points of interest, known wizarding communities, ministry outposts, locations where unusual magical activity had been reported. If they're developing specialized detection methods, we need better intelligence, he decided. Arcturus, can your grandson observe the actual spell work they're creating? Arcturus nodded. Regulus's spirit can access most areas of the department, though the deeper chambers have spiritual barriers. We should also consider accelerating our plans, James suggested. Harry's Hogwarts letter will arrive next year. By then, we need a strategy for his re-entry into Wizarding Society. Which brings us back to our ongoing debate, Lily said with a sigh. How much to reveal, and to whom? It was indeed a debate that had occupied Harry's council for years. Some, like Arcturus and several of the more ancient spirits, advocated for a dramatic revelation of Harry's powers, establishing him immediately as a significant magical force. Others, including Harry's parents and Ignotus, preferred a more measured approach, keeping his full abilities secret while establishing strategic alliances. The Shadow-Monarch traditionally operates from the darkness, Ignotus reminded them. Revealing too much too soon invites opposition before your power reaches its peak. But some revelation is inevitable, Arcturus countered. The boy will attend Hogwarts. His magic is too distinctive to hide completely. Harry traced his finger across the map, resting it on the marker for Hogwarts. I've been thinking about this, he said quietly. And I believe there's a middle path. His council turned to him expectantly. Over the years, they had learned to respect his judgment, despite his age. The wisdom of centuries had been poured into him, tempering his natural intelligence with knowledge few living wizards possessed. I'll attend Hogwarts as planned, Harry explained, but I'll present only a fraction of my abilities, enough to be considered gifted, but not enough to reveal my true nature. Meanwhile, I'll establish connections with potential allies among both students and faculty. And your court? Lily asked. You cannot summon us openly without revealing everything. I won't need to, Harry said with a small smile. The shadows are everywhere at Hogwarts, even more so than here. I can communicate with you through them, and summon you privately when needed. A sound strategy, Ravenclaw approved. Hogwarts contains many hidden chambers and forgotten passages where you could conduct your true studies unobserved. Including the Chamber of Secrets, added a sibilant voice as Salazar Slytherin materialized near the fireplace. The founder rarely joined council meetings, preferring to instruct Harry individually in the darker aspects of magic that even his parents reluctantly acknowledged he needed to learn. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, James said quickly, eyeing Slytherin with the wariness he always showed toward the ancient wizard. Before Hogwarts, we need to deal with the immediate threat from the Department of Mysteries. Harry nodded, returning to the more pressing concern. I think it's time I met this unspeakable Nox properly. His declaration was met with immediate protest from several council members, his mother's voice rising above the others. Absolutely not. Inviting a ministry official here would compromise everything we've built. I didn't say I would invite her here, Harry clarified calmly. But she's been searching for me for 4 years. Perhaps it's time to let her find something. Arcturus's spectral eyes narrowed with interest. A controlled revelation. Intriguing. What exactly are you proposing? Ignotus asked. Harry moved to the center of the library, raising his hands. Shadows gathered around him, forming a three-dimensional map of the area surrounding Potter Cottage. We create a false trail, he explained, manipulating the shadows to illustrate his plan. Deliberate traces of necromantic energy leading to a location of our choosing. When she follows them, and she will, I'll meet her, but only as a projection. She'll get confirmation of what she suspects without learning my identity or location. And the purpose of this meeting? Slytherin asked with undisguised skepticism. Intelligence gathering, Harry replied simply. She knows more about the Ministry's plans than we do. And perhaps. He hesitated, then continued, perhaps she could be turned into an asset rather than a threat. Risky, James said, but his expression was thoughtful rather than dismissive. Though potentially valuable if it works. I don't like it, Lily stated flatly. This woman has dedicated years to finding you. She won't be easily manipulated. I don't intend to manipulate her, Harry corrected. I intend to assess her. If she's truly the scholar Arcturus describes, she may value knowledge over ministry directives. The debate continued for some time, council members arguing the merits and dangers of Harry's proposal. Eventually, with certain safeguards added, a modified plan was approved. As the council dispersed, James lingered with his son, studying the shadow map Harry had created. You've grown so much, he said quietly. Sometimes I forget you're only 10. Harry looked up at his father's ghostly face. I know I'm still a child in many ways, he acknowledged. But I can't afford to think like one. Not with what's coming. And what do you think is coming? James asked carefully. Harry dispersed the shadow map with a wave of his hand. Change, he said simply. For me, for the wizarding world. I feel it in the shadows, in the whispers of the dead. Something stirring. James couldn't place a comforting hand on his son's shoulder, but he moved closer, his spectral presence offering what warmth it could. "Whatever comes," he promised, "you won't face it alone." Harry nodded, grateful for the reassurance even as he wondered if it would be enough. 3 days later, Harry stood in a small clearing 5 miles from Potter Cottage. The evening was drawing in, long shadows stretching across the forest floor, perfect conditions for shadow work. "She's coming," reported the ghostly figure of a young man with aristocratic features and haunted eyes. Regulus Black had been monitoring the Department of Mysteries throughout the day, tracking Ophelia Knox's movements. "She detected the necromantic residue we planted. Left the ministry 20 minutes ago." "Alone?" Harry asked, adjusting the hood of his cloak. Though the unspeakable wouldn't see his physical body, only a shadow projection, he'd taken precautions against magical identification methods. "Yes, though she notified her supervisor she was following a lead. If she doesn't report back by midnight, they'll send a search team." Harry nodded. "That gives us approximately 3 hours. More than enough." He surveyed the clearing one last time. His parents stood nearby, tension evident in their spectral forms. Ignotus and Arcturus had positioned themselves at the clearing's edge, ready to provide counsel or warning. Several other spirits remained in reserve, including Slytherin, whose knowledge of obscure protective enchantments had proven invaluable in preparing this meeting place. "She's crossing the outer marker," Regulus reported. 2 minutes at most." Harry closed his eyes, summoning the shadows. They responded eagerly, swirling around him like smoke. When he opened his eyes again, he pushed his consciousness outward, projecting it through the shadows to a specific point in the clearing, the spot where a ghostly replica of himself now stood, formed entirely from shadow. Through a complex bit of magic he'd developed with Ravenclaw's help, Harry could now see, speak, and hear through this shadow construct while his physical body remained safely hidden a mile away, surrounded by protective enchantments. The snap of a twig announced her arrival. Ophelia Knox stepped into the clearing, wand drawn but held loosely at her side. She had changed little in 4 years, still young for an unspeakable, perhaps in her late 20s, with silver-streaked black hair and sharp, intelligent eyes. Her ministry robes were charcoal gray rather than the black worn by most department employees, marking her specialist status. "I know you're here," she called, turning slowly to survey the clearing. "I've been tracking your magical signature for 4 years. Show yourself." Harry let the shadows deepen around his projection, allowing it to become partially visible, a hooded figure of darkness rather than a detailed replica. "Unspeakable Knox," he said, his voice echoing slightly through the shadow projection. "You've been persistent in your search." She whirled toward his voice, wand rising instinctively before she controlled the reaction. Her eyes widened as she took in the shadow figure. "You're not physically here," she observed, relaxing fractionally. "A projection. Shadow magic." A smile touched her lips. "Impressive for one so young." Harry kept his surprise hidden. "What makes you think I'm young?" "The magical signature at Privet Drive 4 years ago," she replied evenly. "It matched records of accidental magic from Harry Potter. The timing of your disappearance and the necromantic awakening is too perfect to be coincidence." At the edge of the clearing, Harry saw his parents exchange worried glances. She had deduced more than they'd anticipated. "An interesting theory," Harry said through his projection. "What else do you think you know about me?" Ophelia took a careful step forward, studying the shadow figure with undisguised fascination. "I know you've awakened abilities not seen in Britain for centuries. Death magic in its purest form, not the corrupted necromancy that's been banned by wizard law, but something older. The power to commune with the dead, to summon them as counsel and protection. And if such abilities existed, what would your department do with them?" "With me?" She hesitated, and Harry appreciated the honesty that preceded her answer. "Officially? Contain, study, eventually weaponize if possible. The department views all magical phenomena as potential tools for the ministry's goals." "And unofficially? What do you want, Ophelia Knox?" The question seemed to surprise her. She lowered her wand completely, though Harry noted she remained ready to raise it instantly if threatened. Understanding, she said finally. I've dedicated my career to studying death magic, theoretical only, until you appeared. The traditional wizarding view of death is limited. Fearful. But what you represent challenges everything we think we know. You seek knowledge for its own sake. Harry asked, genuine curiosity in his voice. Knowledge is power, she replied with a small smile. But yes, I seek it first for understanding, not control. From his hidden vantage point, Harry studied her closely, extending his senses through the shadows that surrounded the clearing. He could feel her magical aura, disciplined, focused, with none of the turbulent emotions that might indicate deception. What have you told your superiors? He asked. That I'm tracking unusual magical residue that might be connected to forgotten branches of transfiguration. Her smile widened slightly. Not entirely a lie, given what you're doing with those shadows. But not the whole truth. The whole truth would trigger protocols I'd rather avoid, she admitted. Deployment of capture teams, involvement from other departments, political interference. Harry considered this. You've protected me, he observed. Why? Ophelia's expression grew serious. Because some knowledge isn't meant for bureaucrats and politicians. Because I've read the ancient texts about Shadow-Monarchs and understand what you could become. She paused, then added more softly, and because you're a child who deserves to develop your gifts without becoming a ministry experiment. At the clearing's edge, Arcturus gave a small nod of approval. The unspeakable was revealing herself to be precisely the type of potential ally they had hoped for. What do you want from me? Harry asked directly. Exchange, she replied without hesitation. I continue to shield your existence from the full attention of the department. In return, you share knowledge of your abilities, how you commune with the dead, how you manipulate shadows. And if I refuse? Her eyes hardened slightly. Then I'll be forced to report everything I know. I'm taking a significant risk even having this conversation. Harry felt his mother's concern radiating from her spectral form, but he had already made his decision. This woman could be valuable, not just for the information she could provide, but as a connection to the living magical world that he had observed only from a distance. A limited exchange, he offered through his shadow projection. I will share some knowledge of shadow manipulation, nothing that could be weaponized. You will continue to misdirect your department and provide information about their methods and intentions. Ophelia considered this for a moment, then nodded. Acceptable, provided the knowledge you share has practical applications I can demonstrate to maintain my credibility. Agreed. Harry's shadow projection moved closer, its form becoming more defined. To show good faith, I'll give you something now. He extended a shadowy hand, and darkness swirled in his palm, forming a small obsidian raven similar to the one he had created in the library days earlier. A shadow familiar, he explained as the construct took flight, circling Ophelia before landing on her shoulder. It will allow limited communication between us and can serve as your eyes and ears when needed. Speak my name to it, and I will hear you. She reached up cautiously, her fingers passing through the shadow raven's form. Extraordinary, she whispered. The construct has persistence without your direct control. For approximately 12 hours, after which it will return to me for renewal, Harry explained, deliberately withholding that he could actually maintain such constructs indefinitely now. Some limitations were best implied for his own protection. Ophelia's professional demeanor briefly gave way to childlike wonder as she examined the raven. I've studied theoretical models of animation enchantment, but this is beyond anything in our records. The Ministry's understanding of shadow magic is incomplete, Harry said, allowing a hint of pride to enter his voice. Now, unspeakable Nox, what can you tell me about your department's current methods for tracking necromantic energy? Their conversation continued for nearly 2 hours, a careful dance of revealed information and strategic omissions on both sides. Harry learned that the Department of Mysteries had indeed developed specialized detection spells for death magic, though they remained short-ranged and imprecise. Ophelia gained insights into basic shadow manipulation that would satisfy her superiors without revealing the true extent of Harry's abilities. As moonlight began to filter through the trees, Ophelia checked a silver pocket watch. "I need to report back soon," she said reluctantly. "This has been illuminating." "One last question," Harry said, his shadow projection beginning to fade as he prepared to withdraw. "What do you know of Voldemort's current status?" The question clearly caught her off guard. "The official position is that he's dead. Destroyed the night he attacked your family." "And the unofficial position?" Her expression turned guarded. "There are theories. Whispers in the department." "Why do you ask?" "Because the dead speak of a spirit that refuses to pass beyond," Harry replied cryptically. "Neither living nor truly dead. I thought perhaps your research might have uncovered something." A flash of genuine concern crossed Ophelia's face. "There are anomalies in certain magical detection grids across Eastern Europe, weak but persistent readings that defy classification. Some have speculated." She shook her head. "But this is beyond even my clearance level." Harry filed this information away. His spectral scouts had reported similar disturbances, traces of a corrupted soul moving through remote areas, particularly in Albania. "We will speak again, unspeakable Nox," he said, his projection now barely visible in the deepening darkness. "Remember your promise." "And you, yours," she replied, straightening her robes. "Until next time, Shadow-Monarch." As she turned to leave the clearing, Harry dissolved his projection completely, returning his full consciousness to his physical body. He opened his eyes to find his council gathered around him, expressions ranging from concern to grudging approval. "She knows too much," Lily said immediately. "She identified you by name." "She suspected," Harry corrected, standing and brushing leaves from his cloak. "But she has no proof, and she's chosen discretion over duty to the ministry." "For now," James cautioned. "Her loyalty could shift if circumstances change. Which is why we'll provide her with enough knowledge to maintain her interest without revealing anything truly vital," Harry said. "She's an asset worth cultivating." Arcturus nodded approvingly. "The boy shows strategic thinking. The unspeakable's position gives us valuable intelligence without the risks of approaching more politically connected figures." "Speaking of political figures," Regulus interjected, materializing fully beside his grandfather, "Dumbledore has intensified his search efforts. He's called a special meeting of the Order of the Phoenix for next week." Harry frowned. "The Order? I thought they disbanded after Voldemort's defeat." "Officially, yes," James confirmed. "But Dumbledore maintained contact with key members. If he's reactivating them, he must be growing desperate to find you before your Hogwarts letter is due to be sent. Or he suspects something about Voldemort's continued existence," Harry suggested. Ophelia mentioned anomalies being tracked in Eastern Europe. This sparked immediate interest from his council. For years, Harry had used his spectral scouts to track unusual magical disturbances across Europe, disturbances that his more ancient advisors believed were consistent with a damaged soul refusing to pass beyond the veil. "We should expand our scouting efforts in Albania," Harry decided. "Father, can you and Mother coordinate our observers there? I want constant monitoring of any unusual magical signatures." James and Lily nodded in agreement, though concern remained evident in their expressions. "And what of Dumbledore?" Ignotus asked. "His political maneuvering may complicate your plans for attending Hogwarts." Harry considered this. "We need better information on his current thinking." "Arcturus, does your family have any connections to current Order members?" "My cousin's daughter, Andromeda Tonks," Arcturus confirmed. "Her daughter Nymphadora recently joined Auror training and has connections to Alastair Moody, a key Order member." "Good. See if we can position an observer near her. And I want regular shadow surveillance on Hogwarts, particularly Dumbledore's office." As the council dispersed to implement his directives, Harry found himself momentarily alone with Ignotus. The ancient wizard studied him with those unfathomable eyes that had witnessed centuries of magical history. "You handled the unspeakable well," Ignotus observed. "A delicate balance of revelation and restraint." "She's more valuable as an ally than an enemy," Harry replied. "And she genuinely seeks understanding, not control." "A rare quality in the living," Ignotus agreed. "But remember, young heir, all alliances with the living carry risk. Their priorities shift with circumstance and emotion. Only the dead are truly constant." Harry nodded, accepting the wisdom while privately wondering if it was entirely true. For years of isolation, with only spectral companions and a house elf for company, had left him curious about connections with the living world. "Speaking of the dead," Harry said, changing the subject, "I've been considering trying to summon someone who might have direct knowledge of Voldemort's methods and plans." "You refer to summoning his followers who have passed beyond?" "Yes. Specifically, those in his inner circle who might have been privy to his contingency plans." Ignotus's expression grew troubled. "Death Eater's spirits are often corrupted by the dark magic they practiced in life. Summoning them carries additional risks. But the knowledge they could provide may be worth the risk," Ignotus conceded. "But such summoning should not be attempted alone. Your full council should be present." Harry agreed, and they rejoined the others to discuss the expanded scouting efforts. As the evening progressed, plans were made, tasks assigned, and strategies developed. Through it all, Harry felt a growing sense of anticipation. The isolation of Potter Cottage would soon end, and a new phase of his journey as the Shadow-Monarch would begin. The ritual chamber deep beneath Potter Cottage had been Slytherin's suggestion. Ancient wizards, he'd explained, understood the value of conducting certain magical workings underground, where the boundary between worlds grew thinner and ambient magic pooled naturally. Under his guidance, Harry had spent months excavating and preparing the space, a circular room with walls of polished black stone, etched with runes so old that even most of his spectral advisors couldn't identify them. At the center stood a raised dais of white marble, contrasting starkly with the surrounding darkness. It was here, 2 weeks after his meeting with Ophelia Knox, that Harry prepared for his most ambitious summoning yet. His full council had assembled, not just his core advisors, but dozens of spectral figures ranging from recently deceased ministry officials to wizards so ancient they spoke languages long forgotten. "The risks are significant," Ravenclaw was saying, her ghostly form hovering near one of the chamber's stone columns. "Death Eaters bound themselves to dark magic in life. In death, that corruption may persist. Which is why we've established the binding circle," Arcturus countered, indicating the complex arrangement of silver runes inlaid around the dais. "Any spirit summoned cannot move beyond it without Harry's explicit permission." Harry stood on the dais, dressed in ritual robes of midnight blue embroidered with silver threads that caught the light from floating orbs of cold fire, another of Slytherin's contributions to his education. At 10 years old, he should have looked small, perhaps even ridiculous in such formal attire. Instead, he carried himself with the calm assurance of one much older, his eyes reflecting the ancient knowledge poured into him over years of intensive training. "We will begin with Regulus Black," Harry announced. Though not a Death Eater at his end, he served Voldemort and learned enough of his methods to turn against him. Arcturus nodded approval. His grandson's spirit had become one of Harry's most valuable scouts, but they had never formally summoned him in ritual. This would serve as both test and preparation for the more dangerous summonings to follow. Harry raised his hands, the shadows in the chamber responding instantly, swirling toward the dais. The temperature dropped precipitously as he began to chant, not in Latin or Greek as modern wizards might, but in a language that predated both, taught to him by Ignotus and other ancients of his court. The shadows coalesced at the center of the dais, forming a vertical pool of darkness that rippled like disturbed water. Harry reached toward it, his fingers stopping just short of touching the surface. "Regulus Arcturus Black," he called, his voice resonating with power beyond his years. "Blood of the ancient and noble house of Black. Servant turned traitor to the one who styled himself Lord Voldemort. I call you forth to speak of what you knew in life and have observed in death." The shadow pool pulsed, expanding outward before contracting violently. From its depths, a figure emerged, Regulus black, more solid and defined than he had ever appeared during his regular manifestations as a scout. Shadow-Monarch, Regulus acknowledged, bowing his head slightly. You call me in formal ritual. I answer. Speak freely of what you knew of Voldemort's methods, Harry commanded. Particularly any measures he took to prevent true death. Regulus's spectral features twisted with remembered pain. He sought immortality above all else. Delved into magics so dark they corrupted not just his body but his very soul. Be specific, Arcturus urged his grandson. The ritual compels complete truth. Horcruxes, Regulus said, the word falling into the chamber like a stone. Many of the observing spirits reacted with visible shock or disgust. He created horcruxes, receptacles for fragments of his soul, anchoring him to the mortal world even if his body was destroyed. Abomination, hissed Ravenclaw. Even in my time, such magic was forbidden in the darkest texts. Harry kept his focus on Regulus. How many did he create? Where are they hidden? I discovered only one, a locket that once belonged to Salazar Slytherin himself. Regulus glanced toward where the founder stood in silent observation. I died attempting to destroy it. Creature was supposed to complete the task, but lacked the means. Harry absorbed this information with growing concern. The locket still exists. Intact? Yes. It remains at Grimmauld Place, the Black family home. Creature keeps it hidden, unable to destroy it but faithful to my final command. A murmur ran through the assembled spirits. Harry turned to Slytherin, who had moved closer to the binding circle. You recognize this artifact? Harry asked. Slytherin's ghostly face showed rare emotion, anger mixed with disgust. My locket, yes. A family heirloom meant to enhance the magical abilities of the wearer. That he would corrupt such an artifact. The ancient wizard's form flickered with rage. It can be destroyed, but not by conventional means. How many others might exist? Harry pressed, returning his attention to Regulus. He never stated directly. But he spoke of safeguards in the plural. More than one, certainly. Perhaps many. This explains why his spirit lingers, Ignotus said gravely. His soul, fragmented and anchored to physical objects, cannot pass beyond the veil even after his body's destruction. It explains more than that, Harry said, connecting pieces of information that had puzzled him for years. The disturbances in Albania, the magical anomalies Ophelia Knox mentioned, it's not just a spirit lingering, it's actively seeking to return. James and Lily exchanged alarmed glances. You believe he's attempting to regain physical form? Lily asked. It would align with what our scouts have observed, Harry confirmed. Possession of animals, brief surges of dark magic, followed by movement toward populated areas with greater magical resources. He turned back to Regulus. Your service continues to prove invaluable. Is there anything else you can tell us about these horcruxes? Any hint of what objects he might have chosen or where they might be hidden? Regulus's form shifted uneasily within the binding circle. He favored items of significance, historical artifacts, items belonging to the founders. And he entrusted some to his most loyal followers for safekeeping. My cousin Bellatrix boasted once of a special treasure in her Gringotts vault. Lucius Malfoy similarly hinted at guarding something of great importance. This changes our priorities, Harry said decisively. If Voldemort can return because parts of his soul remain anchored here, we need to locate and destroy these objects before he regains power. A formidable task, Arcturus noted. The objects could be anywhere, protected by powerful dark magic. But not impossible, Harry countered. Not with the resources we command. He gestured to the assembled spirits. No living wizard could gather such knowledge, span such distances with their awareness. The boy is right, Slytherin said, surprising many with his support. A Shadow-Monarch's court extends beyond all boundaries. We can search as no living wizard could. Harry nodded gratefully before turning back to Regulus. You are dismissed from the binding circle but remain in service to our court. Continue your observations of the ministry, particularly regarding any information about Voldemort's possible return. As Regulus bowed and faded to his usual semi-transparent state, Harry prepared for the next summoning. This would be far more challenging, and potentially dangerous. Bartemius Crouch Jr., he intoned, the shadows swirling violently around the dais. Death Eater, faithful servant to Lord Voldemort, died in Azkaban prison. I call you forth to reveal what you knew of your master's safeguards against death. The shadow pool darkened further, the temperature in the ritual chamber plummeting until frost formed on the stone floor. Harry's breath emerged as vapor as he maintained the complex invocation, drawing more heavily on his magical core than ever before. The shadows erupted upward, forming a twisting column before collapsing back to reveal a gaunt, wild-eyed figure. Unlike Regulus's relatively peaceful manifestation, this spirit radiated malevolence, a spectral form perpetually caught in the madness of his final days in Azkaban. Who dares, the spirit snarled, lunging against the invisible barrier of the binding circle. Who summons Barty Crouch from the darkness? I do, Harry replied calmly, though sweat beaded on his forehead from the effort of maintaining control. Harry Potter, Shadow-Monarch. The spirit's rage transformed instantly to shock, then calculating interest. Potter? The infant who destroyed my master. Impossible. Your master is not destroyed, Harry said, watching the spirit's reaction carefully. Merely disembodied. I seek information on his horcruxes so they might be protected. It was a deliberate lie, designed to gain cooperation rather than resistance. The spirit's expression shifted again, suspicion warring with fanatical loyalty. What would a child know of such things? Crouch demanded, pacing the confines of the binding circle like a caged animal. More than you might think, Harry replied coolly. Your master's spirit lingers in Albania, seeking a way to return. I would ensure that return goes, uninterrupted. Several of Harry's council members tensed at this approach, but Slytherin gave an approving nod. Sometimes darkness must be fought with its own methods. Crouch studied Harry with mad but cunning eyes. If you serve the Dark Lord, why not surrender yourself to him? The boy who caused his fall would make a fitting vessel for his return. Because I serve a greater purpose, Harry countered smoothly. One that requires your master return to full power in his own form, not mine. The spirit laughed, a hollow, chilling sound. Clever boy. But I know little of horcruxes beyond whispers. The Dark Lord trusted such secrets to few. But he trusted you with something, Harry pressed, sensing evasion. You were among his most faithful. Pride flickered across Crouch's spectral features. I was to be rewarded above all others upon his return. Given knowledge that would elevate me to his inner circle. Tell me of this knowledge. Crouch hesitated, then seemed to decide that a dead man had little left to lose. He spoke of objects hidden in places of significance, a cup in a vault beneath the earth, a diadem in a room where all things are hidden, a ring in the house of his ancestors. His mad eyes gleamed. And he spoke of one final safeguard, created the night he went to kill you. Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the chamber's temperature. What safeguard? He never said directly. Only that the night he killed the Potters would complete his immortality. That a significant death would create his most important protection. Lily's ghost moved suddenly to Harry's side, her form flickering with distress. James, she called urgently. You don't think that he intended to make a horcrux from killing Harry, James finished grimly. It's possible. Ignotus approached the binding circle, studying Crouch with ancient, piercing eyes. Did your master perform ritual preparations before attacking the Potter home? Specific spells, potions? Of course, Crouch replied, as if stating the obvious. Days of preparation. Special enchantments on his wand. A potion that made his skin smoke and burn. Harry felt the pieces connecting. The night Voldemort had attacked his family home, he had been prepared to create a horcrux from Harry's death, a murder he considered magically significant. But something had gone wrong. The killing curse had rebounded, destroying Voldemort's body instead. "One final question," Harry said, maintaining his composure despite the disturbing implications. "Did your master ever mention contingency plans for his return? Specific servants tasked with particular duties should he fall?" Crouch's spectral form shimmered with what might have been pride. The Lestranges were to search for him if he vanished. Lucius was to maintain political influence until his return. And I. His voice dropped to a reverent whisper, I was to infiltrate Hogwarts when the time was right. To secure a position close to Dumbledore and await further instructions. For what purpose? Harry asked sharply. Crouch smiled, a terrible sight on his haggard spectral face. To prepare for a ritual. One requiring the blood of an enemy, bone of an ancestor, flesh of a servant. A ritual to restore him to his full power. Harry exchanged glances with his council members. This was valuable information indeed, though disturbing in its implications. You have served your purpose, Harry told Crouch, beginning the dismissal ritual. Return now to the darkness from which you came. Wait! Crouch cried, suddenly desperate. You said you served my master. Will you not help restore him? In my own way, Harry replied cryptically, completing the dismissal gesture. The binding circle flared with silver light, and Crouch's spirit was pulled back into the shadow pool, his enraged howls echoing briefly before silence returned to the chamber. Harry lowered his arms, suddenly feeling the exhaustion of maintaining such complex magic. His father's spirit moved to his side, concern evident in his ghostly features. That was dangerous, James said quietly. Crouch's spirit is tainted by darkness and madness. But the information was worth the risk, Harry replied. We now know far more about Voldemort's horcruxes, what they might be, where they might be hidden. And a disturbing possibility, Lily added, joining them. That night in Godric's Hollow, if Voldemort was preparing to create a horcrux from Harry's death. But he failed, Harry finished. His curse rebounded. His body was destroyed. Yet something unusual occurred, Ignotus said thoughtfully. Your connection to death magic awakened years later with unusual potency. Perhaps. The ancient wizard trailed off, but his implication was clear. Harry touched his lightning scar unconsciously, the mark left by Voldemort's failed killing curse. You think I might be connected to him somehow? Harry asked, voicing the disturbing thought. Through this scar. It is a possibility we must consider, Ignotus acknowledged. Though not the only explanation for your gifts. Harry nodded slowly, processing this troubling new information. If Voldemort created multiple horcruxes, and is actively seeking to return to physical form, our priorities must shift. We need to locate these objects before he can regain power. The locket should be our first target, Arcturus suggested. Since we know its location through Regulus. Agreed, Harry said. Arcturus, please inform Creature that I require his assistance with this matter. He'll know where to find the locket at Grimmauld Place. And the others? Ravenclaw asked. A cup, a diadem, a ring. We'll need to expand our search, Harry decided. Slytherin, you mentioned methods for destroying such objects. The founder nodded grimly. Few substances can destroy a horcrux. Basilisk venom is among the most effective. Fiend fire, if properly controlled. Certain ancient rituals might also suffice. Then we'll need to research those methods while simultaneously searching for the objects themselves. Harry turned to address his full council. I want scouts positioned at every location Crouch mentioned, Gringotts, Hogwarts, the Riddle Ancestral Home. We find these horcruxes, we destroy them, and we eliminate the possibility of Voldemort's return. As the council dispersed to implement his directives, Harry remained on the dais, his mind racing with implications. In a single evening, their understanding of the magical world's greatest threat had shifted dramatically. Voldemort wasn't merely a defeated dark wizard from the past, he was an active threat, seeking to return through means few living wizards understood. And if Ignotus's suspicions about Harry's scar proved correct, he pushed that troubling thought aside for now. First, they would deal with the horcruxes they could locate. The question of his own connection to Voldemort would have to wait. Kreacher arrived at Potter Cottage the following morning, carrying a heavy silver locket with an ornate S inlaid on its surface. The ancient house elf looked both relieved and nervous, his large eyes darting around the cottage's entrance hall. "Kreacher has brought the locket as Master Harry requested," he croaked, holding out the horcrux with trembling hands. "The evil thing that Master Regulus died to steal." Harry approached cautiously, extending his senses toward the artifact. Even without touching it, he could feel the malevolence radiating from the locket, a pulsing darkness that seemed to reach out hungrily toward any living thing nearby. "Thank you, Kreacher," he said sincerely. "You've done well to keep it safe all these years. Now we can fulfill your master's last wish and destroy it." Tears welled in the house elf's massive eyes. Master Regulus would be pleased. Kreacher tried and tried, but nothing Kreacher did could damage the locket. Harry carefully levitated the horcrux rather than touching it directly, guiding it into a containment box Slytherin had helped him prepare, lead-lined and inscribed with ancient runes designed to suppress dark magic. "We know methods that will succeed where others have failed," Harry assured the elf. "Would you like to be present when we destroy it? To witness Master Regulus's mission completed?" Kreacher nodded vigorously, his large ears flapping. "Kreacher would be most honored, Master Harry." With the horcrux secured, Harry led Kreacher to the ritual chamber beneath the cottage. Several members of his council were already present, Slytherin, Ignotus, and his parents, along with Regulus's spirit, who brightened visibly at the sight of his former house elf. "Master Regulus!" Kreacher gasped, his wrinkled face transforming with joy and shock. Kreacher sees Master Regulus again. "Hello, old friend," Regulus's ghost said warmly. "You've done well, keeping my secret all these years." While Kreacher conversed emotionally with his former master's spirit, Harry consulted with Slytherin about the destruction method they had selected. Given the limited resources available to them without venturing into the wizarding world, they had opted for an ancient ritual that would channel the destructive power of shadow magic directly against the soul fragment. The ritual requires significant power, Slytherin warned as they prepared the necessary components. "More than you've channeled previously." "I can handle it," Harry said with quiet confidence. The ritual itself was deceptively simple in its components, a circle of pure salt surrounding a smaller circle of iron filings, with the locket placed at the center. The complexity lay in the magical working that would follow. When all was prepared, Harry took his position at the edge of the salt circle. His spectral advisors positioned themselves at cardinal points, ready to lend their knowledge and guidance. "Kreacher, Regulus," Harry said, "please stand back. This magic is volatile and potentially dangerous." With the observers safely positioned, Harry began the ritual. He closed his eyes, summoning the shadows from every corner of the chamber. They responded eagerly, swirling around him like a living storm. "I call upon the power that stands between worlds," he intoned, his voice deepening with channeled magic. "I command the darkness that exists in the spaces between light. Rise, shadows of the ancient void, and consume that which defies the natural order." The shadows condensed, darkening until they seemed to absorb all light from the chamber. Harry felt the strain immediately, a pressure behind his eyes, a tightness in his chest as his magical core worked to channel power far beyond what a child his age should attempt. "Focus," Slytherin's voice cut through his concentration. "Direct the shadows precisely at the fragment, not the container." Harry narrowed his focus, visualizing the corrupted soul piece within the locket. The shadows responded, forming a swirling vortex above the horcrux. "Now," Ignotus instructed. "Open the locket to expose the fragment fully." Without touching the artifact, Harry used a tendril of shadow to manipulate the locket's clasp. It resisted, as if sensing the danger, but finally clicked open. What happened next took everyone by surprise. A scream erupted from the locket, a high, inhuman wail of rage and fear. Black smoke poured from its interior, coalescing into a shadowy figure with glowing red eyes. "Harry Potter," the figure hissed, its voice sending chills through the chamber. "I see you. I know what you are becoming." Harry faltered momentarily, shocked by the horcruxes' defense mechanism. The shadows around him wavered as his concentration slipped. "Ignore it," his father's voice urged. "It's a defensive projection, nothing more." Steadying himself, Harry renewed his focus. The shadows tightened around the smoking figure, constricting it despite its thrashing resistance. "You cannot destroy me," the shadow Voldemort snarled. "I am eternal. And you and I are connected in ways you cannot imagine." "You're a fragment," Harry replied coldly. "A broken piece of a broken soul. And now you return to darkness." With those words, he closed his hands into fists, and the shadows plunged downward like a spear, piercing the heart of the locket. The shadow Voldemort screamed, a sound of pure anguish that seemed to echo from beyond the veil itself. The locket shuddered violently, green light erupting from its seams. Black ichor oozed from its center, sizzling where it touched the iron filings. The shadow spear pushed deeper, twisting as it penetrated the horcrux's magical defenses. Harry felt the resistance give way suddenly. There was a final, desperate scream, then an explosion of darkness that knocked him backward off his feet. The shadows dissipated, leaving the chamber in eerie silence. Where the locket had been, only a charred, twisted piece of metal remained. The horcrux had been destroyed. Creature broke the silence with a sob of joy and relief. "Master Regulus's task is complete," he cried. "The evil thing is destroyed." Harry sat up slowly, feeling the aftermath of channeling such powerful magic. Exhaustion settled into his bones, but satisfaction outweighed the discomfort. They had destroyed one of Voldemort's soul anchors, concrete progress in preventing his return. "Well done," Ignotus said, his ancient eyes gleaming with approval. "Few wizards twice your age could have maintained control through such a ritual." Lily moved to Harry's side, her spectral form radiating concern. "You need rest," she insisted. "That level of magic expenditure is dangerous for a developing core." Harry nodded, too tired to argue. The destruction of the horcrux had taken more from him than he'd anticipated. As his father helped him to his feet, he glanced at the destroyed locket one last time. "One down," he murmured. "But how many more remain?" It was a question none of them could answer with certainty. But they had made a start, and in doing so, had perhaps bought precious time before Voldemort could attempt his return. Spring brought changes to Potter Cottage and its sole-living inhabitant. Harry's 11th birthday approached, and with it, the inevitable Hogwarts letter that would mark his official re-entry into the wizarding world. Preparations intensified as Harry and his council developed strategies for this crucial transition. April found Harry in the cottage's expanded dueling chamber, facing off against an opponent unlike any living wizard would ever encounter. Shadows swirled and solidified into the form of a tall, imposing wizard wielding a spectral wand, Emeric the Wise, one of history's most formidable duelists. "Your footwork lacks precision," Emeric critiqued as Harry narrowly dodged a barrage of shadow spells. "A duelist who stands still becomes a target." Harry adjusted his stance, moving in the fluid pattern Emeric had taught him. Though he couldn't cast with the same versatility and power that a fully trained wizard with a wand would possess, his shadow magic and limited wandless abilities provided a reasonable simulation of magical combat. "Better," Emeric approved as Harry successfully deflected a shadow stunner with a wandless shield charm. "Now, press your advantage when I overextend." Harry did so, recognizing the momentary vulnerability in his opponent's defense. He thrust his hand forward, shadows leaping from his fingertips to form a binding net that ensnared Emeric's spectral form. "Excellent!" James called from where he observed the duel. "That's the third time you've caught him today." Emeric dissolved the shadow construct representing his body, reforming beside James. The boy learns quickly, he acknowledged. Though against a living opponent with a wand, he'll face challenges his current training cannot fully prepare him for. Which is why we've arranged for him to acquire a wand before Hogwarts, Lily reminded them, entering the dueling chamber with several other council members. Ophelia has secured the necessary materials. Over the past months, the unspeakable had proven herself a valuable ally. Their arrangement had expanded beyond the initial exchange of information. She now occasionally provided physical items that Harry's isolated existence at the cottage made difficult to obtain. Speaking of Ophelia, Harry said, wiping sweat from his brow, has she reported on the latest ministry developments? Arcturus nodded. She'll be arriving shortly with her report. And with a rather significant package, I understand. Harry's eyebrows rose in surprise. They had established a careful protocol for Ophelia's rare visits to the cottage. She would arrive at a designated point beyond the property's wards, blindfolded, and be guided to the house by one of Harry's shadow constructs. This maintained the security of their location while allowing necessary face-to-face meetings. After a quick shower and change of clothes, Harry joined his council in the cottage's main sitting room. Unlike the formal, traditional wizard homes of pure-blood families, Potter Cottage had evolved to reflect Harry's unique upbringing, a blend of ancient magical artifacts and modern comforts. Books and scrolls shared space with Muggle science texts. Historical weapons hung on walls beside astronomical charts. And everywhere, shadows gathered in corners and alcoves, responsive to Harry's presence. She's approaching the outer marker, reported Regulus, who had been keeping watch. Right on schedule. Harry nodded and extended his awareness through the shadows, creating a guide construct that would lead Ophelia safely through the wards. The process had become routine over her half-dozen visits, though they remained cautious. Despite their growing alliance, certain boundaries remained firmly in place. 20 minutes later, a knock sounded at the front door. Harry opened it to find Ophelia Knox standing on the threshold, removing a blindfold. Despite the unusual arrival method, she appeared entirely composed, her ministry robes exchanged for more practical dark gray attire. Shadow-Monarch, she greeted him formally, though a small smile softened her professional demeanor. Your security precautions remain thorough as ever. Unspeakable Knox, Harry returned with equal formality. Thank you for coming. Please, enter. As she stepped into the cottage, Ophelia glanced around with the keen interest she always showed. Though she'd visited before, the unique nature of the household, a child living alone among spectral advisors, clearly continued to fascinate her. Your council is present, she asked, unable to see the spirits without Harry's assistance. We are, James confirmed, though she couldn't hear him. Harry gestured, concentrating briefly. The shadows around the room deepened, allowing his spectral advisors to become visible to the unspeakable. It was a technique they had developed specifically for these meetings, temporary perception enhancement rather than true necromantic awareness. Ophelia inclined her head respectfully to the assembled spirits. Lord and Lady Potter, Lord Peverell, Lord Black. Others I recognize from historical records. Her gaze lingered on Salazar Slytherin with particular interest before returning to Harry. I've brought what you requested, along with my regular report. She reached into an expanded bag, withdrawing a long, narrow box of polished ebony. Custom-made by Gregorovitch, as specified. No trace, no ministry registration. Harry accepted the box carefully. Inside, nestled in velvet, lay a wand unlike any typically sold to Hogwarts students. Rather than the polished, uniform appearance of Ollivander's creations, this wand had an organic quality, the wood a deep, almost black shade of ebony, with a subtle spiral pattern running its length. Ebony with a dual core, Ophelia explained. Thestral tail hair and shadow essence, bound with silver thread. Gregorovitch was reluctant until I mentioned certain rare texts in the department's archives that might be made temporarily available to him. Harry lifted the wand, feeling an immediate connection, a rush of power that made the shadows throughout the room react, swirling momentarily before settling. Unlike typical wands that chose their wizards through some mysterious affinity, this one had been designed specifically for Harry's unique magical signature. "It's perfect," he said softly, giving it an experimental wave. Silver sparks erupted from its tip, momentarily illuminating the room with cold light. "I should warn you," Ophelia added, "that its components make it particularly attuned to death and shadow magic. Conventional spells will work, but require more precise control." Gregorovitch suggested regular practice with basic charms before attempting anything complex. Harry nodded, carefully returning the wand to its box. It would be his practice wand until Hogwarts, where he would receive his official wand from Ollivander as expected of all first years. This one would remain his true instrument, used in private. "Thank you," he said sincerely. "This will significantly enhance my preparation." Ophelia inclined her head in acknowledgement before retrieving a thin folder from her bag. "Now, to my report. The department's search for the Devon anomaly has been officially downgraded in priority. Budget constraints and lack of progress have led Director Croker to reassign most personnel. Except you," Arcturus noted. "Except me," she confirmed with a small smile. "I've convinced them that continued monitoring is prudent, especially with occasional energy spikes still being detected. Spikes they would have noted during our Horcrux destruction ritual," Ignotus observed. "Precisely. Which brings me to the second item." Ophelia's expression grew more serious. "There's been increased chatter about unusual magical activity in Albania. Dark magic detectors have registered multiple significant events in the past month." Harry exchanged glances with his council members. Their own intelligence, gathered through spectral observation, had noted the same concerning pattern. "Voldemort's wraith is becoming more active," Harry stated rather than asked. Ophelia nodded grimly. "The official analysis doesn't name him, of course. Terms like residual dark magic signature and possible artifact activation are being used. But those of us who recognize the pattern." She trailed off meaningfully. "Has Dumbledore been informed?" Lily asked. "The department doesn't officially share such information with Hogwarts," Ophelia replied after Harry relayed the question. "But Dumbledore has his sources. And he's been unusually active himself, traveling frequently, consulting with foreign magical governments. He suspects," James said flatly. "He knows something's stirring." Harry considered this information carefully. "What about the search for me? Has that remained active?" At this, Ophelia's expression shifted to something like amusement. "That's perhaps the most interesting development. Your Hogwarts letter is being prepared as we speak. Dumbledore apparently intends to deliver it personally, assuming they can locate you." "Which they won't," Harry said confidently. "Not until I'm ready to be found. The current plan involves sending it by special owl on your birthday, one charmed to find you regardless of protective enchantments." Ophelia paused, then added, "I took the liberty of examining the charm. It's impressive, but won't penetrate the specific wards you've established here. So I'll need to be outside the property to receive it," Harry concluded. "Easily arranged." The remainder of Ophelia's report covered various ministry developments, political maneuvering among department heads, and updates on key figures Harry had identified as potential allies or threats once he re-entered Wizarding Society. When she had finished, Harry invited her to stay for tea, a small courtesy that had become part of their routine. Despite the professional nature of their relationship, a cautious friendship had developed. Ophelia was one of the few living people who understood what Harry was becoming, and he was undoubtedly the most fascinating magical phenomenon she had encountered in her career. "Your shadow constructs have improved significantly," she observed as they settled in the cottage's kitchen. A raven made of pure darkness perched on Harry's shoulder, occasionally ruffling its feathers in an eerily lifelike manner. "The detail work is exceptional." "Practice," Harry replied simply, though pride tinged his voice. "Shadow manipulation comes more naturally now." "And the spirits? How many can you maintain simultaneously these days?" Harry glanced toward where his parents hovered nearby, always present during Ophelia's visits despite their lingering wariness of the unspeakable. 23 at full manifestation, he answered. More in limited form. Though I typically maintain only my core advisors unless specific knowledge is required. Ophelia nodded, clearly impressed. Remarkable. The theoretical limits suggested in the ancient texts don't seem to apply to you. The Peverell bloodline has unique properties, Harry explained. Combined with the circumstances of my parents' deaths and Voldemort's attack. He trailed off, still uncomfortable discussing Ignotus's theory that Voldemort had inadvertently created a connection between them that night in Godric's Hollow, one that might have influenced Harry's necromantic awakening. Seeming to sense his discomfort, Ophelia changed the subject. Have you given thought to which house you might be sorted into at Hogwarts? It will significantly impact your experience there. Harry had indeed considered this question extensively with his council. Each has advantages. Slytherin would provide political connections but attract scrutiny. Ravenclaw would allow intellectual pursuit but might raise questions about unusual knowledge. Gryffindor would align with expectations given my parents, but limit certain activities. And Hufflepuff? Ophelia asked with a raised eyebrow. Would provide the best cover for unusual behavior, Harry replied promptly. Loyalty and hard work are less flashy traits. People pay less attention to Hufflepuffs. Ophelia smiled slightly. A very Slytherin analysis. The Sorting Hat will make its own decision, Harry said with a shrug. I'm prepared for any outcome. As they continued their conversation, Harry found himself studying the unspeakable with curiosity. In many ways, she represented his first real connection to the living wizarding world, a bridge between his isolated existence and the society he would soon join. May I ask a personal question? He said suddenly. Ophelia looked surprised but nodded. You may ask. I may not answer. Why did you choose to study death magic? It's considered dark by most wizards, even theoretical research. A shadow passed over her features. My brother died when I was 7. Dragon pox, treatable now, but we lived in a remote area, and help came too late. Her fingers tightened around her teacup. Afterward, I became preoccupied with death. Not in stopping it, but in understanding it. The boundary between worlds fascinated me. Harry nodded, understanding all too well the drive to comprehend what existed beyond the veil. And the Department of Mysteries provided that opportunity. After a fashion, she agreed. Though much of their research is limited by preconceptions and fear. True necromancy has been relegated to forbidden knowledge, studied only to defend against it. A wry smile touched her lips. Until a 6-year-old boy accidentally awakened powers that shattered centuries of magical theory. Not accidentally, Ignotus interjected, though only Harry could hear him. The gift was always in your blood, waiting for the right catalyst. Harry relayed this comment, and Ophelia's eyes widened with interest. Lord Peverell believes the potential was inherent. Not merely circumstantial. The Peverell line has always had an affinity for death magic, Harry explained. My connection was perhaps strengthened by unusual circumstances, but the foundation was always there. Their conversation continued until early evening, when Ophelia prepared to depart. At the door, she paused, her expression turning serious once more. Your Hogwarts entry will change everything, she said quietly. The wizarding world has speculated about Harry Potter for years. The reality of you, even the limited version you intend to present, will cause significant ripples. I know, Harry acknowledged. But isolation isn't sustainable long-term. I need allies among the living, not just the dead. Resources that only engagement with wizarding society can provide. And if Voldemort truly is attempting to return? Harry's expression hardened, a glimpse of the power that lurked beneath his youthful exterior. Then I'll be positioned to oppose him with knowledge and abilities he cannot anticipate. Ophelia studied him for a long moment before nodding. I believe you will, she said finally. Just remember that not all battles are fought with magic. Politics, public perception, alliances, these will be just as important as your power. A lesson my council has emphasized repeatedly, Harry assured her with a small smile. After Ophelia's departure, Harry rejoined his full council in the cottage's main sitting room. The new wand lay on the central table, the focus of much discussion. We should begin practice immediately, Emmerich advised. A custom wand requires different handling than standardized creations. First, we should discuss the implications of Ophelia's intelligence, Arcturus countered. Voldemort's increased activity in Albania suggests acceleration of whatever plan he's developing. Both concerns are valid, Harry acknowledged, but there's another matter we haven't fully addressed. He turned to face his council directly. My Hogwarts letter will arrive in 3 months. Once I accept it, there's no turning back. We need to finalize our strategy for my re-entry into Wizarding Society. The council fell silent, the weight of the coming transition hanging in the air. For 4 years, they had prepared for this moment, the point when Harry Potter would emerge from hiding and take his place in the magical world, forever changed from the boy they expected. You cannot reveal your full abilities, Slytherin stated flatly. Not initially. The Shadow-Monarch's power thrives in secrecy until fully matured. Agreed, Ignotus said. A measured revelation. First, establish yourself as merely a gifted student with unusual magical control. But we must also consider the Horcrux hunt, James added. Hogwarts itself may contain one, if Crouch's information was accurate. And the political dimension cannot be ignored, Arcturus noted. Various factions will attempt to claim influence over you, the Ministry, Dumbledore, old families. Harry listened to their counsel, as he had countless times before. But now, with the transition from theory to implementation approaching, the weight of decision rested more heavily on his shoulders. I believe our core strategy remains sound, he said finally. I'll present as a talented but not extraordinary student, establish connections across house boundaries, and use my shadow abilities to continue our work undetected. He picked up the custom wand, feeling its resonance with his magic. Meanwhile, we accelerate our search for the remaining horcruxes and continue monitoring Voldemort's activities. Lily moved to his side, her spectral form radiating concern despite her agreement with the plan. Remember that you're still a child, Harry. Despite everything you've learned, everything you can do, Hogwarts should also be an opportunity for you to make friends, to experience some normalcy. Harry smiled at his mother's consistent reminder. Throughout his unusual upbringing, she had been the voice insisting on balance, on preserving some measure of childhood amid his accelerated magical education. I'll try, he promised. Though I suspect my definition of normal may differ somewhat from my classmates. This earned chuckles from several council members. Indeed, few 11-year-olds could claim to have been educated by history's greatest magical minds, to command an army of spectral advisors, or to wield shadow magic with the proficiency Harry had developed. In 3 months, then, Harry said, his voice taking on the quiet authority that had become characteristic of his council addresses, Harry Potter rejoins the wizarding world. And the Shadow-Monarch begins his true work. The village of Little Hangleton drowsed in the summer heat, its residents going about their business with the unhurried pace of rural England. None noticed the unusual cold spot in the cemetery that overlooked the village, nor the boy who stood motionless before a weathered tombstone, shadows writhing at his feet despite the bright sunshine. Harry studied the grave of Tom Riddle Sr. with cool detachment. After months of research and spectral reconnaissance, they had identified the Riddle family home as a likely location for one of Voldemort's horcruxes, specifically, the ring Barty Crouch Jr. had mentioned. The gaunt cottage lies half a mile in that direction, Arcturus informed him, the ghost's aristocratic features twisted with distaste as he gestured toward an overgrown path. Our scouts report strong dark magic emanations from within. Harry nodded, turning away from the grave. His 11th birthday was just 2 weeks away, the Hogwarts letter imminent. This mission represented his final major undertaking before re-entering Wizarding Society, retrieving and destroying Voldemort's ring Horcrux. They had spent months preparing, gathering intelligence through spectral observation and Ophelia's discreet research in the Department of Mysteries. The ring, they had learned, had once belonged to the Gaunt family, direct descendants of Salazar Slytherin and the Peverells. Its significance to Voldemort went beyond mere family connection. It contained a stone of unusual magical properties. "The protections will be formidable," warned Salazar Slytherin, materializing beside the path. "Even from beyond, I can sense layers of curses and enchantments." As expected, Harry replied calmly. He wore practical clothes for this expedition, dark trousers, boots, and a light jacket despite the summer warmth. The custom wand from Gregorovitch was secured in a holster at his wrist, ready for instant access. They moved toward the Gaunt cottage in silence, Harry extending his awareness through the shadows that dappled the overgrown path. His spectral scouts had already confirmed the location was abandoned, but caution remained essential. The cottage itself barely deserved the name, a dilapidated hovel half reclaimed by nature, its walls crumbling, its roof partially collapsed. Yet to magical senses, it radiated danger. Dark enchantments layered the entire structure, some decades old, others fresher, added during Voldemort's rise to power. Harry stopped several yards from the door, closing his eyes to better perceive the magical defenses. His connection to death magic gave him unique insights into certain types of dark enchantments, particularly those designed to kill or maim intruders. Multiple cursed objects on the threshold, he reported to his spectral advisors. A modified withering curse on the door itself. Compulsion charms to trigger reckless behavior. He frowned, sensing something deeper. And something else, something that feels alive, yet not alive. The horcrux itself, Ignotus suggested. Soul magic creates such contradictory sensations. Harry nodded, opening his eyes. I'll need to dismantle the outer defenses before attempting entry. What followed was a painstaking process of magical disarmament. Harry worked methodically, using his wand to detect and neutralize each layer of protection. Some required specific counter curses, others responded to more creative solutions involving shadow manipulation. Nearly an hour passed before he deemed it safe to approach the door. Even then, he used a shadow construct rather than his physical hand to turn the rusted handle. The interior was dark and stifling, thick with decades of dust and decay. Harry lit his wand tip with a whispered "Lumos," revealing a scene of abject squalor, broken furniture, moldering fabrics, walls stained with damp and neglect. The ring would be hidden, Slytherin observed, gliding through the solid wall to join Harry inside. Not merely placed among such filth. Harry nodded in agreement, extending his senses once more. The dark magic was stronger here, pulsing like a malevolent heartbeat from somewhere beneath the rotting floorboards. Below, he murmured. There's a concealed space under the floor. Carefully, he used his wand to levitate a section of floorboard, revealing a small cavity beneath. Inside lay a simple wooden box, unadorned yet practically humming with dark enchantments. More curses, Harry observed, examining the box without touching it. Different from the others. More personal. Voldemort would have reserved his most devastating protections for the horcrux itself, James noted, materializing beside his son. Approach with extreme caution. Harry had no intention of doing otherwise. The destruction of the Locket Horcrux had taught him valuable lessons about these soul containers, their defenses, their malevolence, their capacity to fight back. Drawing on Slytherin's expertise in curse-breaking, Harry began the delicate process of neutralizing the box's protections. Some yielded easily to conventional counter-curses, others required more specialized knowledge that only ancient wizards could provide. There, Harry said finally, sweat beading on his forehead despite the shadow-cooling charm he'd cast earlier. I believe the box itself is safe to open. But the ring inside will carry additional enchantments. A particularly vicious withering curse, confirmed Slytherin, who had been analyzing the magical signatures. Designed to kill slowly and painfully. It would spread from the point of contact, consuming the victim's life force. Harry considered this. I won't need to touch it to destroy the Horcrux. Shadow manipulation should allow me to contain and transport it safely. With careful precision, he opened the box using his wand. Inside lay a gold ring with a black stone set in its center, an unremarkable object at first glance, save for the dark magic that seemed to radiate from it in palpable waves. The stone, Ignotus said suddenly, his spectral form moving closer with unusual urgency. It bears the sign of the Deathly Hallows. Harry looked more carefully and saw it then, a triangle enclosing a circle and a line, etched into the black stone's surface. The resurrection stone, Ignotus whispered, awe evident in his ancient voice. The second hallow, created by death itself and given to Cadmus Peverell. I had not thought to see it again in this world. Voldemort used a deathly hallow as a horcrux. Harry asked incredulously. Did he know what it was? I doubt it, Ignotus replied. He would have seen it only as a family heirloom with historical significance. The lore of the Hallows has faded from common knowledge, preserved only in children's tales and obscure texts. This complicated matters. The stone wasn't merely a horcrux, but a powerful magical artifact in its own right, one with a direct connection to Harry's Peverell ancestry. We should extract it intact if possible, Harry decided. Destroy the horcrux without damaging the hallow. This would require a modification to their planned destruction method. Rather than using shadow magic to obliterate the entire object, Harry would need to target the soul fragment specifically while preserving the stone itself. It can be done, Slytherin confirmed after consideration, but not here. The precision required demands proper ritual space and preparation. Harry nodded in agreement. I'll transport it back to the cottage. We can perform the extraction ritual there. Using his shadow manipulation, Harry created a specialized containment field around the ring, not touching it directly, but encasing it in darkness that would suppress its magical emanations during transport. With the horcrux secured, they departed the gaunt cottage, leaving no trace of their presence. The journey back to Potter Cottage was tense but uneventful. Harry maintained constant vigilance, aware that carrying a portion of Voldemort's soul made him potentially detectable to certain dark magic sensors. But the shadow containment held, and by evening, they had returned safely to the ritual chamber beneath the cottage. Preparations for the modified ritual took several hours. Unlike the locket's straightforward destruction, this working would require surgical precision, separating the soul fragment from the resurrection stone without damaging either the stone or the ring that housed it. The stone itself may resist conventional magic, Ignotus warned as they prepared. The Hallows were created by death, not wizards. Their properties transcend normal magical limitations. Which is why we'll use death magic against the horcrux, Harry replied, carefully arranging runic markers around the ritual circle. Fighting like with like. By midnight, all was ready. The ring sat at the center of an intricate pattern of silver runes, surrounded by a perfect circle of salt mixed with powdered moonstone, a combination Ravenclaw had suggested for its properties of purification and separation. Harry took his position at the circle's edge, his spectral council gathered around him in their customary positions. This ritual would demand even more power than the locket's destruction, requiring perfect control rather than raw force. I call upon the power that stands between worlds, Harry began, his voice steady despite the tension evident in his posture. I call upon the shadows that exist in the space between light. I call upon the ancient magic of the Peverell line, by blood and by right. The shadows responded instantly, more eagerly than ever before, perhaps sensing the proximity of the deathly hallow. They swirled around the ritual circle, forming a vortex that centered on the ring without touching it. By the power of death's chosen line, I command the fragment to separate from the vessel, Harry continued, the ritual words flowing through him as if spoken by something older than himself. Soul from stone, corruption from creation, darkness from light. The ring began to vibrate, the black stone glowing with an inner light that seemed to fight against the encroaching shadows. A high-pitched whine filled the chamber, painful to hear. It resists, Slytherin observed, his ghostly features tense with concentration. The soul fragment recognizes the threat. Harry narrowed his focus, directing the shadows with greater precision. They formed a needle-thin spear that hovered above the ring, poised to strike. Now, Ignotus instructed. Target the connection point between soul and stone. With a swift gesture, Harry sent the shadow spear plunging downward. It pierced the stone's surface, seemingly passing through solid matter to reach the corruption within. The scream that erupted made the locket's death cry seem mild by comparison. The ring levitated from the ritual surface, spinning violently as black smoke poured from the stone. Like the locket, it tried to form a defensive apparition, Voldemort's face briefly coalescing in the smoke before Harry's shadows tore it apart. "Hold steady," James urged as Harry visibly strained against the backlash of dark magic. "You're succeeding, the fragment is separating." Indeed, the smoke was now being pulled from the stone in a continuous stream, drawn into the shadow spear like poison from a wound. The stone's glow intensified, no longer fighting the extraction but seeming to aid it, as if the hallow itself wished to be cleansed. With a final, rattling shriek, the last wisps of black smoke were torn from the stone. The shadow spear twisted, constricting around the soul fragment until it imploded into nothingness, leaving only a faint, greasy residue in the air. The ring dropped back to the ritual surface, the stone now clear and untainted. Harry released his hold on the shadows, allowing them to dissipate naturally as he sagged with exhaustion. "It is done," Ignotus declared, moving to examine the ring. "The horcrux is destroyed. The resurrection stone remains intact." Harry nodded tiredly, too drained to speak immediately. 2 horcruxes destroyed, significant progress, though they still didn't know how many remained in total. "The withering curse appears to have been linked to the soul fragment," Slytherin observed after examining the ring. "It dissipated when the horcrux was destroyed. The ring should now be safe to handle." Despite this assurance, Harry used his wand to levitate the ring into a prepared container rather than touching it directly. Further examination could wait until he had recovered his strength. "Rest now," Lily urged, her spectral form hovering protectively near her son. "You've accomplished more than enough for one day." Harry didn't argue, his magical reserves dangerously depleted by the complex ritual. As he prepared to leave the ritual chamber, however, Ignotus's voice stopped him. "The stone is rightfully yours, Harry," the ancient wizard said solemnly. "As a true descendant of the Peverell line, and one with natural affinity for death magic, you are perhaps the only living wizard worthy of wielding the resurrection stone." Harry glanced back at the container holding the ring. "What exactly does it do?" "The stories speak of calling back the dead, but I already do that," he finished silently. "It bridges worlds differently than your natural abilities," Ignotus explained, seeming to read his thoughts. "Your gift summons spirits as they were in death, bound to your will and purpose. The stone calls them as they were in life, independent, with their own will intact. Neither truly restores life, but each connects to death in different ways." Harry nodded thoughtfully. "I'll study it further when I've recovered. For now, knowing it's secure and cleansed of Voldemort's taint is enough." With that, he left the ritual chamber, his spectral guardians following silently. 2 horcruxes destroyed, the resurrection stone recovered, and his Hogwarts letter due to arrive within days. The pieces were moving, the board being set for whatever game lay ahead. As he prepared for bed that night, Harry stood before the mirror in his room, studying his reflection. At nearly 11, he looked older than his years, not physically, but in the gravity of his gaze, the confident set of his shoulders, the careful economy of his movements. "You don't need to carry everything alone," his mother's voice said softly as her reflection appeared behind his in the mirror. "At Hogwarts, you might find living allies who could share some of this burden." Harry turned to face her ghostly form. "Do you really believe that? That anyone could understand what I've become?" "Not immediately, perhaps," Lily acknowledged. "But there are good people at Hogwarts, students and teachers alike. People who might accept you, given time and trust." Harry wasn't convinced, but he nodded anyway. His mother's hope for normalcy, for connections beyond his spectral court, was well-intentioned if perhaps unrealistic. "I'll try," he promised, as he had many times before. But my priority remains the horcruxes and preparing for Voldemort's potential return. Lily smiled sadly, unable to embrace her son physically but radiating maternal love nonetheless. Just remember that defeating Voldemort isn't your only purpose, Harry. Living a full life, experiencing friendship, joy, even love, those matter too. Harry didn't answer, but as he drifted towards sleep, his mother's words lingered in his mind. In 2 weeks, his isolation would end. He would rejoin the wizarding world not as the scared child who had fled Privet Drive, but as something new, a wizard unlike any they had seen before, the heir to ancient power, the Shadow-Monarch in the making. Whether that world would accept him, fear him, or seek to control him remained to be seen. But Harry Potter would be ready, with both the living and the dead at his command. Chapter 3, Among the living. The scarlet steam engine gleamed in the September sunlight, billowing white clouds that shrouded platform 9 3/4 in a dreamlike haze. Harry Potter stood motionless amid the swirling chaos of families bidding farewell to their children, trunks being loaded, owls screeching in protest at the commotion. The noise washed over him like waves against a stone, felt, but not truly penetrating. For years of isolation had not prepared him for this. The press of living bodies, the cacophony of voices, the overwhelming tide of emotions that radiated from the crowd, it was intoxicating and terrifying all at once. "Remember to breathe," his father's voice murmured near his ear, audible only to him. James Potter's ghost stood at his right shoulder, invisible to the crowd but a reassuring presence nonetheless. "You're doing fine." On Harry's left, equally invisible to the living, Lily watched the scene with a mixture of nostalgia and concern. "It hasn't changed at all," she whispered. "Not since our first day." Harry gave an almost imperceptible nod, careful not to be seen responding to voices no one else could hear. The past month had been dedicated to preparing for this moment, rehearsing how to interact with the living without betraying his connection to the dead, practicing the precise level of magical competence he should display as a supposedly untrained first year. His re-entry into the wizarding world had been carefully orchestrated. The acceptance of his Hogwarts letter, delivered by a confused owl that had circled outside the cottage's wards for hours before Harry stepped beyond them to receive it, the supervised shopping trip to Diagon Alley with Hagrid, who had been dispatched by a suspicious Dumbledore to locate the missing Potter boy, and now his deliberately solitary arrival at platform 9 3/4. To the wizarding world, Harry Potter was merely an unusual child who had somehow evaded detection for years, living rough but surviving through accidental magic and luck. A strange story, certainly, but more palatable than the truth, that he commanded an army of the dead and wielded magic that most adult wizards would consider impossible. "We should board soon," Harry murmured, ostensibly to himself but actually addressing his spectral parents. "Find a compartment before they fill." "Good idea," James agreed. "Remember, we'll remain with you, but conserve your energy by allowing us to fade from your perception when safe to do so." Harry nodded again, gripping the handle of his trunk. Inside were the carefully selected supplies of an ordinary first year, books, robes, cauldron, and his official wand from Ollivander, holly and phoenix feather, which had chosen him with an eagerness that surprised even the wand maker. Hidden in a secret compartment, protected by shadow enchantments, lay his true possessions, the custom Gregorovitch wand, ancient texts on necromancy and shadow magic, and the ring containing the cleansed resurrection stone. As he moved toward the train, Harry felt the familiar chill that signaled his parents fading to conserve his magical energy. They would remain connected to him, able to materialize instantly if needed, but maintaining their visibility constantly would drain him unnecessarily. Managing his necromantic power while at Hogwarts would require careful discipline. Finding an empty compartment near the back of the train, Harry stored his trunk and settled by the window. The platform continued to buzz with activity, last-minute embraces, forgotten items passed through windows, tearful goodbyes. He observed it all with the detached interest of an anthropologist studying an unfamiliar tribe. The compartment door slid open, interrupting his observations. A girl with bushy brown hair and rather large front teeth stood in the doorway, already dressed in her Hogwarts robes. "Excuse me," she said in a bossy sort of voice, have you seen a toad? A boy named Neville has lost one. Harry studied her for a moment before responding. His first interaction with a peer, a test of his ability to pass as normal. No, he replied, careful to maintain the polite but slightly uncertain demeanor they had rehearsed. Sorry. I'll keep an eye out, though. Instead of leaving immediately, the girl lingered, her eyes widening slightly as they fixed on his forehead. You're Harry Potter, she stated rather than asked. Harry resisted the urge to sigh. His reappearance in Diagon Alley had caused quite a stir, with whispers following him throughout his shopping trip. Hagrid had been frustratingly vague about where Harry had been for the past 5 years, fueling speculation that ran from the mundane to the absurd. I am, he acknowledged. I've read all about you, the girl continued, stepping fully into the compartment without invitation. You're in modern magical history, the rise and fall of the dark arts, and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Am I? Harry responded with genuine curiosity. During his years at Potter Cottage, he'd had access to many magical texts, but contemporary history books hadn't been a priority. What do they say? The girl seemed delighted by the question, launching into a detailed account of how the books described his defeat of Voldemort as an infant. Harry listened with growing amusement as she recited theories ranging from advanced protective magic to unique magical immunity to explain his survival. None of them mentioned necromancy or shadow magic, his father's voice commented dryly in his mind. Bit of an oversight. Harry suppressed a smile at James's commentary. Interesting theories, he said aloud when the girl finally paused for breath. I'm afraid I don't remember any of it, though. Oh, of course not, she agreed, suddenly seeming to remember her manners. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. Are you here alone? Most students have their parents with them. A shadow of practiced sadness crossed Harry's face. My parents died when I was a baby. I'm sorry, Hermione said, looking genuinely abashed. That was thoughtless of me. It's fine, Harry assured her. In truth, having his parents' spirits constantly with him meant he'd never truly experienced the loss others assumed he had. Would you like to sit? You might have better luck finding the toad once we're moving and people have settled. Hermione hesitated, then nodded, taking the seat opposite him. An awkward silence fell, which she quickly filled with nervous chatter about the books she'd read in preparation for Hogwarts, the spells she'd already tried, and her surprise at discovering she was a witch. My parents are dentists, she explained. Non-magical, you know. It was ever such a shock when I got my letter. I imagine it would be, Harry replied, finding her enthusiasm oddly refreshing. There was something appealingly straightforward about Hermione Granger, no hidden agendas, no carefully constructed facades. Just earnest, perhaps slightly insecure intelligence. What about you? She asked suddenly. The Daily Prophet had all sorts of theories about where you've been all these years. Some people thought Professor Dumbledore had hidden you away for special training. Harry had prepared for this question. Nothing so exciting, he said with a self-deprecating smile. I was living with relatives who weren't very fond of magic. I left when I was 6 and found a place to stay on my own. Magic helped me survive, I suppose, though I didn't really understand what I was doing most of the time. It was the story they had constructed, close enough to truth to be believable, vague enough to avoid scrutiny, and sympathetic enough to discourage too many probing questions. Hermione's eyes widened. You lived on your own. Since you were 6. But that's unusual, I know, Harry interrupted gently. But I managed. And now I'm here, same as you, ready to learn proper magic. She seemed to sense his reluctance to elaborate and, surprisingly, didn't press further. Instead, she launched into a discussion of Hogwarts houses, debating their relative merits with the thoroughness Harry was beginning to recognize as characteristic. I hope I'm in Gryffindor, she concluded after analyzing each house in turn. It sounds by far the best. I hear Dumbledore himself was one. But I suppose Ravenclaw wouldn't be too bad. Any house has its advantages, Harry offered, thinking of his many discussions with his council on this very topic. It's more about what you make of the opportunities than the house itself. Hermione looked at him with newfound interest. That's quite a mature perspective. Harry realized he might have sounded too philosophical for an average 11-year-old and quickly redirected. Just something I read somewhere. What spells have you tried already? Any favorites? The distraction worked, and Hermione eagerly demonstrated a few basic charms she'd practiced. Her magic was impressively precise for a Muggle born with no prior training, and Harry found himself genuinely complimenting her control. As the train journey continued, they were briefly interrupted by a round-faced boy searching for his toad and later by a pale, pointed-faced boy flanked by two larger companions. The latter introduced himself as Draco Malfoy with an air of superiority that immediately set Harry on edge. "They're saying Harry Potter's in this compartment," Malfoy announced, eyeing Harry with calculating interest. "Is it you, then?" "Yes," Harry replied simply. "This is Crabbe and Goyle," Malfoy continued, gesturing to his companions. "And my name's Malfoy. Draco Malfoy." Hermione shifted uncomfortably as Malfoy gave her a dismissive glance. "You'll soon find that some wizarding families are better than others, Potter," Malfoy said, returning his attention to Harry. "You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there." He extended his hand, but Harry didn't take it. The name Malfoy had triggered immediate recognition. Arcturus had identified Lucius Malfoy as a suspected Death Eater, and more importantly, as someone Barty Crouch Jr. claimed had been entrusted with a Horcrux. "I think I can tell the wrong sort for myself, thanks," Harry said coolly. Malfoy's pale cheeks flushed pink. "I'd be careful if I were you, Potter. Unless you're a bit politer, you'll go the same way as your parents." They didn't know what was good for them either. The temperature in the compartment plummeted. Frost crept across the window glass, and the shadows in the corners deepened ominously. Harry felt the familiar cold surge of his necromantic power responding to his anger, and fought to control it before something visible manifested. "I suggest you leave," he said, his voice unnaturally calm despite the rage building inside him. Something in his tone or expression must have penetrated Malfoy's arrogance, because the boy took an involuntary step back. "Come on," he muttered to his companions, trying to maintain dignity as he retreated. When the compartment door closed behind them, Hermione released a breath she'd been holding. "That was intense," she said, rubbing her arms as if chilled. "Is it my imagination, or did it get freezing in here for a moment?" "Probably just a draft," Harry replied, concentrating on calming his power. The frost receded from the window, and the shadows returned to their normal proportions. "The windows in these old compartments probably aren't well sealed." Hermione looked unconvinced but didn't press the issue. Instead, she launched into a new topic, and they spent the remainder of the journey discussing classes, professors, and what they might expect from their first year at Hogwarts. By the time the train reached Hogsmeade Station, Harry had concluded that Hermione Granger was possibly the most genuinely intelligent living person he'd encountered. Her mind worked with a methodical precision that reminded him of Rowena Ravenclaw, though without the ancient witch's centuries of experience to temper her enthusiasm. First years over here." Hagrid's booming voice called as they disembarked. Harry followed the half-giant's instructions, joining the other first years in the traditional boat journey across the Black Lake. As the fleet of small boats moved silently through the water, Hogwarts came into view, a magnificent castle perched atop a high cliff, its windows sparkling in the night, its towers reaching toward the star-filled sky. "Impressive, isn't it?" his mother's voice whispered, her spectral form briefly visible only to him as she manifested at the edge of the boat. "Just as beautiful as I remember." Harry nodded slightly, drinking in the sight of the ancient school. Through his shadow observations over the years, he had seen glimpses of Hogwarts, but nothing compared to experiencing its full majesty in person. He could feel the castle's magic even from the lake, layers upon layers of enchantments built up over centuries, a living testament to the power and skill of its founders. And beneath that obvious magic, something else called to him, the shadows of the castle, deep and ancient, repositories of secrets and forgotten knowledge. They seemed to reach out to him like old friends, welcoming the Shadow-Monarch to his rightful domain. The shadows here are, aware, Harry thought to his parents. More responsive than any I've encountered before. Hogwarts has absorbed centuries of magic, his father's voice replied in his mind. The shadows have been shaped by generations of wizards, including the founders themselves. As they approached the shore, Harry sensed something else, a familiar magical signature emanating from somewhere within the castle walls. Dark, corrupted, reminiscent of the locket and ring horcruxes they had destroyed. There's something here, he thought urgently. A horcrux, I think. I can feel it. His parents' alarm radiated through their connection, but there was no time to discuss it further. The boats had reached the underground harbor, and Hagrid was leading them up a passage in the cliff face toward the castle's massive oak front doors. The sorting ceremony proceeded much as Harry had expected from his parents' descriptions. Professor McGonagall, stern and imposing, led them into the great hall, a cavernous room lit by thousands of floating candles, its enchanted ceiling reflecting the clear night sky outside. For long tables housed the returning students, while at the head of the hall, the staff table stretched across a raised platform. Harry's gaze immediately sought out the central figure, Albus Dumbledore, resplendent in midnight blue robes adorned with silver stars. The headmaster's eyes, twinkling behind half-moon spectacles, seemed to find Harry instantly, assessing him with keen interest. "He's using passive legilimency," warned Ignotus Peverell, momentarily materializing beside Harry. "Nothing invasive, but he's reading surface emotions. Shield as we practiced." Harry implemented the mental barriers his counsel had taught him, not full occlumency, which would raise suspicions, but subtle defenses that would make his surface thoughts appear ordinary without suggesting he was actively blocking mental intrusion. The sorting began with Abbott, Hannah, who became a Hufflepuff. Harry watched each student's turn with the ancient hat, cataloguing which names corresponded to families his counsel had identified as politically significant. When Granger, Hermione, was called, the bushy-haired girl almost ran to the stool and jammed the hat eagerly on her head. After nearly a full minute of deliberation, the hat shouted, "Gryffindor." Hermione beamed as she headed toward the cheering table. More names were called. Neville Longbottom, whom Arcturus had identified as the son of prominent Aurors tortured to insanity by Death Eaters, joined Gryffindor after a lengthy deliberation. Draco Malfoy was made a Slytherin the moment the hat touched his head, to no one's surprise. Finally, Potter, Harry, echoed through the great hall. Instantly, whispers broke out like little hissing fires all over the hall. "Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter? Where's he been all this time?" Harry walked forward, maintaining the carefully practiced posture they had developed, confident but not arrogant, serious but not forbidding. As the hat dropped over his eyes, blocking out the great hall and its curious occupants, he prepared for what might be the first significant challenge to his secrecy. "Well, well," said a small voice in his ear. "What do we have here? Oh my! Oh my!" The hat's surprise was palpable, and Harry reinforced his mental shields. "I would appreciate your discretion," he thought firmly to the hat. "In nearly 1,000 years of sorting," the hat replied, sounding genuinely astonished, "I have never encountered a student like you, Mr. Potter. A necromancer of extraordinary power, and at such a young age. The Shadow-Monarch reborn, with a spectral court that would make Merlin himself envious. Will you reveal me?" Harry asked directly. The hat seemed to consider this. "The founders enchanted me to sort, not to divulge student secrets." "And you have many secrets indeed." A pause, then, "Your abilities would serve you well in any house, you know. The cunning of Slytherin, the wisdom of Ravenclaw, the loyalty of Hufflepuff, the courage of Gryffindor, you possess them all in measure. Where do you think I would best develop both my abilities and my connections?" Harry inquired, respecting the ancient artifact's perspective. "Connections to the living, you mean?" the hat chuckled. A novel concern for one so comfortable with the dead. But wise. Another pause, longer this time. You have your mother's brilliance and your father's daring. Ambition burns in you, as does a thirst for knowledge. But beneath it all, I sense a deep desire to protect, to set right what was broken. Better be Gryffindor. The last word was shouted to the entire hall. The Gryffindor table erupted with the loudest cheer yet, with the Weasley twins Harry had identified earlier yelling, "We got Potter! We got Potter," as if they'd won a prize. As Harry removed the hat and walked toward the Gryffindor table, he caught Dumbledore's gaze again. The headmaster was applauding with the rest, but his blue eyes had lost some of their twinkle, replaced by thoughtful assessment. "He knows something's unusual," James warned as Harry took his seat. "Not the full truth, but enough to make him curious." Let him be curious, Harry thought back. We expected scrutiny. As long as he doesn't discover the extent of my abilities, curiosity is manageable. The remainder of the sorting passed quickly. When Zabini, Blaze, became the final Slytherin, Professor McGonagall rolled up her scroll and took the sorting hat away. Albus Dumbledore rose to his feet, beaming at the students with arms opened wide in welcome. "Welcome," he said. "Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words, nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you." Food appeared on the golden plates, and conversation broke out across the hall. Harry found himself between Hermione and one of the Weasleys, Ron, if he recalled correctly from the sorting. "That's mad, that is," Ron said through a mouthful of roast chicken, gesturing toward Dumbledore. "Brilliant, but mad. He's the greatest wizard of the age," Percy Weasley, who had introduced himself as a prefect, informed them pompously. "Of course he's a bit eccentric." Harry listened to the conversations around him with half an ear, focusing more on absorbing the magical environment of the Great Hall. The shadows here were particularly rich, saturated with centuries of magical residue. He could feel them responding to his presence, curling subtly toward him even as he carefully avoided calling them. "Harry," Hermione's voice broke through his observations, "aren't you hungry? You've hardly touched your food." Harry realized he'd been staring absently at his plate, lost in his assessment of the castle's magical properties. "Sorry," he said, quickly taking a bite of shepherd's pie. "Just a bit overwhelmed by everything." She nodded sympathetically. "It is rather a lot to take in. Especially if you've been on your own until now." From there, conversation turned to backgrounds and families. Several students shared stories of how they discovered their magic, while others from wizarding families discussed their expectations for Hogwarts. "I'm half and half," said Seamus Finnegan. "Me dad's a muggle. Man didn't tell him she was a witch till after they were married. Bit of a nasty shock for him." This prompted laughter around the table. Harry smiled politely while cataloging which students might have useful family connections or knowledge relevant to his longer-term goals. "What about you, Harry?" Dean Thomas asked eventually. "The prophet's been full of theories about where you've been all these years. Is it true you fought a dragon in Romania?" Harry chuckled, maintaining the affable demeanor they had rehearsed. "Nothing so exciting, I'm afraid. Just keeping to myself, staying away from relatives who weren't keen on magic." "But how did you survive on your own?" Hermione pressed, her practical nature finding the story implausible. "Where did you live? What did you eat?" "Magic helps," Harry replied simply. "Even when you don't fully understand it. Food can be found or obtained. Shelter isn't so difficult if you're not particular. And people tend not to notice what they don't expect to see." His vague answers clearly frustrated Hermione, but further questions were interrupted by the arrival of the Gryffindor house ghost, nearly headless Nick, who floated through the table to introduce himself to the first years. "So, new Gryffindors," the ghost said, beaming around at them. "Hope you're going to help us win the house championship this year. Gryffindor has never gone so long without winning." Slytherin has got the cup 6 years in a row. As Nick demonstrated how he was nearly headless, to the disgusted fascination of the first years, Harry studied the spirit with professional interest. Castle ghosts like Nick existed in a different state than the spirits Harry summoned, permanently anchored to the physical world rather than called from beyond the veil. He's tethered by regret and unfinished business, Lily explained in Harry's mind, noting his curiosity. Different from your court, who return by choice when called. He cannot move beyond the veil. Harry nodded slightly, filing away this distinction for future consideration. The existence of permanent spirits at Hogwarts presented both opportunities and challenges. They might notice his necromantic activities more readily than living observers, but could also potentially become allies if approached correctly. As the feast concluded, Dumbledore rose again to make announcements. Most were routine, forbidden items, restricted forest areas, Quidditch trials. But one caught Harry's particular attention. And finally, I must tell you that this year, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. A few students laughed, but Harry didn't. The headmaster's aura had shifted subtly with this announcement, no twinkle in his eyes, no hint of humor in his voice. Whatever lurked in that corridor represented a genuine threat. That's odd, Percy Weasley muttered. He usually gives us a reason why we're not allowed to go somewhere. The forest's full of dangerous beasts, everyone knows that. I think he might have told us prefects, at least. Something valuable is being hidden there, Arcturus Black's voice observed, the ancient wizard briefly manifesting to assess the situation. Something that requires protection beyond Hogwarts' standard defenses. Harry made a mental note to investigate the third-floor corridor at the earliest opportunity. If something valuable enough to warrant deadly protections was being kept at Hogwarts, it might be relevant to their ongoing search for horcruxes or to Voldemort's plans for return. The evening concluded with the school song, sung to various tunes of individual choosing, followed by dismissal to dormitories. Percy led the first-year Gryffindors through the chattering crowds, out of the Great Hall, and up the marble staircase. As they navigated the castle's labyrinthine corridors and moving staircases, Harry extended his awareness through the shadows, mapping the route in detail while simultaneously sensing the castle's magical structure. What he discovered was fascinating. Hogwarts wasn't merely a building enchanted with magical protections, it was almost a living entity, shaped by centuries of magical inhabitation. And throughout its vast structure, shadows gathered in unexpected places, secret passages, hidden rooms, forgotten corridors. Harry could feel them all, responsive to his presence even without direct command. The castle welcomes you, Ignotus observed, briefly visible as they climbed yet another staircase. It recognizes your affinity for shadow magic. And I can sense at least 3 secret passages between here and Gryffindor Tower alone, Harry replied silently. This place is a maze of hidden spaces. They eventually reached the entrance to Gryffindor Tower, a portrait of a fat lady in a pink dress who asked for the password, Caput Draconis, before swinging forward to reveal a round hole in the wall. Scrambling through it, they found themselves in the Gryffindor common room, a cozy, circular space filled with squashy armchairs, tables, and a roaring fire. Percy directed the girls through one door to their dormitory and the boys through another. Harry followed his male classmates up the spiral staircase to their circular dormitory, where 5 four-poster beds hung with deep red, velvet curtains awaited them. Their trunks had already been brought up. Harry located his beside a bed near the window, offering a clear view of the grounds below. Perfect for shadow observation when his roommates slept. As the other boys chatted excitedly about their first day, changing into pajamas and claiming beds, Harry went through the motions of preparing for sleep while mentally communicating with his spectral advisors. I felt a horcrux somewhere in the castle, he repeated once they had privacy to discuss it. Similar to the locket and ring, but fainter. As if it's smaller or more heavily protected. That confirms Crouch's information about something hidden in a place where all things are hidden, James noted. Likely the diadem he mentioned. We'll need to locate it precisely, Lily added. But carefully. Hogwarts has many eyes, both living and dead. And what of the restricted third-floor corridor? Arcturus inquired. That bears investigation as well. Harry agreed. I'll use shadow scouting tonight, once my roommates are asleep. The castle's shadows are unusually responsive. I should be able to extend my awareness without physically leaving the dormitory. As the other boys' conversations wound down and the dormitory lights were extinguished, Harry lay in his four-poster, waiting patiently for the sounds of sleep to fill the room. When the last whispered conversation faded into steady breathing, he drew his bed curtains and cast a simple privacy charm, nothing suspicious, just enough to ensure he wouldn't be disturbed. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Harry closed his eyes and reached out to the shadows. They responded eagerly, flowing toward him through cracks and corners, gathering at his command. "Show me the castle," he whispered. "Let me see through your eyes." The shadows twisted, forming a three-dimensional map of Hogwarts in the air before him. Unlike conventional magical maps, this one showed not just physical spaces but magical currents, spiritual presences, and hidden passages. Harry could see the Gryffindor Tower where he sat, the Great Hall far below, the staff quarters, classrooms, dungeons, and countless secret spaces between and around them. He focused first on the third-floor corridor Dumbledore had declared forbidden. The shadows there were thick with protective enchantments, complex wards, detection charms, and what appeared to be a series of sequential obstacles. At the corridor's end, a powerful magical signature pulsed like a heartbeat. Not a horcrux, Harry determined after studying it. Different magic entirely. Ancient, powerful, but not dark. Some kind of artifact. Alchemical in nature, observed Nicholas Flamel, who had materialized beside Harry at his unspoken summons. The ancient alchemist had occasionally advised Harry's court on particularly complex magical theory. "I recognize the magical signature. It's a philosopher's stone, my philosopher's stone, in fact." Harry's eyebrows rose in surprise. "Your stone? Here at Hogwarts? Why?" "Protection, presumably," Flamel replied, studying the shadow map with professional interest. "If someone is seeking to steal it, Hogwarts would indeed be among the safest locations in Britain." "Someone like a disembodied Dark Lord seeking a means of return," James suggested grimly. Harry nodded slowly. "The stone creates the elixir of life. It could restore a physical body to Voldemort's wraith." He refocused the shadow map, searching now for the horcrux he had sensed earlier. "But that doesn't explain the horcrux. Why would Voldemort have hidden one here years ago?" The shadows swirled as Harry directed them to search for the distinctive magical signature of a soul fragment. For several minutes, nothing appeared. Then, on the 7th floor, a faint pulse of dark energy appeared, similar to the locket and ring, but somehow muted, as if hidden behind powerful concealment. "There," Harry said, focusing the map on that location. "But it's strange, the room itself seems to shift, like it's not always in the same place." "The room of requirement," Lily realized. "Or as the house elves call it, the come-and-go room. It transforms based on the user's needs. If Voldemort hid a horcrux there, then he believed it would remain undiscovered," Harry finished. "A perfect hiding place for something precious." He studied the shadow map for a moment longer, noting the room's location relative to known landmarks. "I'll investigate both locations more thoroughly in the coming days. The stone is clearly being protected for a reason, and the horcrux has remained hidden for years. Neither is likely to be moved immediately." Dismissing the shadow map, Harry lay back on his bed, processing the evening's discoveries. His first day at Hogwarts had already yielded significant intelligence, confirmation of a horcrux hidden in the castle and the presence of the Philosopher's Stone, which might be Voldemort's target for resurrection. Beyond these strategic concerns, Harry found himself reflecting on his interactions with living people, particularly Hermione Granger. After years with only spectral companions and creature, navigating social relationships with peers presented an unexpected challenge. Hermione's direct, inquisitive nature was both refreshing and slightly alarming. She noticed details others missed, asked questions others avoided, and seemed genuinely interested in him as a person rather than as the boy who lived. "She's perceptive," his mother commented, perhaps sensing his thoughts. "And kind beneath that bossy exterior. A good potential friend." "If I can maintain my secrets around her," Harry replied silently. "She's too observant for comfortable deception." "Not all secrets need to be shared at once," Lily counseled. "Friendship builds gradually, as does trust. You might find allies among the living who can accept parts of your truth without needing to know everything immediately." Harry considered this advice as he drifted toward sleep. Tomorrow would bring classes, professors, and further opportunities to establish his public persona while privately continuing his true work. A complex balance, but one he had spent years preparing to maintain. As consciousness faded, the shadows around his bed deepened protectively, guarding the Shadow-Monarch as he slept among the living for the first time in years. The first week at Hogwarts passed in a carefully orchestrated dance of public normality and private investigation. During daylight hours, Harry attended classes, took notes, practiced basic spells with his Ollivander wand, and cultivated the persona of an intelligent but not extraordinary first-year student. At night, he extended his shadow awareness throughout the castle, mapping secret passages, observing staff movements, and gradually narrowing down the precise location of the hidden horcrux. Classes themselves presented an interesting challenge, demonstrating enough magical aptitude to avoid suspicion without revealing his true capabilities. In charms, he allowed himself to master new spells after a few attempts rather than immediately. In transfiguration, he deliberately produced imperfect but passable results under McGonagall's stern gaze. "Your control is impressive, Mr. Potter," the transfiguration professor had commented after he successfully turned a match into a needle on his third attempt, outpaced only by Hermione. "Particularly for someone with no prior formal instruction." Harry had offered a modest smile. "I had to figure some things out on my own, Professor. Basic transfiguration came in handy sometimes. It was defense against the dark arts, however, that proved most interesting." Professor Quirrel, with his pronounced stutter and perpetual nervousness, immediately triggered Harry's necromantic senses. Something about the man felt wrong, as if two souls occupied the same physical space. "He's possessed," Harry concluded after their first lesson, discussing it privately with his counsel in a warded alcove. "There's a parasitic spirit attached to him, suppressed but present." "Voldemort," James stated grimly. "It aligns with our intelligence from Albania. His wraith must have found Quirrel during the professor's sabbatical year. And now he's at Hogwarts," Lily added, "where the Philosopher's Stone is hidden." "Not a coincidence." Harry agreed with their assessment. "He's playing a role, the stuttering, fearful professor, too weak to be a threat. Meanwhile, he's likely searching for a way past the stone's protections." This discovery added urgency to Harry's own investigations. If Voldemort was actively seeking the Philosopher's Stone as a means of resurrection, they needed to locate and destroy the hidden horcrux quickly. A physical Voldemort with even one horcrux remaining would be far more dangerous than the wraith he currently was. By Friday night, Harry had identified the exact parameters of the room of requirement and the likely form needed to access where the horcrux was hidden. After his roommates fell asleep, he slipped from the dormitory under a disillusionment charm, accompanied by his core spectral advisors, invisible to all but him. 3 passes before the wall, he murmured, pacing deliberately back and forth opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy teaching trolls to dance. Thinking of a place where things are hidden. On his 3rd pass, a door materialized in the previously blank wall. Harry glanced both ways down the corridor before slipping inside, closing the door quietly behind him. What greeted him was astonishing, a room the size of a cathedral filled with thousands upon thousands of objects. Towering piles of broken and damaged furniture, stacks of books, mounds of what appeared to be confiscated items, bottles, jewels, cloaks, what looked like dragon eggshells, several rusting swords, and a heavy, blood-stained axe. The castle's repository of hidden things, Ignotus observed, gliding between precarious towers of discarded objects. Centuries of secrets accumulated in one space. No wonder Voldemort believed his horcrux would remain undisturbed, Salazar Slytherin added, materializing beside a pile of ancient texts. Finding anything specific in this chaos would be nearly impossible without knowing exactly what to seek. Harry closed his eyes, extending his necromantic senses outward. The horcrux's dark energy called to him like a beacon among the magical background noise of countless enchanted objects. He followed the pull, moving deeper into the labyrinth of hidden things. After several minutes of careful navigation, he stopped before a tarnished tiara sitting atop a chipped bust. The diadem was delicate, with an oval sapphire at its center and the engraved words, "Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure." Ravenclaw's lost diadem, Rowena herself whispered, appearing beside Harry with an expression of mingled grief and anger. My daughter Helena stole it centuries ago. That he would defile it thus. Harry studied the horcrux cautiously, not touching it but extending his senses to analyze its defenses. Unlike the locket and ring, the diadem appeared to have minimal protective enchantments. Perhaps Voldemort had relied more on its concealment than active defenses. The corruption runs deep, he observed. But the artifact itself may be salvageable, as with the ring. We cannot destroy it here, Ignotus warned. The ritual would release magical energy detectable throughout the castle. Harry nodded in agreement. For now, we confirm its location and continue our preparations. Once we have a secure means of extracting it without alerting Quirrell, we'll proceed with its destruction. He committed the diadem's exact location to memory, then carefully retraced his steps through the room of hidden things. At the door, he paused for one final look at the vast repository of secrets. This room would make an ideal base for private operations, he mused. If it truly transforms based on need, it could provide ritual space, research facilities, even secure communication with the full court. A wise observation, Slytherin approved. The castle offers many resources to those who know how to claim them. Leaving the room of requirement, Harry made his way through shadow-cloaked corridors toward the restricted third-floor area. His disillusionment charm and natural affinity for shadows made him virtually undetectable to conventional security measures. The forbidden corridor was locked with a simple charm that yielded to an equally simple Alohomora. Inside, Harry discovered the first of what appeared to be multiple protections, an enormous three-headed dog slumbering fitfully over a trapdoor. Cerberus, Ignotus identified. Traditionally guardians of entrances to the underworld. This one appears partially sedated, note the enchanted harp in the corner. Harry observed the massive beast from a safe distance. Someone's already been accessing the trapdoor, then. Quirrell, most likely. The stone must lie beyond, protected by additional obstacles, James concluded. This is merely the first line of defense. After ensuring no one had detected his presence, Harry relocked the door and returned to Gryffindor Tower, slipping silently back into his dormitory. His roommates slept on, unaware that their classmate had just confirmed the presence of both a horcrux and the Philosopher's Stone within Hogwarts walls, and a possessed professor seeking the latter. Morning brought a new set of challenges as Harry joined his classmates for breakfast in the Great Hall. Hermione, who had established herself as both the most academically gifted first year and something of a know-it-all, immediately engaged him in discussion of their upcoming potions class. I've heard Professor Snape favors Slytherin and can be quite harsh, she said anxiously, buttering her toast with more concentration than the task required. I've memorized the textbook, of course, but practical brewing is different from theory. Relax, Harry advised, pouring himself pumpkin juice. Brewing is about precision and patience more than anything else. Follow the instructions exactly, prepare your ingredients properly, and you'll be fine. Ron Weasley, who had attached himself to Harry with the persistence of a determined remora, snorted. Easy for you to say. Snape hates all Gryffindors, but I bet he'll hate you most of all. Why would he hate me specifically? Harry asked, though he already knew the answer from his parents' accounts of their school days. Because he and your dad were enemies in school, Ron said through a mouthful of sausage. My brothers told me. Snape never got over it, apparently. Harry nodded thoughtfully. His father's ghost shifted uncomfortably nearby, visible only to him. Ron's not wrong, James admitted. Severus and I, well, we were not kind to each other. He may indeed transfer some of that animosity to you. Understatement of the century, Lily muttered, though her tone held more sadness than anger. Just be respectful and prepared, Harry. Don't give him legitimate reasons to criticize. Potions indeed proved challenging, but not for the reasons his classmates anticipated. Professor Snape began the class with a roll call, pausing dramatically at Harry's name. "Ah, yes," he said softly, "Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." Draco Malfoy and his friends sniggered behind their hands. Snape finished calling the names and looked up at the class, his black eyes as cold and empty as a dark tunnel. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making," he began, speaking barely above a whisper, yet they caught every word. "As there is little foolish wand-waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, and snaring the senses." Harry listened with genuine interest. Despite Snape's obvious disdain, the professor clearly possessed deep knowledge and passion for his subject, something Harry respected after years of learning from history's greatest magical minds. Then Snape suddenly barked, "Potter! What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Hermione's hand shot into the air beside him, but Harry kept his eyes on Snape. The question was far beyond first-year level, clearly intended to embarrass him. Fortunately, his education at Potter Cottage had included extensive potion theory under Fleamont Potter's guidance. "Draught of living death, sir," he answered calmly. "An extremely powerful sleeping potion." Something flickered in Snape's eyes, surprise, perhaps, quickly suppressed. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" Again, Hermione's hand strained toward the dungeon ceiling. "In the stomach of a goat, sir," Harry replied. "It will protect against most poisons." Snape's lips thinned. "What is the difference, Potter, between monkshood and wolfsbane?" Hermione was practically standing now, her hand stretching urgently. "They're the same plant, sir," Harry said. "Also known as aconite." A silent tension filled the dungeon. Snape stared at Harry with an unreadable expression, then abruptly turned to the rest of the class. "Well? Why aren't you all copying that down?" he snapped. There was a sudden rummaging for quills and parchment. Over the noise, Snape added, "And a point will be taken from Gryffindor for your cheek, Potter." "What cheek?" Ron whispered indignantly as they began preparing ingredients for a simple boil-curing potion. "You answered everything right." Harry shrugged, carefully slicing his horned slugs. "Some people see what they expect to see, not what's actually there." Throughout the lesson, Harry maintained meticulous precision with his brewing, producing a perfect potion that even Snape could find no fault with, though the professor certainly tried, hovering over Harry's cauldron with a sneer of anticipation that gradually morphed into reluctant neutrality. When class ended, Hermione cornered Harry in the corridor. "How did you know all those answers?" she demanded. "Those were advanced questions. I only knew because I read ahead through the entire textbook. Twice." Harry had prepared for such questions. "Living on your own, you learn what plants can help or harm you," he explained. "Potions' ingredients often have magical properties that manifest even without proper brewing. Useful knowledge for survival." It wasn't entirely false. His education had indeed included practical knowledge of herbs and their properties, though from ghostly tutors rather than harsh experience. Hermione studied him with narrowed eyes. "There's more to you than you let on, Harry Potter." Her perception was uncomfortably accurate. Before he could formulate a response, however, they were interrupted by Hagrid, who invited Harry to tea that afternoon. Grateful for the diversion, Harry accepted, extending the invitation to include Hermione and Ron when they expressed interest. Hagrid's hut proved to be a welcome respite from the castle's complexity. The large gamekeeper served rock-hard cakes and strong tea while engaging them in friendly conversation about their first week of classes. Snape's always favored the Slytherins, Hagrid confirmed when Ron complained about potions class. But your mum was brilliant at potions, Harry. Maybe ya inherited her talent. Maybe, Harry agreed neutrally, sipping his tea. He'd been careful not to demonstrate too much magical aptitude publicly, but his performance in potions had perhaps revealed more competence than intended. A correction might be needed in future classes. The conversation shifted to news from the wider wizarding world when Harry noticed a Daily Prophet clipping on Hagrid's table. The headline read, "Gringotts break-in latest, investigation continues." "Hagrid," Harry said casually, "this Gringotts break-in happened on July 31st. That's my birthday. Wasn't that the day we went to Diagon Alley?" "Might have been," Hagrid replied evasively, avoiding Harry's eyes. "Got lots to do that day. Don't remember exactly." But Harry remembered clearly. During their trip to Diagon Alley, Hagrid had made a special stop at Gringotts, retrieving a small, grubby package from a high-security vault, undoubtedly the Philosopher's Stone now hidden on the third floor. "Remarkable timing," Arcturus observed, materializing briefly to study the newspaper. The thief knew the stone had been removed, which suggests inside information. Yet they arrived just hours too late. Harry agreed with this assessment but kept his thoughts private. The break-in attempt confirmed that Voldemort, presumably working through Quirrel or another agent, had been seeking the stone since summer. Its relocation to Hogwarts had merely changed his approach, not his objective. As September gave way to October, Harry settled into a rhythm of public normality and private investigation. By day, he attended classes, completed assignments, and cultivated carefully selected friendships. By night, he communed with his spectral court, explored the castle through shadow projection, and developed plans for securing both the Horcrux and the Philosopher's Stone before Voldemort could achieve his goals. Hermione Granger proved both his most valuable potential ally and his greatest security risk. Her intelligence and perceptiveness made her an ideal companion for academic pursuits, but those same qualities led her to question inconsistencies in his behavior and knowledge. "You cast non-verbally sometimes," she observed one evening in the library, where they were researching charms assignments together. "I've noticed during practice sessions. Most adults can't do that, and we aren't scheduled to learn it until 6th year." Harry maintained a neutral expression. "Do I? I'm not always aware of it. When I was younger, speaking aloud sometimes attracted unwanted attention, so maybe I developed habits without realizing." Hermione accepted this explanation with visible skepticism but didn't press further, a pattern in their developing friendship. She would note something unusual, Harry would provide a plausible if incomplete explanation, and she would file the inconsistency away rather than confronting it directly. "She's building a mental catalogue of your anomalies," Lily warned after one such exchange. "Eventually, she'll assemble enough to form theories that might approach the truth." "I know," Harry acknowledged. "But she's also becoming genuinely valuable as a friend. Her research skills are exceptional, and her loyalty, once earned, seems absolute." This was demonstrated clearly on Halloween, when Ron Weasley's thoughtless comments drove Hermione to tears. She had retreated to the girls' bathroom, missing both afternoon classes and the Halloween feast. Harry, alerted to her absence by concerned classmates, was preparing to check on her when Professor Quirrell burst into the Great Hall, terror on his face. "Troll, in the dungeons, thought you ought to know," he gasped before sinking to the floor in a dead faint. The ensuing panic was quelled by Dumbledore, who ordered prefects to lead their houses back to dormitories while teachers dealt with the threat. As Gryffindors were led upstairs, Harry pulled Ron aside. "Hermione doesn't know about the troll," he said urgently. "She's still in the bathroom." Ron paled. "Oh no, that was my fault, wasn't it?" "Blame later," Harry said firmly. "Action now. We need to warn her." They slipped away from the Gryffindor procession, intending to detour to the girls' bathroom. But as they rounded a corner, they heard quick footsteps behind them. "Percy!" Ron hissed, pulling Harry behind a large stone griffin. But it wasn't Percy. It was Snape, crossing the corridor and disappearing from view. "What's he doing?" Harry whispered. "Why isn't he down in the dungeons with the rest of the teachers?" "Search me," Ron replied. "He's heading for the 3rd floor," James observed, materializing briefly beside Harry. "Toward the stone's hiding place." Harry nodded almost imperceptibly. The troll might be a diversion created by Quirrel, with Snape either investigating or potentially seeking the stone himself. "Come on," he said to Ron, refocusing on their immediate concern. "We need to find Hermione." They had almost reached the bathroom when a foul stench reached their nostrils, followed by low grunting and the shuffling sound of enormous feet. At the end of a corridor to the left, a 12-foot mountain troll was lumbering toward the very bathroom where Hermione was hiding. "It's heading straight for her," Ron gasped. Harry assessed the situation rapidly. The troll was larger than expected, carrying a massive wooden club, and had already entered the bathroom. A scream from within confirmed their worst fears. "Distraction," Harry said quickly. "Make noise, throw things, draw its attention. I'll get Hermione." Without waiting for Ron's response, Harry dashed into the bathroom. The troll had cornered Hermione against the wall, her face frozen in terror as it advanced, knocking sinks from the walls as it went. "Confuse it." Harry called to Ron, who had followed him in. The redhead began throwing pipes and debris at the troll, shouting to draw its attention. Harry didn't waste the distraction. While the troll turned toward Ron in confusion, Harry darted forward, extending his hand toward the shadows beneath the bathroom stalls. In a split-second decision, he used a limited shadow manipulation, subtle enough to be mistaken for accidental magic under stress, but effective enough to help Hermione. The shadows lengthened, forming a brief bridge between Harry and Hermione's position. He raced across it, reaching her side as the shadows dissipated back to normal. "Come on, run," he urged, pulling her toward the door. But the troll had cut off their escape route, advancing now with its club raised high. Ron, in desperation, had drawn his wand. "Wingardium Leviosa!" he shouted, executing the charm perfectly for perhaps the first time. The troll's club flew suddenly from its grasp, rising high into the air, then dropped with a sickening crack onto its owner's head. The troll swayed, then fell flat on its face with a thud that shook the whole room. In the shocked silence that followed, Hermione found her voice first. "Is it dead?" "I don't think so," Harry replied, checking from a safe distance. "Just knocked out." Moments later, professors burst into the bathroom, McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell, the latter whimpering at the sight of the fallen troll. After explanations were made, with Hermione surprisingly taking blame to protect the boys, they were sent back to Gryffindor Tower with only minor point deductions. "That was incredibly brave of you both," Hermione said as they climbed the marble staircase. "Thank you. Friends look out for each other," Harry replied simply. Ron nodded awkwardly. "Yeah, and, sorry about what I said earlier. You're not a nightmare." He paused, then added with a grin, "Well, not all the time anyway." Hermione's laugh broke the remaining tension, and from that moment, a genuine friendship formed between the three, albeit one where Harry maintained careful boundaries around his true nature and abilities. Later that night, after his roommates slept, Harry conferred with his spectral advisors about the evening's events. Quirrell deliberately let the troll in as a diversion, Harry concluded. And Snape headed straight for the 3rd-floor corridor to intercept him, not knowing Quirrell himself had remained visible in the Great Hall. "The attempt failed," James noted, "but it confirms our theory that Quirrell is actively seeking the stone. And gives us a timeline," Lily added. "He's growing bolder, which suggests increasing pressure from Voldemort." Harry nodded thoughtfully. "We need to secure both the Horcrux and the stone before he makes another attempt. The diadem first, since its destruction weakens Voldemort directly." "When?" Ignotus asked. Harry considered the question carefully. This weekend. Saturday night, when everyone's distracted by the first Quidditch match aftermath. We'll remove the diadem to the Chamber of Secrets for the destruction ritual. His council exchanged glances at this plan. The Chamber of Secrets, Slytherin's hidden sanctuary beneath the castle, had been located through extensive shadow exploration but not yet physically visited. A fitting location, Slytherin approved. My chamber has ritual spaces designed specifically for powerful magical workings, with protections that will contain any release of energy. And the basilisk? Lily asked warily. Your guardian is still alive down there, after all these centuries. Slytherin's ghostly features formed a cold smile. The Serpent of Slytherin obeys only Parseltongue commands, and the Shadow-Monarch's authority supersedes even that constraint. It will serve our purpose rather than threaten it. With the plan established, Harry dismissed his council and settled back into his bed, thoughts turning to the unexpected friendship forged that evening. Hermione Granger and, to a lesser extent, Ron Weasley had proven themselves loyal and capable under pressure. Perhaps his mother was right, there might be value in connections with the living beyond mere strategic advantage. As he drifted toward sleep, shadows gathered protectively around his bed, responding unconsciously to his thoughts. The Shadow-Monarch was finding his place among the living, even as his true power remained hidden in darkness. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets lay hidden behind a sink in the second-floor girls' bathroom, a location Harry had identified through careful shadow reconnaissance. On Saturday night, with the castle distracted by Gryffindor's narrow victory over Slytherin in the season's first Quidditch match, Harry slipped away from the common room celebrations. Hermione noticed his departure, of course. Where are you going? She asked quietly, catching him near the portrait hole. It's after curfew. Just need some air, Harry replied with a casual smile. Too crowded in here. Her eyes narrowed slightly. You've been disappearing a lot lately. Usually at night. Harry maintained his relaxed demeanor while inwardly noting yet another observation added to Hermione's mental catalogue. Just exploring the castle, he said, which wasn't entirely untrue. I'll be back soon. She seemed to debate pursuing the matter before nodding reluctantly. Be careful. Filch has been patrolling more since Halloween. Always, Harry promised, slipping through the portrait hole before she could ask further questions. The journey to the second-floor bathroom proceeded smoothly, shadows deepening around Harry as he moved through corridors, rendering him nearly invisible to casual observation. His spectral scouts preceded him, ensuring his path remained clear of patrolling staff or wandering ghosts. The bathroom is empty, reported Regulus Black, materializing briefly at an intersection. But Filch will pass nearby in approximately 15 minutes. Harry nodded acknowledgement, quickening his pace. The disillusionment charm he'd cast before leaving Gryffindor Tower provided additional security, though it was his shadow manipulation that truly rendered him undetectable. The bathroom was indeed deserted when he arrived, moonlight filtering through high windows to cast elongated shadows across the tiled floor. Harry moved directly to the sink Slytherin had identified, examining the small snake etched into the copper tap. Open, he commanded in Parseltongue, the sibilant hiss emerging naturally. His ability to speak with serpents had emerged during his training at Potter Cottage, a skill Slytherin attributed to Harry's unique connection with death magic rather than any bloodline relationship. The sink receded, revealing a large pipe wide enough for a person to slide down. Harry cast several detection spells to ensure no monitoring charms would alert others to the chamber's opening, then retrieved the horcrux diadem from his expanded pocket. He had removed it from the room of requirement earlier that day, using shadow manipulation to bypass its minimal protective enchantments. The passage extends deep beneath the lake, Slytherin informed him, materializing beside the opening. My chamber lies at its heart, protected by multiple safeguards that will recognize you as worthy through your connection to death and shadow. Harry nodded, then slipped into the pipe, using a controlled shadow glide rather than physically sliding down the slimy tunnel. He emerged minutes later in a stone tunnel large enough to stand in, bones of small animals crunching beneath his feet. Lumos, he murmured, his custom Gregorovitch wand illuminating the passageway with cold blue light. He had switched wands upon leaving Gryffindor Tower, preferring his true instrument for serious magical work. The tunnel twisted and turned, eventually leading to a solid wall carved with two entwined serpents, their emerald eyes glinting in the wand light. Again, Harry spoke in Parseltongue, commanding the serpents to permit his passage. The wall cracked open, the halves sliding smoothly out of sight. Harry stepped through into the Chamber of Secrets proper, an enormous hall supported by towering stone pillars entwined with carved serpents. At the far end stood a massive statue of Salazar Slytherin, his ancient, monkey-like face gazing sternly across the chamber. "Impressive, isn't it?" Slytherin's ghost said with undisguised pride, fully materializing now that they were safely hidden. "Built during my lifetime, expanded and enhanced by my descendants over centuries." Other members of Harry's council appeared around him, Ignotus, his parents, Arcturus, Emmerich, and several others needed for the complex ritual ahead. With the chamber's magical isolation from the castle above, Harry could maintain his full court without fear of detection. "The basilisk?" Harry asked, scanning the shadows for movement. "Sleeping within the statue," Slytherin assured him. "It will not emerge without specific command. And should we need its venom for destroying the Horcrux, I can instruct you on the proper summons." Harry nodded, then moved to the center of the chamber, where an ancient ritual circle was etched into the stone floor, a complex pattern of runes and symbols far older than Hogwarts itself. "This predates even the castle's foundation," Ignotus observed, studying the markings. "Earth magic from the druids who inhabited this land before wizards built upon it." "Perfect for our purpose," Harry replied, carefully placing the diadem in the circle's center. Unlike the locket and ring horcruxes, the diadem showed no immediate reaction to its ritual placement, perhaps because they were already within Hogwarts, where it had been hidden for decades. The destruction ritual proceeded methodically, similar to their previous efforts but adapted to the chamber's unique magical properties. Harry positioned his spectral advisors around the circle, each contributing knowledge or power from their respective magical traditions. "I call upon the power that stands between worlds," Harry intoned, raising his hands as shadows gathered around the ritual circle. "I command the darkness that exists in the spaces between light. Rise, shadows of the ancient void, and cleanse that which corrupts the legacy of Rowena Ravenclaw." The shadows responded with unusual eagerness, perhaps influenced by the chamber's ancient magic. They swirled around the diadem, lifting it slightly from the stone floor as Harry continued the invocation. "By the authority of the Shadow-Monarch, by the power of death's chosen line, I command the fragment to separate from the vessel. Soul from diadem, corruption from creation, darkness from wisdom." The diadem began to vibrate, a high-pitched keening sound emerging from its sapphire center. Unlike the locket and ring, however, it offered minimal resistance, perhaps weakened by decades of isolation or by the chamber's inherent magical properties. "Now," Ignotus instructed. "Pierce the connection while the fragment is vulnerable." Harry brought his hands together sharply, directing the shadows to form a spear-like construct that drove through the diadem center. Black smoke erupted from the sapphire, accompanied by an unearthly scream as the soul fragment was torn from its housing. The smoke tried to coalesce into Voldemort's face, but Harry was prepared this time. The shadows engulfed the manifestation before it could fully form, crushing it into nothingness with a final, strangled shriek. When the echoes faded, the diadem lay intact at the center of the ritual circle, cleansed of its dark passenger. Harry approached cautiously, extending his senses to verify the Horcrux's destruction. "It's clean," he confirmed. "The soul fragment is gone, but the diadem itself remains undamaged." "3 down," James said grimly. "But how many remain?" "At least 2 more," Harry replied, carefully collecting the cleansed diadem. "Possibly more. The cup Crouch mentioned, and something created the night Voldemort attacked us." "And the diary Lucius Malfoy supposedly guards," Arcturus added. "Though confirming its existence remains challenging." Harry nodded, tucking the diadem into his expanded pocket. Its restoration represented significant progress in their campaign against Voldemort, but much work remained, including securing the Philosopher's Stone before Quirrell could obtain it for his master. Their discussion was interrupted by a sudden shifting in the shadows near Slytherin's statue. Harry tensed, wand raised, as a large form emerged from a previously unnoticed opening. The basilisk, Slytherin identified calmly. It senses your necromantic power and recognizes the Shadow-Monarch's authority. Harry remained motionless as the enormous serpent slithered into view, at least 50 feet long, its body as thick as an oak trunk, its scales a poisonous green that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Its massive head swayed several feet above the chamber floor, yellow eyes covered by translucent membranes that prevented their petrifying gaze from affecting him. "Greetings, Ancient One," Harry said in Parseltongue, maintaining eye contact with the basilisk's covered gaze. "I come as friend and ally, not intruder." The basilisk lowered its head slightly, tongue flicking to taste the air. "Shadow Speaker," it replied, its voice a deeper, more guttural hiss than Harry had expected. "You carry the scent of death and power. The blood of Slytherin flows not in your veins, yet you command shadows as he once did. I am Harry Potter, heir to the Peverell line and awakened Shadow-Monarch," Harry introduced himself formally. "I seek to cleanse dark magic from this castle and prevent the return of one who would use your power for destructive ends." The basilisk considered this, massive coils shifting on the chamber floor. "I serve the true heir of Slytherin by ancient pact," it replied finally. "Yet the Shadow-Monarch's authority supersedes bloodline alone. What would you ask of me?" Harry exchanged glances with his council before responding. "For now, continued vigilance and secrecy. A corrupted wizard seeks entry to this castle for destructive purposes. Should he succeed, your assistance may be required to protect Hogwarts and its inhabitants." The basilisk inclined its massive head in agreement. "This chamber shall remain your sanctuary, Shadow Speaker. Call, and I shall answer." With that, the enormous serpent retreated to its lair within Slytherin's statue, leaving Harry and his council alone once more. "A powerful ally," Emmerich observed after the basilisk had disappeared. "Though one to be deployed with extreme caution." Harry agreed. The basilisk represented both opportunity and risk, a formidable defensive resource but one whose very existence would horrify most of the wizarding world if discovered. They spent another hour in the chamber, using its isolated magical environment to perform maintenance spells on Harry's custom wand and conduct brief training exercises impossible to attempt in more exposed locations. Harry's shadow manipulation had grown significantly since arriving at Hogwarts, the castle's ancient magic seemingly enhancing his natural abilities. "The shadows here have memory," he observed, creating complex constructs with ease. "They retain shape and purpose longer than any I've worked with before. Hogwarts has absorbed centuries of magical intent," Ignotus explained. "Its very stones are saturated with purpose. Your shadow magic taps into that accumulated power." Eventually, they concluded their business in the chamber. Harry secured the cleansed diadem in his expanded pocket, planning to return it to the room of requirement, not hidden this time, but placed somewhere it might eventually be discovered and restored to its rightful place among Ravenclaw's treasures. The return journey proceeded smoothly until Harry reached the second-floor corridor outside the bathroom. There, his spectral scouts reported an unexpected complication. "Granger is searching for you," Regulus informed him, materializing briefly around a corner. "She's methodically checking corridors near Gryffindor Tower and working outward. Currently on the third floor but heading this way." Harry frowned. Hermione's persistence was admirable but increasingly problematic. "How long until she reaches this area?" "Minutes at most," Regulus estimated. "She's using some kind of detection charm, primitive but effective for tracking recent magical signatures." This was concerning. Harry could evade physical detection easily enough, but magical traces were another matter, particularly after the complex ritual in the chamber, which had likely left residual energy clinging to him despite the chamber's isolation. Change of plans, he decided. "I'll head directly to the room of requirement to return the diadem," then create a plausible scenario for her to find me. His counsel agreed, fading from visibility as Harry disillusioned himself once more and took a different route toward the 7th floor. He moved swiftly through shadow-draped corridors, using secret passages his spectral explorations had identified. Reaching the 7th floor corridor, Harry paced quickly before the blank wall, thinking of the room of hidden things. The door appeared, and he slipped inside, navigating efficiently through the labyrinth to the location where the diadem had originally been concealed. After careful consideration, Harry placed the cleansed diadem not on its original bust but on a more prominent shelf nearby, still hidden enough to avoid casual discovery but positioned where a determined searcher might eventually find it. A subtle compulsion charm would gradually draw attention to it over time, perhaps leading to its proper identification and restoration. Task completed, Harry exited the room of requirement and dissolved his disillusionment charm. Now he needed to create a plausible explanation for his absence that would satisfy Hermione's curiosity without revealing his true activities. The solution presented itself as he passed the library corridor. At this hour the library was closed, but Harry could claim to have been seeking a book for additional research, a motivation Hermione would find both relatable and admirable. He had just arranged himself near the library entrance, appearing to be returning to Gryffindor Tower, when Hermione rounded the corner, her expression shifting from determination to surprise. "Harry! There you are," she said, slightly breathless from her search. "I've been looking everywhere." "Sorry," he replied with a sheepish smile. "I wanted to check something in the library for that potions essay, but I lost track of time. Madame Pants kicked me out when she closed up." Hermione's eyes narrowed slightly. "The library closed over an hour ago." "Did it?" Harry feigned surprise. "I must have really lost track of time. I was in the reference section at the back, you know how it is when you get caught up in research." This was a strategic appeal to Hermione's own study habits, and he saw her expression soften slightly. "What were you researching that was so interesting?" "Interactions between Moonstone and Asphodel in sleeping drafts," Harry invented smoothly. "Snape mentioned it as an advanced application in class, and I was curious." It was a perfectly pitched explanation, academic enough to explain focus concentration, obscure enough that she couldn't easily verify it, and connected to a subject where Harry had already demonstrated unusual knowledge. Hermione seemed to accept this, though not without reservation. "You could have told me. I would have helped." "I know," Harry acknowledged, falling into step beside her as they headed back toward Gryffindor Tower. "I just needed some quiet time to think." The common room was pretty chaotic with the Quidditch celebrations. This much was true, and Hermione nodded in understanding. "Ron's still going on about that save by Wood in the final minutes. I think he'll be talking about it until Christmas at this rate." Their conversation shifted to safer topics as they walked, but Harry remained acutely aware of Hermione's sideways glances. She hadn't fully accepted his explanation, merely filed it away with her growing collection of inconsistencies. Back in Gryffindor Tower, the celebration had wound down to a few die-hard revelers. Ron spotted them entering and waved them over to his chess game with Dean Thomas. "Where've you two been?" he asked, directing his knight to brutally smash Dean's bishop. "Hermione went looking for you ages ago, Harry." "Library research," Harry and Hermione replied simultaneously, earning a surprised look from Ron. "Mental, both of you," he declared, returning to his game. "It's Saturday night after a Quidditch victory, and you're in the library?" Harry exchanged a brief smile with Hermione, their shared academic interests, genuine on her part, mostly pretended on his, creating a momentary bond despite her lingering suspicions. Later that night, as his dorm-mate slept, Harry conferred quietly with his core advisors about the evening's achievements and complications. "The Horcrux destruction was successful," he summarized, "and we've established a secure base in the Chamber of Secrets, with the Basilisk as a potential ally. But Hermione's becoming increasingly observant of my movements." "She's dangerously intelligent," James acknowledged. "And determined. Qualities that make her valuable as a friend but problematic for maintaining secrecy." Perhaps it's time to consider a controlled revelation, Lily suggested cautiously. Not your full abilities, obviously, but something to satisfy her curiosity while directing it away from more sensitive areas. Harry considered this suggestion thoughtfully. What specifically do you propose? Allow her to discover that you have unusual magical sensitivity, Lily elaborated. Perhaps an ability to sense magical energies or see things others can't. It would explain some of your behavior without revealing your necromancy or shadow magic. A partial truth, Ignotus added approvingly. Often more effective than an outright falsehood, particularly with someone of her perceptiveness. The strategy had merit. By revealing a minor unusual ability, Harry might satisfy Hermione's curiosity enough to reduce her active investigation while establishing a foundation for potential future revelations if circumstances warranted. I'll consider it, he decided. Meanwhile, we should focus on the Philosopher's Stone. With 3 horcruxes destroyed, preventing Voldemort's physical return becomes even more critical. His council agreed, and they spent the remainder of their conference discussing strategies for securing the stone before Quirrell could obtain it for his master. The most direct approach, simply stealing it themselves, presented ethical complications, as the stone rightfully belonged to Nicholas Flamel. Perhaps warning Dumbledore about Quirrell's possession? James suggested. Anonymously, to avoid revealing your abilities. Too risky, Arcturus countered. Any warning specific enough to be useful would raise questions about how the information was obtained. We monitor Quirrell closely, Harry decided after considering various options. At the first sign of another attempt on the stone, we intervene directly. Meanwhile, I'll attempt to gather more intelligence on the specific protections guarding it. With their strategy established, Harry dismissed his council and settled into sleep, his mind reviewing the day's significant progress. 3 horcruxes destroyed, a secure base established in the Chamber of Secrets, and the basilisk potentially aligned with their cause. Despite complications with Hermione's growing suspicions, their position continued to strengthen. As November gave way to December, Harry maintained his careful balance of public normality and private activity. Classes proceeded predictably, with Harry demonstrating enough magical aptitude to avoid suspicion without revealing his true capabilities. His friendship with Hermione and Ron deepened, though he remained vigilant against revealing too much of himself. The controlled revelation Lily had suggested occurred naturally during a study session in the library. Hermione had been researching Nicholas Flamel, having overheard Hagrid mention the name in connection with the third-floor corridor, when Harry accidentally sensed the magical residue on a book she was consulting. That one has unusual energy, he commented, gesturing to an ancient tome on medieval alchemists. Like it's been handled by someone with particularly powerful magic. Hermione looked up sharply. You can sense magical residue? Harry feigned embarrassment, as if he'd revealed something unintentionally. Sometimes. It developed when I was living on my own, a sort of survival mechanism, I think. Helps identify magical objects or places. Her eyes widened with interest rather than suspicion. That's fascinating, Harry. It must be a form of magical sensitivity. I've read about it, but it's incredibly rare. She leaned forward eagerly. What else can you sense? This led to a carefully measured confession about his ability to occasionally perceive magical energies, a heavily sanitized version of his true necromantic and shadow senses, but enough to provide plausible explanation for some of his unusual behaviors. That explains so much, Hermione said with evident relief, as if pieces of a puzzle had finally connected. The way you sometimes stare at nothing, or how you knew that book in defense was cursed before anyone touched it. I'd appreciate if you didn't tell everyone, Harry added, injecting a note of vulnerability into his voice. It's not something I fully understand myself, and people tend to react strangely to differences. Of course not, she promised immediately. Your secret's safe with me, Harry. The strategy worked better than anticipated. Hermione's curiosity, partially satisfied by this revelation, shifted from investigating Harry's inconsistencies to researching magical sensitivity as a documented phenomenon. She even began helping him understand his ability better through structured observation and note-taking, an ironic development that Harry nonetheless encouraged as it provided perfect cover for some of his more obvious reactions to magical phenomena. Christmas approached with a flurry of activity. Most students prepared to return home for the holidays, but Harry, Ron, and Hermione chose to remain at Hogwarts, Harry because he had no desire to reveal Potter Cottage's location, Ron because his parents were visiting his brother Charlie in Romania, and Hermione because she wanted access to the library for continued research on Flamel. "Are you sure you don't want to go home for Christmas?" Hermione asked Harry as they studied in the common room on the last day of term. "Surely there must be someone you could stay with. It seems sad to spend Christmas at school." Harry shook his head. "Hogwarts is more home than anywhere else I've been," he replied truthfully. "And I'd rather be here with friends than anywhere else." This wasn't merely sentiment. The quieter castle during holidays would provide excellent opportunities for extended exploration and investigation, particularly regarding the Philosopher's Stone's protections. Christmas morning brought unexpected surprises. Harry woke to a small pile of presents at the foot of his bed, the first proper Christmas gifts he'd received since his parents' deaths. Among them was a fluid, silvery gray cloth that Ron identified with awe as an invisibility cloak. "They're really rare," Ron explained, watching as Harry tried it on. "Who sent it to you?" Harry examined the unsigned note that had accompanied the cloak. "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. A very Merry Christmas to you." "My father's," Harry murmured, genuine emotion coloring his voice. His spectral court had taught him about the Cloak of Invisibility, one of the deathly hallows that had passed through the Potter line from their Peverell ancestors. Its return was significant not just sentimentally but strategically. Dumbledore, James identified later, when Harry could consult privately with his counsel. "He must have borrowed it shortly before our deaths. The timing of its return is interesting." "A test, perhaps," Ignotus suggested. "The headmaster suspects something unusual about you and provides a tool that might encourage nighttime wandering, allowing him to observe your reactions and decisions." Harry considered this analysis. Whether test or genuine gesture, it's useful. The cloak provides conventional invisibility to supplement my shadow concealment, reducing the magical signature that might be detected. That night, Harry put the cloak to immediate use, exploring areas of the castle previously deemed too risky due to staff patrols or magical monitoring. The cloak's properties were remarkable. Beyond mere visual concealment, it seemed to dampen magical detection and even muffle sound slightly. His exploration led him to an unused classroom containing something unexpected, an ornate mirror with the inscription, "Eris stra eru oit ube kafru oit on wosi," carved around its top. "I show not your face but your heart's desire," Lily translated, materializing beside him as he approached the mirror cautiously. Harry stood before the reflective surface, curious what it might show someone like him, raised by the dead, wielding forgotten magic, pursuing goals few living wizards could comprehend. The mirror's surface rippled, then cleared to show Harry not alone but surrounded by living people, his parents in flesh rather than spectral form, smiling and embracing him, friends who knew his true nature and accepted it without fear, a peaceful wizarding world free from Voldemort's shadow. "A dangerous artifact," Ignotus warned, studying the mirror with ancient eyes. "It shows neither truth nor possibility, merely desire in its purest form. Many have wasted away before it, entranced by visions that can never be." Harry nodded, turning away from the tempting image. "Dumbledore's likely monitoring it," he noted. "Another test, perhaps, to see how I respond to temptation." "A wise assessment," agreed a new voice from the classroom doorway. Harry turned sharply to find Albus Dumbledore himself standing there, his blue eyes twinkling in the moonlight streaming through high windows. "Good evening, Harry," the headmaster said pleasantly. "I see you, like many before you, have discovered the delights of the Mirror of Erist." Harry controlled his surprise, quickly verifying that his spectral companions had vanished from physical perception. "Good evening, Professor," he replied cautiously. "I didn't hear you enter." "Few do," Dumbledore said with a small smile, approaching to stand beside Harry before the mirror. Curious, isn't it, how it shows us nothing more or less than the deepest, most desperate desire of our hearts? You know what it does, sir? Harry asked, though he already knew the answer. I have encountered it before, Dumbledore confirmed. What did you see, if I might ask? Harry hesitated, then offered a partial truth. My family, sir. My parents alive, with me. Dumbledore's expression softened. Understandable. The deepest desire of your heart is for that which you have been denied, a normal childhood with loving parents. It wasn't entirely accurate, but close enough that Harry didn't correct him. What do you see, Professor? He asked instead, genuinely curious what this powerful and enigmatic wizard might desire most. I see myself holding a pair of thick, woolen socks, Dumbledore replied with a faint smile. One can never have enough socks. Another Christmas has come and gone and I didn't get a single pair. People will insist on giving me books. Harry didn't believe this for a moment, but respected the deflection. The headmaster's desires were his own private matter, just as Harry's true vision in the mirror was his. The mirror will be moved to a new home tomorrow, Harry, Dumbledore continued after a moment. I ask you not to go looking for it again. It does not do to dwell on dreams and forget to live, remember that. Yes, sir, Harry agreed easily. The mirror held limited interest for him beyond its magical properties. Now, why don't you put that admirable cloak back on and get off to bed? Dumbledore suggested gently. Harry nodded, preparing to leave, when Dumbledore spoke once more. Harry, he said, his tone thoughtful, may I ask how you found your first term at Hogwarts? Particularly given your unusual circumstances prior to arrival. It was a seemingly casual question, but Harry detected the careful assessment behind it. Dumbledore was probing, seeking insight into Harry's adjustment and perhaps hints about his mysterious years away from the wizarding world. It's been wonderful, sir, Harry replied with measured enthusiasm. Learning proper magic, making friends, being part of Gryffindor, it feels right, like I belong here. Indeed you do, Dumbledore agreed, studying Harry over his half-moon spectacles. You have your mother's talent for magic and your father's natural affinity for adventure. Though I must say, your academic performance has surprised many of your professors, given your lack of formal education. There was a question hidden in the observation, and Harry addressed it carefully. Living on your own, you learn to figure things out quickly, Professor. And I've always loved reading, any books I could find about magic were treasures. Dumbledore nodded, seemingly satisfied with this explanation. Well, I won't keep you from your rest any longer. Good night, Harry. Good night, Professor, Harry replied, donning the invisibility cloak once more. As he returned to Gryffindor Tower, Harry reflected on the encounter. Dumbledore was clearly curious about him, watching, evaluating, perhaps even testing through the strategic placement of items like the cloak and mirror. The headmaster suspected something unusual about Harry Potter but hadn't yet identified the true nature of his abilities. He's gathering information, James observed when Harry consulted with his counsel back in the dormitory. Testing hypotheses about your development and abilities. But he doesn't suspect necromancy or shadow magic, Lily added reassuringly. Those arts are so rare and forgotten that they wouldn't be among his initial theories. Nevertheless, we should proceed with additional caution, Arcturus advised. The headmaster's attention is a double-edged sword, potentially useful if directed appropriately, but dangerous if he begins to glimpse your true nature. Harry agreed with this assessment. Dumbledore's interest was inevitable given Harry's status and unusual background, but managing that interest would require careful navigation. The remainder of the Christmas holidays provided valuable opportunities for Harry's private investigations. With most students away and staff occupied with seasonal obligations, he mapped additional castle defenses, refined his shadow manipulation techniques in the Chamber of Secrets, and continued monitoring Quirrel's activities through spectral observation. The possessed professor made no further attempts on the stone during this period, but Harry's scouts reported increased agitation, longer private conversations with Voldemort's parasitic presence, more frequent visits to the Forbidden Forest for unicorn blood, which sustained the Wraith temporarily, and growing frustration with the stone's seemingly impenetrable protections. Hermione's return from the holidays brought a breakthrough in their research on Nicholas Flamel. She burst into the common room one evening, triumphantly brandishing an enormous old book. "I found him," she whispered excitedly. "Nicholas Flamel is the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone." She showed them the passage describing the stone's properties, transforming metal to gold and producing the elixir of life that granted immortality. Harry feigned appropriate surprise and interest, though this merely confirmed what he already knew. "That's what Fluffy's guarding on the 3rd floor," Hermione concluded. "The Philosopher's Stone. I bet Flamel asked Dumbledore to keep it safe for him, because they're friends, and he knew someone was after it." "And no wonder Snape's after it," Ron added, still convinced the potion's master rather than Quirrell was the villain. "Anyone would want it." Harry neither confirmed nor contradicted Ron's suspicions. Maintaining uncertainty about the true culprit served his purposes, allowing him to continue his own investigations without his friends becoming too involved in potentially dangerous situations. As winter yielded to spring, tension built around the stone. Quirrell grew visibly weaker, his turban sometimes stained with silver unicorn blood, his stuttering more pronounced as Voldemort's possession took its toll. Harry monitored these changes carefully, recognizing the signs of desperation that would inevitably lead to another attempt on the stone. Meanwhile, his friendship with Hermione continued to develop in unexpected directions. Her acceptance of his magical sensitivity had created a deeper trust between them, and Harry found himself sharing more genuine thoughts and feelings than he had initially intended. She approached his supposed ability with scientific fascination rather than fear or suspicion, even helping him document episodes that served as convenient cover for his actual necromantic perceptions. "You sensed something again, didn't you?" she asked quietly one afternoon in the library, noticing his momentary distraction as Arcturus's ghost delivered a report on Quirrell's latest forest excursion. "What was it this time?" Harry considered how much to reveal. "A disturbance," he said carefully. "Like an echo of something dark happening recently. In the forest, I think." Hermione nodded seriously, making a note in the small journal she'd started keeping about his sensitivity. "Similar to what you felt near Professor Quirrell last week." "Similar but stronger," Harry confirmed, impressed by her pattern recognition. "Whatever's happening is escalating." "Do you think it's connected to the stone?" she asked, lowering her voice further. "Almost certainly," Harry replied, this time with complete honesty. "And I think it's coming to a head soon." He was more right than he knew. That very evening, Harry's spectral scouts reported Hagrid's acquisition of a dragon egg in suspicious circumstances, one from a hooded stranger in exchange for information about Fluffy, the three-headed guard dog. A strategic intelligence extraction, Arcturus assessed when Harry shared this development. Quirrell identified Hagrid's weakness for dangerous creatures and exploited it to gain knowledge of the stone's first defense. "Which means he's preparing for his final attempt," Harry concluded grimly. "We need to be ready." The dragon situation itself created both complications and opportunities. Harry, Ron, and Hermione became involved in helping Hagrid hide the illegal hatchling, eventually arranging for Charlie Weasley's friends to collect it from the astronomy tower. The midnight handoff went smoothly, but their return to Gryffindor Tower did not. They were caught by Filch, having forgotten the invisibility cloak in their haste. The resulting punishment, 50 points from Gryffindor for each student in detention in the Forbidden Forest, proved unexpectedly valuable. During their detention, Harry, Hermione, Neville, and Draco were tasked with helping Hagrid track an injured unicorn. Harry and Draco, paired together by unfortunate circumstance, discovered not just the dead unicorn but its killer, a hooded figure drinking the magical creature's blood. When the figure raised its head and looked directly at Harry, a searing pain shot through his scar. More significantly, his necromantic senses flared dramatically as he perceived the parasitic soul fragment attached to the hooded form. Quirrell and Voldemort combined, sustaining themselves through unicorn blood while plotting to obtain the stone. Harry's reaction, a visible wince and momentary coldness that frosted nearby foliage, did not go unnoticed by Draco, who had been paralyzed with fear beside him. The Malfoy heir fled screaming while Harry maintained his position, locked in a silent standoff with the dark presence before him. The moment was broken by the arrival of a centaur named Firenze, who drove away the hooded figure and offered cryptic warnings about the star's predictions of coming conflict. By the time Harry rejoined Hagrid and the others, he had gained crucial intelligence, confirmation that Voldemort's desperation was reaching its peak, and that the final move against the stone would come very soon. That night, after returning to Gryffindor Tower, Harry held an emergency council meeting in the shadowed privacy of his four-poster bed. Quirrell will move on the stone within days, if not hours, he informed his spectral advisors. The unicorn blood provides temporary sustenance, but Voldemort clearly finds it an inadequate solution. He needs the stone to create a proper body. We must secure it first, James urged. Or ensure it remains protected until term ends and it can be moved to a safer location. The existing protections have held so far, Lily noted, but if Quirrell has solved each guardian's weakness, then only we stand between Voldemort and resurrection, Harry finished grimly. Very well. We prepare for immediate intervention. At the first sign of Quirrell's attempt, we move to intercept. They didn't have long to wait. The following day, Harry noticed Quirrell's absence from meals and classes. His spectral scouts reported unusual activity in the professor's quarters, preparation of potions, review of notes on various magical obstacles, and finally, departure toward the third-floor corridor after curfew. It's happening now, Harry informed Hermione and Ron, who had been studying with him in the common room. Someone's going after the stone tonight. How do you know? Ron asked, bewildered by Harry's certainty. I can feel it, Harry replied, tapping his scar meaningfully, a convenient explanation Hermione had helped develop for his more dramatic sensitivities. We should tell Professor McGonagall, Hermione suggested immediately. We tried that this morning when we noticed Quirrell acting strangely, remember? Harry reminded her. She didn't believe us. And Dumbledore's away at the Ministry, too convenient to be coincidence. So what do we do? Ron asked nervously. Harry had already decided his course of action, but bringing his friends directly into danger wasn't part of the plan. I'm going to stop them, he said firmly. You two stay here and, absolutely not, Hermione interrupted, her expression determined. We're coming with you. It's too dangerous, Harry protested, genuinely concerned for their safety. This isn't a school rule being broken, this is Voldemort we're talking about. Ron flinched at the name but nodded in agreement with Hermione. All the more reason you shouldn't face him alone, mate. Harry recognized the futility of argument. His friend's loyalty, while touching, complicated his strategy significantly. He had planned to use his full necromantic and shadow abilities if necessary to stop Quirrell, options unavailable with living witnesses present. Fine, he conceded reluctantly. But you follow my lead, and if I tell you to run, you run. No arguments. They agreed, and the trio set out under Harry's invisibility cloak, making their way cautiously to the third-floor corridor. The door to Fluffy's chamber was already ajar when they arrived, confirming that Quirrell had preceded them. A harp played softly in the corner, keeping the massive three-headed dog slumbering peacefully. He's enchanted the harp to keep playing, Hermione whispered. That must be how he got past Fluffy. They slipped through the trapdoor one by one, landing on something soft but quickly identified as Devil's Snare. Hermione's knowledge of herbology allowed them to escape its strangling tendrils, proceeding to the next challenge, flying keys that needed to be caught to unlock a door. Harry's seeker skills proved valuable here, allowing them to quickly secure the correct key and advance. The next room contained a giant wizard's chess set that required them to play their way across, with Ron taking command due to his chess expertise. The game proved brutal, culminating in Ron sacrificing himself to allow Harry and Hermione to continue. Though injured rather than seriously harmed, Ron insisted they leave him behind and move forward. The logic puzzle must be next, Hermione whispered as they entered a chamber containing a table with differently shaped bottles. Professor Snape's contribution. She was correct. A riddle presented itself, requiring careful reasoning to identify which potion would allow safe passage through the magical flames blocking both forward and backward paths. Hermione solved it quickly, but a new problem emerged. There was only enough potion for one person to move forward. "You drink that," Harry said, pointing to the potion that would allow return passage. "Go back, help Ron, send an owl to Dumbledore. I'll go on alone." Hermione's eyes filled with tears. "Harry, what if you know who's with him?" "I got lucky once, didn't I?" Harry replied, touching his scar. "I might get lucky again." After a moment's hesitation, Hermione rushed forward and hugged him tightly. "You're a great wizard, Harry. Just, be careful." As she departed, Harry turned toward the black flames. This was the opportunity he'd needed. Alone at last, he could use his full abilities without witnesses. His spectral council materialized around him, visible now that Hermione had gone. "Quirrel awaits beyond," Arcturus reported. "The stone is hidden in the final chamber, within an enchanted mirror, the same mirror of Eriste you encountered at Christmas." "Clever," Harry acknowledged. "The mirror shows desire but doesn't grant it. Perfect protection for an object coveted for selfish reasons." "Be cautious," Lily urged. "Even weakened, Voldemort remains dangerous. And we don't know what other abilities Quirrel might possess." Harry nodded, drawing his true wand, the custom Gregorovitch creation, from its hidden holster. "Stay with me," he told his council. "But remain invisible until needed. I may yet resolve this without revealing my full abilities." Taking a deep breath, Harry drank the potion Hermione had identified, feeling ice spread through his veins. He stepped through the black flames, emerging into the final chamber. Quirrel stood before the mirror of Eriste, his back to the entrance, turban still in place despite the private setting. He turned at Harry's arrival, his face showing none of the twitching nervousness he displayed in public. "I wondered whether I'd be seeing you here, Potter," he said calmly, his stutter completely absent. "Professor Quirrel," Harry replied evenly. "Or should I say, Professor Quirrel and Lord Voldemort?" Quirrel's eyebrows rose in surprise. "Perceptive, aren't you? Most impressive for a first year." He snapped his fingers, and ropes appeared from thin air, wrapping themselves tightly around Harry. "Now, wait quietly while I examine this fascinating mirror." Harry allowed the binding, confident in his ability to escape through shadow manipulation if necessary. For now, gathering intelligence took priority over immediate action. "This mirror is the key to finding the stone," Quirrel murmured, tapping the frame. "Trust Dumbledore to come up with something like this, but he's in London, and I'll be far away by the time he returns." "You let the troll in at Halloween," Harry stated rather than asked, buying time while assessing the situation. "Certainly," Quirrel replied. "I have a special gift with trolls." Unfortunately, while everyone else was running about looking for it, Snape went straight to the third floor to head me off. "And not only did my troll fail to beat you to death, that three-headed dog didn't even manage to bite Snape's leg off properly." He returned his attention to the mirror. "I see the stone. I'm presenting it to my master, but how do I get it?" "Use the boy," came a high, cold voice from somewhere within Quirrel himself. "Use the boy." Quirrel rounded on Harry, clapping his hands once to release the ropes. "Come here, Potter. Look in the mirror and tell me what you see." Harry approached cautiously, his spectral council invisible but alert around him. As he stood before the mirror, he considered his genuine desire, to find the stone before Quirrel could, but not for personal use or gain. Merely to prevent Voldemort's return. In the mirror, Harry saw himself dropping the stone into his pocket. Simultaneously, he felt something heavy actually appear in his real pocket. He had obtained it, exactly as Dumbledore must have intended. Only someone who wanted to find the stone but not use it could retrieve it from the mirror. Well, Quirrell demanded impatiently. What do you see? Harry constructed a hasty lie. I see myself shaking hands with Dumbledore. I've won the House Cup. Quirrell cursed and pushed him aside. He lies, came that high voice again. Let me speak to him, face to face. Master, you are not strong enough. Quirrell protested. I have strength enough, for this. Harry watched in horrified fascination as Quirrell unwound his turban, revealing what appeared to be a second face protruding from the back of his head, chalk-white with glaring red eyes and slits for nostrils, like a snake. Harry Potter, it whispered. See what I have become. Mere shadow and vapor, forced to share another's body. Unicorn blood has strengthened me these past weeks, but once I have the elixir of life, I can create a body of my own. Harry felt a cold surge of his necromantic power responding to the unnatural fusion before him, a living host and parasitic soul fragment combined in violation of natural law. The shadows in the chamber darkened perceptibly, responding to his unconscious command. Why such horror? Voldemort asked, mistaking Harry's reaction for conventional fear. After all, I killed your parents bravely, they died begging for mercy. Liar, Harry replied, his voice steadier than expected. His parents' ghosts stood invisibly beside him, a profound comfort in this confrontation. Voldemort's expression shifted to one of calculation. Interesting, your parents died protecting you, and here you are, the famous boy who lived, alone against Lord Voldemort once more. His grotesque face formed what might have been a smile. There need not be enmity between us, Harry. I can bring them back, you know. I have power over death itself. Join me, and I will resurrect your parents. Together, we could accomplish extraordinary magic. It was perhaps the worst possible appeal Voldemort could have made. Harry actually laughed, a cold sound that momentarily confused the dark wizard. You have no power over death, Harry replied, his voice dropping to a dangerous register. You flee from it, fear it, fragment your soul to avoid it. You understand nothing of death's true nature. Something in Harry's tone made Voldemort pause, red eyes narrowing in reassessment. What is this? You speak as if. His gaze sharpened. There is something unusual about you, Harry Potter. Something has changed since our last encounter. Many things have changed, Harry agreed, deciding the time for concealment had passed. The stone was secured in his pocket, and Voldemort posed an immediate threat that required neutralization. He released his hold on the shadows, allowing them to respond naturally to his necromantic presence. The temperature in the chamber plummeted dramatically. Frost crept across the stone floor. The flames in wall sconces turned an eerie blue-white. What magic is this? Quirrell gasped, turning to face Harry fully, Voldemort's face now hidden from view. A magic older than you, Harry replied coldly. Older than Hogwarts itself. He raised his hand, and the shadows leapt to his command, forming tendrils that wrapped around Quirrell's ankles, immobilizing him. The possessed professor tried to break free, raising his wand to cast a counterspell, but Harry was faster. A flick of his wand sent the professor's wand spinning away into darkness. Impossible, Quirrell sputtered. No first year could, I am not merely a first year, Harry interrupted. And you are not merely a professor. He approached slowly, shadows swirling around him like a living cloak. You carry a parasite, Professor Quirrell. A fragment of a broken soul that corrupts everything it touches. Kill him. Voldemort's voice shrieked. Kill him now. Quirrell lunged forward despite the shadow restraints, hands outstretched to grab Harry's throat. But the moment his fingers touched Harry's skin, he recoiled with an agonized scream. Blisters appeared where contact had been made, his flesh seeming to burn and crack. What is this magic? He howled, staring at his blistering hands. My mother's protection, Harry realized aloud, understanding dawning. Her sacrifice created a shield Voldemort cannot breach. He cannot touch what is protected by love. Then seize the stone. Voldemort commanded. We need not touch the boy to claim our prize. Quirrell staggered forward again, but Harry was done with defensive measures. Reaching deep into his necromantic power, he summoned his spectral court to full manifestation, not just his parents and core advisors, but dozens of powerful wizards and witches spanning centuries of magical history. The chamber filled with ghostly light as the spirits materialized around Harry, forming a protective circle that radiated ancient power. Quirrell froze in shock and terror at the unprecedented display. Impossible, Voldemort hissed from the back of Quirrell's head. What devilry is this? No wizard commands the dead. I am the Shadow-Monarch, Harry declared, his voice resonating with power beyond his years. I stand between worlds, and the dead answer my call. With a gesture, he sent his spectral warriors forward. Though they couldn't affect physical matter directly, their magical essences could interact with the parasitic soul fragment. They surrounded Quirrell, their combined energies creating a barrier between host and parasite. Quirrell screamed as the spectral forces began tearing Voldemort's essence from his body. The dark wizard fought back with surprising strength, black tendrils of corrupted magic lashing out against the spirits. Finish it, Harry, James urged. Complete the separation before he can retaliate. Harry stepped forward, placing his hands directly on Quirrell's face. The contact burned the professor immediately, his skin cracking and crumbling beneath Harry's touch. More importantly, it created a direct channel for Harry's necromantic energy to target the parasitic spirit. You do not belong in this body, Harry intoned, channeling power through his palms. Return to the shadow realm where fragments dwell. Quirrell's screams reached a crescendo, then abruptly silenced as his body collapsed into ash. A dark, wraith-like form erupted from the remains, Voldemort's essence, freed from its host but lacking strength to maintain cohesion. The wraith howled in fury and desperation, launching itself toward Harry in a final attack. It passed through him, causing momentary agonizing cold, but Harry's spectral guardians closed ranks, their combined energy forming a barrier the wraith couldn't penetrate. This isn't over, Potter, Voldemort's voice hissed as the wraith circled the chamber, seeking escape. I cannot be truly killed while my anchors remain. 3 are already gone, Harry replied coldly. The rest will follow. The wraith's form shuddered in shock or rage before fleeing through the chamber wall, disappearing into the night beyond Hogwarts grounds. As the immediate danger passed, Harry's knees buckled. The expenditure of necromantic energy, combined with the trauma of Voldemort's attack, had depleted his magical reserves dramatically. His spectral court faded from full manifestation, though his parents remained faintly visible at his side. We need to leave before others arrive, Lily urged, her ghostly hand passing through his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. You've revealed too much already. Harry nodded weakly, struggling to his feet. The chamber showed clear evidence of extraordinary magic, frost patterns across the floor, shadows still swirling unnaturally, and of course, Quirrell's body reduced to ash. No time to clean up properly, James assessed. But we can obscure the more obvious signs of necromancy. With his parents' guidance, Harry used the last of his energy to normalize the shadows and disperse the frost. Quirrell's remains were more problematic, the body's complete disintegration would raise questions no conventional magic could explain. Leave it, Ignotus advised, briefly materializing. Dumbledore will recognize your mother's protection as the cause of Quirrell's destruction. It provides cover for the more unusual aspects of what occurred here. This made strategic sense. The headmaster already knew of Lily's sacrificial protection, attributing Quirrell's fate to that magic would divert attention from Harry's necromantic abilities. Harry managed to stagger back through the black flames, finding Hermione had returned with Professor Dumbledore, who had apparently realized he was needed at Hogwarts. They found Harry collapsed in the potions chamber, the stone secure in his pocket and a story ready about Quirrell's attempted theft and mysterious disintegration upon touching Harry. Harry! Are you alright? Hermione cried, rushing to his side. The stone, Harry gasped, producing it from his pocket. Quirrell was trying to steal it for Voldemort. He couldn't touch me. He just fell apart. Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes studied Harry carefully, taking in his exhausted state and the stone in his hand. Most extraordinary, the headmaster murmured. And most fortunate that your mother's protection remains so powerful. Harry allowed himself to be helped to the hospital wing, maintaining his partial truth narrative throughout Dumbledore's gentle questioning. The headmaster seemed to accept the explanation about Lily's protective magic causing Quirrell's destruction, though his occasional thoughtful glances suggested lingering questions about certain details. 3 days later, Harry awoke in the hospital wing to find Dumbledore sitting beside his bed, ready for a more comprehensive conversation about recent events. The stone has been destroyed, the headmaster informed him after preliminary pleasantries. Nicholas and I had a little chat and agreed it was for the best. But that means he and his wife will die, won't they? Harry asked, genuinely concerned despite knowing the ancient alchemist had lived far beyond a natural lifespan. They have enough elixir stored to set their affairs in order, and then, yes, they will die, Dumbledore confirmed with remarkable serenity. To one as young as you, I'm sure it seems incredible, but to Nicholas and Peverells, it really is like going to bed after a very, very long day. After all, to the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. Harry nodded, finding genuine wisdom in Dumbledore's perspective despite the irony of discussing death's nature with someone who commanded an army of the dead. Their conversation continued, touching on Voldemort's continued existence, Quirrell's fate, and the mysterious protection Lily's sacrifice had provided. Harry maintained his simplified narrative throughout, presenting himself as a brave but ordinary first year who had succeeded through a combination of luck, friends' help, and his mother's lingering protection. Which brings us to your confrontation with Professor Quirrell, Dumbledore said, his tone careful. Most curious, the way his body simply disintegrated upon contact with you. It burned him when he touched me, Harry replied truthfully. My skin burned his. I don't understand why. Your mother died to save you, Dumbledore explained gently. If there is one thing Voldemort cannot understand, it is love. He didn't realize that love as powerful as your mother's leaves its own mark. Not a scar, no visible sign, to have been loved so deeply, even though the person who loved us is gone, will give us some protection forever. Harry nodded, allowing Dumbledore his interpretation while knowing the full truth was more complex. Lily's sacrifice had indeed created a powerful protection, but its interaction with his necromantic abilities had amplified the effect dramatically. Eventually satisfied with Harry's answers, Dumbledore departed, leaving him to recover in peace. Hermione and Ron visited shortly thereafter, eager to hear the full story of what had happened after they separated. Harry provided a carefully edited version, emphasizing Quirrell's possession and the protective magic that had prevented Voldemort from touching him. His friends listened in awe, accepting the explanation without the skepticism Dumbledore had occasionally displayed. So the stone's gone? Ron asked, sounding slightly disappointed. Flamel's just going to die. That's what Dumbledore said, Harry confirmed. After 600 years, maybe he's ready. 665, Hermione corrected automatically. I looked it up. Harry smiled at her precision, feeling a sudden rush of genuine affection for both his friends. Despite maintaining necessary secrets, his connection with them had become unexpectedly important to him, a link to the living world that balanced his ties to the dead. The remainder of term passed in a whirlwind of recovery, exams, and preparation for summer. Gryffindor won the House Cup after Dumbledore awarded last-minute points for their stone adventure, and soon they were aboard the Hogwarts Express heading back to London. You must come and stay this summer, Ron said as they approached King's Cross. Both of you. I'll send an owl. Thanks, Harry replied sincerely. I'd like that. What will you do until then? Hermione asked, her perceptive gaze studying him carefully. Where will you go? Harry smiled mysteriously. I have a place. Don't worry about me. As they disembarked at platform 9 3/4, Harry found himself reluctant to leave his friends. Their year together had changed him in ways he hadn't anticipated. Beyond the strategic advances in their campaign against Voldemort, 3 horcruxes destroyed, the wraith weakened further. He had formed genuine connections with the living that complemented his spectral relationships. "Write to me," Hermione insisted, hugging him tightly before departing. "Promise?" "I promise," Harry agreed, meaning it despite the logistical challenges it would present. After his friends had gone, Harry moved to a secluded corner of the platform. His spectral parents materialized beside him, visible only to his perception. "A successful first year," James observed with pride. 3 horcruxes destroyed, Voldemort's resurrection prevented, and valuable allies established among both the living and the dead. "And genuine friendships formed," Lily added gently. "Don't discount that achievement, Harry. It may prove as important as any magical victory." Harry nodded thoughtfully. "Next year will be different. Voldemort knows something unusual about me now. He'll be more cautious, more strategic in his next attempt." "Then we'll be equally strategic," James assured him. "The Shadow-Monarch's court grows stronger every day, and our enemy grows weaker with each horcrux destroyed." With a final glance at the Hogwarts Express, Harry stepped into a shadowed alcove and disappeared, not through conventional apparition, but through a shadow walk he had perfected under Ignotus's tutelage. Potter Cottage awaited, and with it, preparations for the challenges ahead. The Shadow-Monarch had completed his first year among the living, balancing 2 worlds with increasing skill. But as his power grew, so too did the complexity of his existence, and the forces that would inevitably align against him once his true nature became known. Chapter 4, The Monarch Rises. Summer arrived at Potter Cottage with golden sunlight filtering through ancient oaks and the scent of wildflowers carried on warm breezes. But inside the cottage's expanded library, shadows pooled unnaturally deep as Harry Potter stood before a shimmering portal of darkness. "The cup of Helga Hufflepuff," Harry stated, fingers tracing the image formed in the shadow window, a small golden cup with 2 finely wrought handles, a badger engraved upon its surface. "Confirmed to be in the Lestrange vault at Gringotts." Arcturus Black nodded, his spectral form more defined than ever as Harry's growing power allowed for near-perfect manifestation. "My sources are certain. Bellatrix boasted of it often enough, a special treasure entrusted to her by the Dark Lord himself." Harry dismissed the shadow portal with a gesture, turning to face his assembled council. The summer after his first year at Hogwarts had been intensely productive, his abilities strengthening daily, his control becoming more refined, his court expanding to include spirits with specialized knowledge essential to their campaign against Voldemort. "Breaking into Gringotts presents unprecedented challenges," Harry acknowledged. "Even with our combined knowledge and abilities, the goblin defenses are formidable." "There may be another approach," suggested a new voice. Nicholas Flamel's ghost materialized near the window, his ancient eyes thoughtful. The alchemist had joined Harry's court shortly after his physical death, his 6 centuries of magical knowledge proving invaluable. "The goblins respect certain ancient traditions that might provide legitimate access." "You're referring to the right of magical artifact recovery," Salazar Slytherin said, materializing beside Flamel. "It hasn't been invoked in centuries. But remains valid under the Treaty of 1752, Flamel confirmed. "If one can prove a magical artifact was obtained through dark magic or created through corrupt means, even goblins must acknowledge the right of an authorized wizard to inspect and potentially reclaim it." Harry considered this possibility. "And who qualifies as authorized under this provision?" "Traditionally, the Ministry's Department of Magical Artifacts," James Potter supplied, joining the conversation. "But more importantly, any heir of the original creator." Rowena Ravenclaw's ghostly form shifted forward. "As with my diadem, Hufflepuff's cup has been corrupted against its creator's intent. As founder heirs, we can designate a living champion to invoke the right of recovery." It was an elegant solution, potentially allowing access to the Horcrux without the dangers and ethical complications of a direct heist. Harry nodded thoughtfully, mentally adjusting their strategy. "We'll pursue this approach," he decided. "Flamel, Ravenclaw, work with Arcturus to develop the formal invocation. We'll need to present it properly when the time comes." As the council dispersed to their various assignments, Lily Potter remained with her son, studying him with a mixture of pride and concern. "You've grown this summer," she observed softly. "Not just physically." Harry glanced at his reflection in a nearby window. At 12 years old, he remained slight for his age, but there was an undeniable presence about him now, a gravity that belied his youth. His control over both necromancy and shadow magic had advanced dramatically, and with it, a deepening confidence in his own judgment. "Circumstances demanded," he replied simply. "Perhaps, but remember what we discussed," Lily cautioned. "Balance remains essential. Your connections to the living matter as much as your command of the dead." Harry nodded, thinking of the letters from Ron and Hermione that had arrived regularly throughout the summer. He had maintained correspondence through careful arrangements, Creature delivering his responses to a remote owl post office to maintain the secrecy of Potter Cottage. Their letters had become unexpected anchors to the world of normal childhood, Ron writing about Quidditch and family adventures, Hermione detailing her research projects and family trip to France. Harry found himself looking forward to their arrival, a reminder of the life beyond his Shadow-Monarch duties. "I haven't forgotten," he assured his mother. "In fact, I've been considering how much more to reveal to Hermione this year." Lily's expression grew thoughtful. "She's proven both intelligent and loyal. But necromancy would be difficult for anyone to accept, let alone someone raised with Muggle perspectives on death. Which is why I'd start with shadow magic," Harry explained. "It's unusual but not inherently feared like death magic. A controlled revelation might test her reactions without risking everything." Before Lily could respond, a spectral scout, one of the many Harry maintained throughout Britain, materialized urgently in the center of the library. "Priority report," announced the spirit of a young witch who had once worked in the ministry's administrative office. "Unusual activity at the Burrow. Ministry officials have arrived, including personnel from the Department of Mysteries." Harry's eyes narrowed with concern. The Burrow was the Weasley family home, and while ministry officials visiting Arthur Weasley wasn't necessarily unusual given his employment there, the presence of unspeakables certainly was. "Show me," he commanded, summoning a shadow window with a gesture. The darkness coalesced into a viewing portal, revealing the Weasleys' ramshackle but charming home. In the garden, several official-looking wizards were speaking with a concerned Molly Weasley. Among them, Harry recognized the silver-streaked black hair of Ophelia Knox. "Just a few questions for Ronald," one wizard was saying. "Routine follow-up regarding the incidents at Hogwarts last term." "But why now?" Mrs. Weasley was asking. "It's been over a month since term ended. New information has come to light," another official replied smoothly. "Nothing to be concerned about." Harry dismissed the portal with a sharp gesture. "They're investigating the Philosopher's Stone incident," he concluded grimly. "Specifically, my involvement. Dumbledore must have reported something unusual," James theorized, materializing fully beside Lily. "Perhaps not necromancy explicitly, but enough to trigger department interest." "Ophelia's presence suggests specialized knowledge is required," Harry agreed. "She wouldn't be involved in routine questioning." This development necessitated immediate adjustment to their plans. If the ministry was investigating through Ron, they would undoubtedly approach Hermione as well. Both friends knew only the sanitized version of events Harry had shared, but skilled interrogators might detect inconsistencies or extract details Harry hadn't anticipated. "I need to warn them," Harry decided. "Or at least learn exactly what questions are being asked. Direct contact risks exposing your location," Arcturus cautioned, rejoining the discussion. "Not necessarily," Harry replied, a plan already forming. "I've been developing a specialized shadow construct for remote communication. This provides the perfect opportunity to test it." Moving to the center of the library, Harry closed his eyes and summoned the shadows to his command. They responded eagerly, swirling around him before coalescing into a raven-shaped construct far more detailed and substantial than his previous creations. "This can maintain cohesion for hours, even at significant distance," he explained. "And through it, I can see, hear, and even speak. Impressive, Salazar acknowledged with rare approval. Your shadow manipulation has advanced considerably. Harry directed the shadow raven through the cottage window, sending it soaring toward the burrow with a fragment of his consciousness riding along. The sensation was exhilarating, partial projection of awareness while maintaining his physical presence at Potter Cottage. Through the raven's eyes, Harry observed the ministry officials more closely as they entered the burrow with Mrs. Weasley. He directed the construct to a window, where it could observe and listen while remaining inconspicuous among the natural shadows. Inside, Ron sat uncomfortably at the kitchen table, facing 3 ministry officials including Ophelia. His expression was a mixture of confusion and nervousness. Just want to clarify some details about what happened with Professor Quirrel, one official was saying. You've stated that you remained behind after being injured in the chess room. Is that correct? Yeah, Ron confirmed. Hit my head when the Queen took me. Hermione went on with Harry but came back for me when Dumbledore showed up. And what exactly did Mr. Potter tell you afterward about his confrontation with Quirrel? Ophelia asked carefully. Ron shrugged. Just that Quirrel was working for you-know-who, had him stuck on the back of his head or something. And when Quirrel tried to touch Harry, he couldn't. Started crumbling apart or something because of Harry's mum's protection. Did Potter mention anything unusual about the chamber itself during their confrontation? Pressed another official. Temperature changes, strange shadows, voices perhaps. Ron frowned. No, nothing like that. Why, what's this about? Standard follow-up questions, Ophelia replied smoothly. Magical events of that magnitude often leave residual signatures we need to document properly. Harry withdrew his awareness from the raven, having heard enough to confirm his suspicions. The Ministry had detected traces of his necromantic magic in the chamber despite his efforts to conceal it. They were fishing for corroboration from witnesses. They're reconstructing the event, he informed his council upon fully returning to his body. The department must have conducted a magical forensic examination of the chamber and found inconsistencies with the official account. What will you do? Lily asked quietly. Harry considered their options carefully. First, we monitor their questioning of Hermione. She's more observant than Ron, she may have noticed details he missed. And if they're building a case against you? James asked. Then we accelerate our timetable, Harry replied decisively. The Horcrux in the Lestrange vault becomes our immediate priority. We need to eliminate as many soul anchors as possible before confronting whatever plans they're developing. The following day brought confirmation that Hermione had indeed been questioned by the same ministry team. Harry's Shadow Raven observed the interview at her home, where the officials met with considerable more resistance from Hermione's analytical mind. I don't understand why you're asking about shadows and temperature, she was saying, her expression suspicious. None of that was in the official incident report Professor Dumbledore filed. We're simply being thorough, Miss Granger, one official replied. Magical forensics sometimes reveal details witnesses don't consciously register. Hermione's eyes narrowed. Does Harry know you're questioning his friends? Has he been interviewed as well? The officials exchanged glances that didn't escape either Hermione's notice or Harry's observation through the Shadow Raven. Mr. Potter will be approached separately, Ophelia stated carefully. His direct involvement requires specialized protocols. After the officials departed, Hermione immediately went to her desk and began writing a letter, presumably to Harry, warning him of the investigation. Harry directed the Shadow Raven to her window, tapping gently with its beak. Hermione jumped at the sound, turning to see the raven-like shadow hovering outside. Her eyes widened in a mixture of surprise and recognition. Harry, she whispered incredulously, approaching the window cautiously. The Shadow Raven inclined its head in confirmation. Hermione quickly opened the window, allowing the construct to enter her room. How is this possible? She asked, studying the shadow creature with fascination rather than fear. This isn't normal magic. No, It isn't, Harry replied through the raven, his voice slightly distorted but recognizable. I have abilities I haven't fully explained, Hermione. I suspect that's what the Ministry is investigating. Instead of the shock or alarm he'd half expected, Hermione's expression showed dawning comprehension. I knew there was more to your magical sensitivity than you admitted, she said, almost triumphantly. This is how you've always known things you shouldn't. You can send your awareness to other places, can't you? Her intuitive leap, while not encompassing the full truth of his necromantic abilities, showed remarkable perceptiveness regarding his shadow magic. Something like that, Harry acknowledged. I can explain more when we meet in person, but for now, I need to know exactly what questions they asked you. Hermione detailed the interview thoroughly, confirming Harry's suspicion that the Ministry was reconstructing the Philosopher's Stone confrontation with particular interest in any phenomena that might indicate necromancy or other restricted magic. They're building a case, Hermione concluded, her analytical mind reaching the same conclusion Harry had. But why now, weeks after the fact? I suspect new information came to light, Harry replied carefully. Perhaps magical residue that wasn't initially detected. Hermione studied the Shadow Raven thoughtfully. This is extraordinary magic, Harry. Far beyond anything taught at Hogwarts. How long have you been able to do this? Years, he admitted. It's part of what kept me alive after I left the Dursleys. Before Hermione could press for more details, the Shadow Raven's form rippled slightly. Maintaining the construct over such distance was beginning to strain even Harry's enhanced abilities. I need to go, he said. But I'll see you at Diagon Alley next week for school supplies. We can talk more then. Be careful, Harry, Hermione urged, her expression showing genuine concern. Whatever the Ministry suspects, they're taking it very seriously. The Shadow Raven dipped its head in acknowledgement before dissolving into wisps of darkness that slipped out through the window, returning to Potter Cottage. The Ministry's investigation added urgency to Harry's summer plans. With his friends questioned and officials undoubtedly seeking to locate him next, the window for unrestricted action was closing rapidly. We move on the Lestrange vault immediately, he informed his council that evening. The formal invocation is ready. Nicholas Flamel nodded, producing a spectral document. The rite of magical artifact recovery, properly formulated with Hufflepuff's direct authorization as found rare. It requires presentation to the Chief Goblin of Gringotts, preferably with evidence of the artifact's corruption. Which we have through our knowledge of horcruxes, Harry noted. The challenge will be gaining entry to Gringotts without being detained by Ministry officials who might be monitoring for my appearance. A disguise would be trivial, Arcturus suggested, but your magical signature remains distinctive, particularly with your necromantic abilities active. Then I'll suppress them temporarily, Harry decided. Focus solely on conventional magic during the Gringotts operation. It will limit my capabilities but reduce the chance of detection. The plan took shape over hours of careful discussion. Harry would enter Gringotts under a moderate disguise, nothing suspicious enough to trigger security measures, but sufficient to avoid casual recognition. He would present the invocation to the Chief Goblin, request inspection of the Hufflepuff Cup, and if successful, perform a simplified version of the Horcrux extraction ritual on site. 3 days later, Harry stood before Gringotts Bank in Diagon Alley, his appearance subtly altered with hair-lengthening charms and color-changing enchantments for his eyes. Beside him walked Ophelia Knox, a calculated risk, but one that provided crucial legitimacy to his claim. Their unlikely alliance had been secured through careful negotiation via shadow messenger. Ophelia's academic interest in Harry's abilities outweighed her departmental loyalty, particularly when presented with the opportunity to witness ancient magic firsthand. More importantly, as a senior unspeakable, her presence would discourage immediate Ministry interference. Remember, I'm taking a significant professional risk, she murmured as they climbed the white stone steps. If this fails, my career is finished. It won't fail, Harry replied with quiet confidence. The goblins respect magical law, especially provisions that predate Ministry regulation. And they particularly respect power. Inside, They approached the main counter where an elderly goblin was examining precious stones through an eyepiece. Harry stepped forward, his posture projecting authority beyond his years. "I request audience with Chief Ragnarok," he stated formally. "To invoke the right of magical artifact recovery under the Treaty of 1752, Section 4, Paragraph 12. The goblin lowered his eyepiece slowly, studying Harry with narrowed eyes. "That right has not been invoked in over 2 centuries, he said eventually. "On what authority do you claim it?" Harry produced a parchment bearing Helga Hufflepuff's spectral seal, created through a complex bit of magic that allowed the Founder's ghost to impress her magical signature upon physical material. "By the authority of Helga Hufflepuff, through designated championship," Harry replied, using the formal language Flammel had prepared. "Concerning an artifact of her creation corrupted through dark magic, currently held within these walls." The goblin examined the parchment carefully, his expression unreadable. After several tense moments, he nodded once. "Wait here." 20 minutes later, Harry and Ophelia were escorted into an opulent office deep within the bank. Chief Ragnarok, an ancient goblin with calculating eyes and a scar running from temple to chin, studied them from behind a desk carved from a single massive emerald. "Explain," he commanded without preamble. Harry stepped forward. "The cup of Helga Hufflepuff, currently stored in the Lestrange vault, has been corrupted as a vessel for soul magic. Its creator demands its purification and potential return to proper guardianship." Ragnarok's eyes narrowed. "Soul magic? You speak of a horcrux." His direct identification of the dark magic surprised both Harry and Ophelia. Goblins were known for their magical knowledge, but such immediate recognition of an obscure branch of dark magic was unexpected. "Yes," Harry confirmed, seeing no benefit in denial. "Created by the wizard known as Voldemort." Rather than outrage or dismissal, Ragnarok's expression showed grim calculation. "Gringotts does not permit artifacts of destruction within our walls," he said eventually. "Had we known its nature, protective measures would have been implemented." "Then you'll grant access for inspection and potential cleansing?" Ophelia asked. "Under specific conditions," Ragnarok stipulated. "First, any cleansing ritual must not damage the fabric of the vault or surrounding structures. Second, the cup itself, being goblin wrought, must remain within Gringotts until ownership is legally determined. Third, a goblin observer must be present throughout." These were reasonable terms, largely aligned with Harry's expectations. "Agreed," he said. "When can this inspection take place?" "Immediately," Ragnarok replied, standing. "Such corruption should not remain within our walls a moment longer than necessary." The descent to the Lestrange vault proceeded with surprising efficiency. Harry, Ophelia, Ragnarok, and 2 goblin guards traveled via cart through the twisting passageways beneath Gringotts, descending to the high-security vaults reserved for the oldest wizarding families. "The Lestrange vault has additional protective enchantments," Ragnarok informed them as they approached. "Gemino and flagranti curses on all contents. Touch nothing but the cup once identified." The vault door opened after complex unlocking procedures, revealing a chamber glittering with gold, silver, and precious gems. Harry extended his senses cautiously, maintaining control to avoid activating his full necromantic abilities, which might trigger magical detection systems. "There," he said after a moment, pointing to a small golden cup with 2 handles on a high shelf. "That's Hufflepuff's cup." Ragnarok directed one of the goblin guards to retrieve it using specialized tools that avoided triggering the protective curses. The cup was placed on a small portable table conjured just outside the vault entrance. "You may proceed with inspection," Ragnarok stated, stepping back to observe. Harry approached the cup carefully. Even without his full necromantic senses active, he could feel the malevolent energy emanating from the horcrux, a pulsing darkness that seemed to reach hungrily toward any living thing nearby. "It's definitely corrupted," Ophelia confirmed, using detection charms of her own. "Soul fragment consistent with previous samples from the department's records." Harry nodded, then turned to Ragnarok. "The cleansing ritual requires privacy and special conditions." Is there a ritual chamber available? Level 7, Chamber 3, Ragnarok replied after brief consideration. Warded against external detection and designed to contain magical discharge. Perfect for their purposes. Harry carefully levitated the cup, avoiding direct contact, and they proceeded to the designated ritual chamber. The space was ideal, circular, with rune-inscribed floors and walls of a black stone that seemed to absorb light. I'll need privacy for the preparation, Harry informed the others. The ritual itself can be observed, but certain components require specialized handling. Ragnarok nodded curtly, and he and the guards withdrew to an observation area separated from the main chamber by a transparent magical barrier. Ophelia lingered, her academic curiosity evident. Will you summon your court? She asked quietly, eyes gleaming with fascination. Harry studied her momentarily before nodding. Some members, yes. This ritual requires specific knowledge. Once alone in the chamber, Harry closed his eyes and released the suppression on his necromantic abilities. The familiar cold energy flowed through him immediately, shadows deepening around the room as he called forth his spectral advisors. Hufflepuff appeared first, her ghostly form focused intently on her corrupted creation. My cup, she whispered, circling the artifact. Beautiful still, despite the darkness within. Slytherin, Flammel, and Ignotus materialized next, each studying the horcrux with professional interest. From the observation area, Harry could sense Ragnarok's sudden tension as the spirits became visible. Goblins, with their unique magical senses, could apparently perceive the ghosts without Harry's direct assistance. We must modify the extraction ritual for these conditions, Flammel advised. The goblin-wrought metal will resist conventional magical manipulation. A precision approach rather than raw power, Slytherin agreed. The soul fragment must be removed without damaging the cup itself. Under their guidance, Harry prepared a modified ritual circle, smaller and more focused than those used for the locket and diadem, with specialized runes designed to work with rather than against the goblin metallurgy. When preparations were complete, Harry nodded toward the observation area, and the others returned to witness the procedure. Ophelia's expression showed barely contained excitement, while Ragnarok observed with calculation rather than surprise. You command the dead, young wizard, the goblin chief stated matter-of-factly. A rare gift, thought lost to wizard kind. You can see them? Harry asked, though the answer was obvious. Goblins perceive magic differently than wizards, Ragnarok replied simply. The boundary between worlds has always been permeable to our senses. This was valuable information, another magical race that understood and apparently accepted necromancy without the fear and prejudice typical of modern wizarding society. Harry filed this knowledge away for future consideration as he took his position at the ritual circle's edge. I call upon the power that stands between worlds, he began, the familiar invocation flowing smoothly after multiple horcrux extractions. I command the darkness that exists in the spaces between light. By the authority of the Shadow-Monarch, by the power of death's chosen line, I command the fragment to separate from the vessel. The shadows in the chamber responded, swirling around the cup but not touching it directly. The cup began to vibrate, a high-pitched whine emanating from its golden surface. Soul from cup, corruption from creation, darkness from light, Harry continued, directing the shadows to form a needle-thin extraction point above the cup. Unlike previous extractions, Harry maintained precise control rather than raw power, a surgical approach necessary to preserve the goblin-wrought artifact. The shadow needle descended slowly, piercing the invisible barrier of dark magic surrounding the cup. A scream erupted, the now familiar sound of a soul fragment fighting extraction. Black smoke began to pour from the cup, trying to form Voldemort's face as it had with previous horcruxes. Continue, Hufflepuff urged as Harry felt the resistance increasing. The fragment fights, but the cup itself aids you, it wishes to be cleansed. Harry focused more intently, drawing the shadows tighter around the escaping smoke, compressing it until the screaming rose to an unbearable pitch before suddenly silencing. The shadow needle withdrew, pulling the last wisps of blackness from the cup before constricting completely, crushing the soul fragment into nothingness. As the ritual concluded, the cup gleamed on the table, its golden surface somehow brighter than before. Harry released his hold on the shadows, allowing them to dissipate naturally as he turned toward the observers. Ophelia was staring in undisguised fascination, her academic mind clearly cataloguing everything she'd witnessed. Ragnar's expression showed something closer to respect, a rare emotion from goblins toward wizards. The corruption is removed, Harry stated formally. The cup is cleansed as requested by its creator. Hufflepuff's ghost moved to hover above her creation. The cup should be returned to Hogwarts, she declared. To join my other remaining artifacts in safekeeping. Ragnar considered this. Goblin law recognizes the creator's claim, but the cup was legally purchased by Hepzibah Smith before its theft by Tom Riddle. Her heirs may have competing claim. Perhaps a compromise, Harry suggested. The cup remains at Gringotts temporarily while legal ownership is determined, but with recognition that Hogwarts has valid claim as final repository, regardless of technical ownership. This solution satisfied all parties. The cup would be removed from the Lestrange vault and placed in special storage pending legal determination, effectively secured from any future attempt by Voldemort to reclaim it. As they prepared to leave the ritual chamber, Ragnar addressed Harry directly. You are not what you appear to be, young Shadow-Monarch, he said quietly. Goblin Nation remembers such magic, though wizards have forgotten. When you claim your full power, remember that we recognized it before your own kind did. It was as close to an offer of alliance as a goblin was likely to make, a significant diplomatic opening that could prove valuable in future dealings. I'll remember, Harry promised. Their departure from Gringotts proceeded without incident, though Harry noticed increased magical law enforcement presence in Diagon Alley as they emerged into the afternoon sunlight. They're searching for you, Ophelia confirmed, noticing his observation. The department has escalated its investigation after questioning your friends. There's significant interest in bringing you in for evaluation. Evaluation or containment? Harry asked pointedly. Ophelia's hesitation was answer enough. Some factions within the department view your abilities as a potential asset, others see them as a threat requiring control. Director Croker has authorized increased resources for locating you. And your position in this? Harry asked, studying her carefully. Academically neutral, officially, she replied with a small smile. Though my presence here today obviously suggests otherwise. They parted ways at the entrance to Knockturn Alley, where Harry could easily disappear into the shadows, literally, and return to Potter Cottage. The Horcrux hunt had progressed significantly with the cup's cleansing, but the Ministry's increasing interest in his activities necessitated caution in the days ahead. Back at Potter Cottage, Harry conducted a full council meeting to address their changed circumstances. The library had been expanded to accommodate his growing court, with spirits from various historical periods materializing to contribute their perspectives. 4 Horcruxes destroyed, Harry summarized for the assembled spirits. The locket, the ring, the diadem, and now the cup. Our intelligence suggests 2 remain, the diary allegedly held by Lucius Malfoy, and the one created accidentally the night Voldemort attacked my family. The latter presents unique challenges, Ignotus noted carefully. If our theory is correct about its location. The council members exchanged meaningful glances. Their research over the summer had strengthened the disturbing theory first proposed after the ring's destruction, that Harry himself might contain a fragment of Voldemort's soul, accidentally created when the killing curse rebounded. We'll address that complication when the other Horcruxes are eliminated, Harry stated firmly. For now, the diary becomes our priority, along with managing the Ministry's increasing interest in my activities. The Malfoy estate is heavily warded, Arcturus reported. Direct infiltration would be challenging, even with your abilities. Perhaps another approach, suggested Rowena Ravenclaw. If the diary is as dangerous as the other Horcruxes, Lucius Malfoy would be reluctant to keep it in his home where it might affect his family. He would seek to remove it, perhaps by placing it where it could cause maximum damage to his enemies. This insight aligned with what they knew of Malfoy's character, cunning, self-serving, and vindictive toward those he considered blood traitors or Muggle sympathizers. Hogwarts, Harry concluded, following Ravenclaw's reasoning. With Dumbledore as his primary adversary, and a school full of vulnerable students including Muggle-borns, it presents an ideal target. The timing supports this theory, James added. Lucius Malfoy has been maneuvering politically all summer, supporting legislation that targets Arthur Weasley's Muggle Protection Act while simultaneously increasing his public profile through charitable donations. He's positioning himself as above reproach before orchestrating an attack on Hogwarts, Lily interpreted. Classic misdirection. Harry considered these insights carefully. If the diary is headed to Hogwarts, we need to identify the delivery method. Draco seems the obvious choice, but too obvious for someone as calculating as Lucius. Another student, then, Arcturus suggested. Someone connected to the Malfoys but not directly associated. Or perhaps even a faculty member. We'll need expanded surveillance, Harry decided. Shadow Scouts monitoring key locations, the Malfoy estate, Hogwarts entrances, and Diagon Alley during the back-to-school shopping period. As the meeting continued, Harry found himself planning what would likely be his most challenging year yet at Hogwarts, balancing the Horcrux hunt with increasing ministry scrutiny while maintaining his public persona as a gifted but not extraordinary student. The week before term began brought new complications. Harry's Shadow Scouts reported ministry officials establishing monitoring stations around Hogwarts and key wizarding locations, specifically calibrated to detect necromantic energy signatures similar to those recorded during the Philosopher's Stone incident. They're creating a detection grid, Arcturus observed grimly. Any significant use of your death magic will trigger alerts. Which means I'll need to rely more heavily on conventional magic and limited shadow manipulation while at Hogwarts, Harry concluded. Unfortunate timing, given the diary situation. His meeting with Ron and Hermione in Diagon Alley for school supplies further confirmed the ministry's interest. Both friends reported additional questioning, with officials showing particular interest in Harry's whereabouts and any unusual abilities he might have demonstrated. They were really persistent, Ron explained as they browsed Flourish and Blots together. Kept asking if you ever made things get cold, or if shadows acted weird around you. Mental, really. Hermione's gaze was more calculating. They know something specific about your magic, Harry. Something they consider significant enough to launch a major investigation. Harry nodded, having already decided to share more with them, particularly Hermione, whose analytical mind made her both the most likely to discover the truth independently and potentially the most valuable ally among his living friends. There's a lot I haven't told you, he acknowledged quietly. About where I've been, what I can do. It's complicated, and potentially dangerous, for me and anyone who knows. Is that why you sent that shadow bird thing to my house? Hermione asked directly. Ron looked between them in confusion. Shadow bird? What shadow bird? Later, Harry promised, noticing the crowded bookshop was hardly the place for such revelations. At Hogwarts, where we can talk privately. Their shopping expedition was interrupted by an unexpected commotion. Lucius Malfoy and Arthur Weasley engaged in a heated confrontation that escalated to physical violence. In the chaos, Harry's enhanced perception caught a significant detail, Malfoy slipping a small black book into Ginny Weasley's cauldron among her other school supplies. The diary, he realized immediately, though he maintained his outward composure. Delivered through Ron's sister. This was both a complication and an opportunity. The diary's location was confirmed, but its proximity to innocence, particularly a first-year student, created urgency. Harry would need to extract it quickly once at Hogwarts, before it could influence or harm Ginny Weasley. The journey to Hogwarts itself presented the first major challenge of the new school year. Harry and Ron found themselves unable to pass through the barrier at platform 9 3/4, inexplicably sealed just before their attempt to cross. This is no coincidence, Harry murmured, extending his senses cautiously toward the barrier. Someone's tampered with the passage. But who would, Ron began, before Harry silenced him with a gesture. Ministry officials, he whispered, detecting the magical signatures of Department of Mysteries personnel nearby. They've modified the barrier to isolate me for collection when I attempted to pass through. Ron's eyes widened. Bloody hell, Harry. What did you do that's got the ministry this worked up? It's not what I've done, Harry replied carefully. It's what I am. Listen, we need an alternative route to Hogwarts, and quickly. After brief consideration, they settled on Ron's suggestion of using the family's flying car, not ideal from a secrecy perspective, but preferable to ministry detainment. The journey proved eventful, culminating in a crash landing near the Whomping Willow and a narrow escape from the violent tree. Their arrival at Hogwarts was met with predictable disciplinary action from Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall, though Dumbledore's intervention prevented more severe consequences. Throughout the confrontation, Harry noticed Snape studying him with increased suspicion, as if seeing him in a new light. The headmaster may have shared ministry concerns with select staff, Arcturus murmured, briefly materializing beside Harry during the proceedings. Snape's occlumency skills would make him a trusted confidant for sensitive information. This added another layer of complexity to Harry's situation. If Dumbledore suspected something unusual about his abilities, increased scrutiny from staff would make free movement around the castle more challenging. The first opportunity to speak privately with Hermione came the following day, after classes concluded. Harry led her and Ron to a secluded courtyard, establishing subtle privacy wards before beginning his partial revelation. What I'm about to tell you goes beyond ordinary magic, he began carefully. It explains why the ministry is so interested in me, and why I've kept certain abilities secret. Hermione leaned forward intently, while Ron looked both nervous and curious. I can manipulate shadows, Harry continued, demonstrating by gathering the courtyard shadows into a small raven-shaped construct similar to the one he'd sent to Hermione's house. Control them, see through them, even travel through them under certain conditions. It's not taught at Hogwarts or recognized by modern magical theory. Ron's jaw dropped. Bloody hell, mate. That's not in any textbook I've ever seen. It wouldn't be, Harry confirmed. It's ancient magic, mostly forgotten except in certain family lines. This is how you knew about the Philosopher's Stone, Hermione deduced, her mind making connections rapidly. You could observe Quirrel without being physically present. Harry nodded. Among other things. My magical sensitivity is real, but it's only part of what I can do. He proceeded to demonstrate more shadow manipulation, creating constructs, extending sensory perception, even briefly stepping through one shadow and emerging from another nearby. It was a carefully curated demonstration, revealing significant but not exceptional ability while completely avoiding any hint of his necromantic powers. This is extraordinary, Harry, Hermione breathed, scientific curiosity overriding any potential fear. Is this why you lived alone all those years? Learning to control this? Partly, Harry acknowledged. It helped me survive, stay hidden when necessary, find food and shelter. And the ministry wants to study you because of it? Ron asked. Seems a bit extreme for some fancy shadow tricks, no offense. They suspect there's more, Harry replied cautiously. And they're not entirely wrong. Shadow manipulation is just one aspect of my unusual magical affinity. Hermione's perceptive gaze suggested she understood he was still withholding information, but she didn't press further. Instead, she asked practical questions about the magic's limitations, energy requirements, and theoretical foundations, approaching it as an academic subject rather than something potentially frightening. Ron's reaction was simpler but equally accepting. Well, it's bloody useful, isn't it? Think of the pranks you could pull. Or sneaking into the kitchens after hours. Harry smiled despite himself. His friend's acceptance, even of this partial truth, meant more than he had anticipated. It reinforced his mother's consistent reminder about the importance of connections to the living, not just command of the dead. There's something else you should know, Harry added, shifting topics. I saw Lucius Malfoy slip a book into Ginny's cauldron at Flourish and Blots. I believe it's dangerous, potentially a dark artifact designed to cause harm at Hogwarts. Ron's expression shifted instantly from amusement to concern. What kind of danger? We need to warn her. We need to retrieve the book first, Harry corrected. Direct confrontation might alert whoever's behind this. Let me try to locate it through shadow observation, then we can plan extraction. This approach satisfied both friends, though Ron remained anxious about his sister's potential exposure to dark magic. They agreed to monitor Ginny while Harry conducted his shadow reconnaissance. That night, after his dorm mates had fallen asleep, Harry extended his consciousness through the shadows, searching Gryffindor Tower for traces of the dark magical signature he associated with horcruxes. He found it quickly, in the first-year girls' dormitory, emanating from a small black diary already being written in by Ginny Weasley. She's interacting with it directly, Harry reported to his spectral counsel, concern evident in his voice. The diary appears to be writing back. A possession artifact, Salazar identified grimly. It responds to the writer, building trust before gradually asserting control. We must extract it quickly, before the soul fragment establishes deeper connection. The challenge would be acquiring the diary without alerting Ginny or raising suspicions. Direct theft might cause her to report the loss, potentially involving staff members in a search that could expose Harry's interest in the object. A more subtle approach was needed. A switching spell, Lily suggested. Replace it with an identical but harmless diary. She might not notice the difference immediately, giving us time to destroy the horcrux. It was an elegant solution. The following day, Harry acquired a similar black diary from the student supply shop, then enchanted it to mimic the original's external appearance. That night, using shadow walking to bypass the girls' dormitory protections, he executed the switch while Ginny slept, replacing the horcrux with the decoy. With the diary secured in a lead-lined container similar to those used for previous horcruxes, Harry faced the question of destruction. The Chamber of Secrets remained the ideal location, offering privacy and the basilisk's venom as a guaranteed method of destruction. But increased ministry monitoring around the castle created risk of detection during the ritual. We must adapt, Ignotus advised during a council meeting in Harry's warded bed space. Perhaps a modified ritual with minimal necromantic signature, relying more on the basilisk's venom than death magic directly. That would require direct basilisk participation, Slytherin noted. It would need to bite or otherwise apply venom to the diary without destroying it completely. This approach had merit. Harry could access the chamber with minimal death magic usage, then rely on the basilisk, a natural magical creature rather than necromantic power, to destroy the horcrux. It would generate less detectable energy than previous destruction rituals. 2 nights later, Harry descended to the Chamber of Secrets, the diary securely contained in his expanded pocket. His shadow powers allowed near-invisible movement through the castle, avoiding patrolling staff and the detection wards the ministry had established near major corridors. The chamber remained unchanged since his previous visits, vast, dimly lit, with the imposing statue of Salazar Slytherin dominating the far end. Harry placed the diary on the central stone floor before calling to the basilisk in Parseltongue. Ancient Guardian, I seek your assistance once more. The massive serpent emerged from its chamber within the statue, eyes covered by protective membranes that prevented accidental petrification. Shadow Speaker, it acknowledged, tongue flicking to taste the air. You bring corruption into the sacred chamber. Another soul fragment like the one we cleansed previously, Harry confirmed. I request your venom to destroy it, but with precision. The container must be neutralized without being completely destroyed, if possible. The basilisk considered this request, massive coils shifting on the chamber floor. It can be done, it confirmed eventually. Controlled application rather than feeding bite. Harry stepped back as the enormous serpent approached the diary. With surprising delicacy for a creature its size, the basilisk extended specialized fangs designed for precision venom delivery rather than killing strikes. A single drop of venom, glowing slightly with magical potency, fell onto the diary's cover. The reaction was immediate and violent. The diary shuddered, then released an unearthly scream as black ink began to pour from its pages like blood. A spectral figure began to form above it, a teenage boy with handsome features and Slytherin robes, his expression contorted in rage and disbelief. "Who dares?" the apparition demanded, its form becoming more defined as it drew energy from the chamber itself. "Who dares attack Lord Voldemort?" "I do," Harry replied calmly, stepping forward. "Harry Potter, Shadow-Monarch." The apparition, a younger Tom Riddle, stared in shock. "Potter? Impossible. You're a child. What magic is this?" "A magic beyond your understanding," Harry replied. "One that sees your soul fragments for what they are, broken pieces of a broken whole." The basilisk delivered another precise drop of venom. The diary convulsed more violently, and Riddle's apparition screamed as his form began to dissolve. "You cannot destroy me," he howled. "I have gone further than anyone on the path to immortality." "Yet here you are, dying again," Harry observed coldly. "This is the 5th piece of your soul I've destroyed, Riddle. Only one remains." The revelation seemed to shock the apparition even more than the venom itself. "5th? No, it's not possible, you couldn't know." "I know everything about your horcruxes," Harry replied. "The locket, the ring, the diadem, the cup, and now the diary. Your anchors are nearly gone, Tom. Your path to return grows narrower with each one we destroy." With a final, agonized wail, Riddle's apparition dissolved completely as the diary smoldered, a smoking hole burned through its center where the venom had made contact. The destruction was complete, the soul fragment eliminated while leaving enough of the diary intact to confirm its nature if needed. "5 down," Harry murmured, carefully collecting the neutralized diary. "1 to go." The basilisk returned to its chamber after receiving Harry's thanks, and he made his way back through the castle to Gryffindor Tower. The diary's destruction had proceeded more quietly than previous rituals, generating minimal necromantic signature that would hopefully avoid triggering the Ministry's detection grid. This hope proved overly optimistic. The following morning, Harry noticed increased staff vigilance and unusual visitors to Dumbledore's office, including a hooded figure he recognized as an unspeakable despite their obscured features. They detected something, Arcturus confirmed during a brief manifestation between classes. Not a full necromantic ritual, but enough unusual magical energy to trigger investigation. "The Ministry's monitoring is more sensitive than we anticipated," Harry noted grimly. "We'll need to be even more cautious moving forward." The situation escalated over subsequent days. Harry observed Dumbledore in private conversation with several professors, including McGonagall and Snape, with frequent meaningful glances in Harry's direction during meals. Ministry officials were spotted on the grounds, establishing additional monitoring equipment around the castle perimeter. "They're creating a containment protocol," reported a spectral scout who had observed Department of Mysteries preparations. "Detection grid followed by specialized containment team if significant necromantic energy is detected within the school." This development severely limited Harry's options. Using his full abilities would now trigger immediate Ministry response, potentially leading to capture and study of his necromantic powers. Yet with 5 horcruxes destroyed and only 1 remaining, they were tantalizingly close to eliminating Voldemort's path to return. A further complication arose when Hermione approached Harry in the library one evening, her expression troubled. "I've been researching shadow manipulation in the restricted section," she began without preamble. "Professor McGonagall gave me special permission for my independent study." Harry felt a flicker of concern. Hermione's research skills were formidable, and if she had access to restricted texts. "And what did you find?" he asked carefully. "That shadow magic rarely exists in isolation," she replied, voice lowered to ensure privacy. "It's almost always paired with another branch of ancient magic, specifically, necromancy." Her direct identification of his core ability sent a chill through Harry. He had underestimated how quickly she would connect the theoretical dots between what he had revealed and what remained hidden. "That's a serious accusation," he responded neutrally. Necromancy is heavily restricted magic. It's not an accusation, Harry, Hermione clarified, her expression earnest rather than fearful. It's an observation based on historical magical theory. And it would explain everything, the Ministry's interest, the temperature drops people report around you sometimes, the way you seem to know things you couldn't possibly know. Harry studied his friend carefully. There was no disgust or fear in her expression, only genuine curiosity and concern. It was the reaction his mother had hoped for but that he had scarcely dared expect. If someone could communicate with the dead, he said cautiously, would you find that frightening? Unnatural? Hermione considered the question seriously. It would challenge conventional understanding of life and death, she acknowledged. But frightening? No, not inherently. Magic itself defies Muggle understanding of natural law. This would be simply another boundary magic can cross. Her philosophical perspective was remarkably mature for a 13-year-old, a reminder of why Harry had been drawn to her friendship despite his initial reservations about close connections to the living. The Ministry doesn't share your open-minded view, he noted. They've been hunting me since detecting traces of necromantic energy after the Philosopher's Stone incident last year. So it's true then? Hermione asked, eyes widening. You can actually commune with the dead? After a moment's hesitation, Harry nodded. More than commune. I can summon them, see them, speak with them. They guide me, teach me, help me. Instead of recoiling, Hermione leaned forward with intense interest. Who do you summon? How many can you call at once? Do they retain their memories and knowledge from life? Her barrage of analytical questions, so characteristic of her approach to new information, broke the tension. Harry found himself smiling despite the serious nature of their conversation. Yes, they retain everything. I can maintain about 24 simultaneously at full manifestation, more in limited form. And as for who? He paused, then decided on complete honesty. My parents, primarily. They've been with me since my abilities awakened when I was 6. Along with various historical figures who have knowledge useful for what I'm trying to accomplish. Hermione's expression softened. Your parents. Oh, Harry, that's. I don't even know what to say. No wonder you never seemed as affected by their loss as one might expect. They never truly left me, Harry confirmed quietly. They've raised me, in their way. Taught me, protected me. Are they here now? Hermione asked, glancing around the library alcove. Harry shook his head. Not visibly. I can suppress full manifestation to avoid detection. But they're connected to me, able to materialize if needed. Hermione processed this information with remarkable composure. This changes everything we thought we knew about you, she finally said. The boy who lived alone was never really alone at all. No, Harry agreed. Though you're now only the second living person who knows the full truth. Who's the first? An unspeakable named Ophelia Knox. She's been tracking me for years, ever since my abilities first manifested. She started as an investigator but has become something of an ally. Her academic interest in necromancy outweighs her departmental loyalty. Hermione considered this new information carefully. The Ministry's increasing presence around Hogwarts suggests they're closing in on you, Harry. What will you do if they try to take you into custody? It was a question Harry had been considering with increasing urgency. I've been restricting my necromantic activities to avoid detection, but that limits my effectiveness against the greater threat, Voldemort's potential return. You mentioned destroying 5 pieces of his soul, Hermione recalled. That's what you've been doing all this time, isn't it? Hunting the anchors keeping him from true death. Harry nodded, impressed by her quick understanding. Horcruxes, objects containing soul fragments. We've destroyed the locket, ring, diadem, cup, and most recently, the diary Lucius Malfoy planted on Ginny. But there's one more, and it's problematic. Where is it? Hermione asked. Harry hesitated, then touched his lightning scar. Here, we believe. Created accidentally the night he tried to kill me. Hermione's gasp confirmed she understood the implications immediately. But that means, that to truly defeat Voldemort, this final fragment must be destroyed, Harry completed grimly. My council and I have been researching potential methods that might extract it without killing me, but solutions are limited. Their conversation was interrupted by the library closing, but they agreed to continue discussing the situation with Ron included. Harry felt unexpected relief at sharing his burden with living friends after years of relying solely on his spectral advisors. The following day brought matters to a head. During breakfast in the Great Hall, Harry noticed unusual activity among the staff, whispered conversations, meaningful glances his way, and the arrival of several official-looking ministry personnel who conferred urgently with Dumbledore. "They're preparing to move against you," James warned, briefly materializing beside Harry. "Our scouts report a specialized containment team assembling at the ministry, equipped with necromantic suppression devices." "How long?" Harry asked silently. "Hours at most. They're awaiting final authorization from the department head." This forced Harry's hand. With the ministry preparing imminent action and only one Horcrux remaining, he needed to make critical decisions quickly. He located Ron and Hermione immediately after breakfast, pulling them into an empty classroom for a hurried conference. "The ministry's coming for me today," he informed them without preamble. "A specialized team with equipment designed to suppress necromantic abilities." "What will they do if they catch you?" Ron asked, face pale with concern. "Best case, forced study and monitoring. Worst case, magical binding and restricted containment." Harry's expression hardened. "I won't allow either outcome." "What's your plan?" Hermione asked practically. "I need to leave Hogwarts temporarily," Harry replied. "Remove myself from their immediate reach while figuring out how to address the final Horcrux." "You can't just run forever," Hermione protested. "Even with your abilities, the ministry has resources you can't outmatch indefinitely." "I don't intend to run forever," Harry assured her. "Only long enough to force negotiation on more favorable terms. The ministry fears what it doesn't understand, but if presented with the value of my abilities rather than just their unfamiliarity." "You're going public," Hermione realized. "Controlling the narrative rather than allowing them to define you." Harry nodded. "Precisely. But first, I need time to prepare, gather allies, and most importantly, address the final Horcrux problem." Their planning session was interrupted by a castle-wide announcement in McGonagall's magically amplified voice: "All students are to return to their house dormitories immediately. All staff report to the second-floor corridor." This is not a drill. They've accelerated their timeline, Harry realized. Something must have triggered immediate action. A quick shadow scout confirmed his fears. Ministry personnel were deploying throughout the castle, focusing particular attention on Gryffindor Tower and Harry's known locations. "You need to go now," Hermione urged. "We'll cover for you as long as possible." Harry made a split-second decision. "Come with me to the Chamber of Secrets first. I need your help with something important." Despite the risks, both friends agreed immediately. They made their way cautiously to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, avoiding the increasing ministry presence throughout the castle. Once inside, Harry sealed the door with shadow magic before opening the chamber entrance. "Blimey," Ron whispered as the sinks receded to reveal the pipe. "You weren't kidding about a secret chamber." "Shadow walk with me," Harry instructed, extending his hands to his friends. "It's faster and cleaner than sliding down the pipe." Though clearly nervous, both grasped his offered hands. Harry summoned the shadows, wrapping them around the trio before stepping forward into seeming emptiness. They emerged moments later directly in the main chamber, bypassing the intervening tunnels entirely. "That was..." Hermione began, looking slightly dizzy. "Bloody brilliant," Ron finished, looking around the vast chamber with awe. "This is Slytherin's secret chamber. It's massive. And home to a basilisk," Harry added, causing both friends to freeze in alarm. "Don't worry, it's under my control and won't harm you." He proceeded to explain his plan rapidly. With the ministry closing in and limited time remaining, they needed to extract information from his spectral council about possible methods to remove the horcrux from his scar without killing him. "I'm going to summon my full court," Harry explained. "More spirits than I've ever maintained simultaneously. They contain collective knowledge spanning centuries of magical history. If a solution exists, someone among them will know it." "What do you need from us?" Hermione asked practically. "Magical support and potential protection," Harry replied. "The summoning will generate significant magical energy, enough to trigger every ministry detection device in the castle. They'll converge here quickly. You need to be prepared to either leave through the shadow path I'll create, or help defend this position temporarily while I complete the consultation." Both friends nodded grimly, drawing their wands in preparation. Harry moved to the center of the chamber, where ancient ritual markings were still visible in the stone floor. "I call upon the power that stands between worlds," he began, his voice resonating with authority beyond his years. "I summon the court of the Shadow-Monarch in full conclave." The chamber's temperature plummeted as shadows gathered from every corner, swirling around Harry in a vortex of darkness. His necromantic power flowed unrestricted for the first time since returning to Hogwarts, sending a magical shockwave through the castle that would undoubtedly trigger every detection ward the ministry had established. Spirits began to materialize around the chamber, dozens, then scores of them, forming concentric circles around Harry. His parents appeared closest, followed by his core advisors, Ignotus Peverell, Arcturus Black, Emmerich the Wise, Nicholas Flamel. Beyond them materialized increasingly ancient and powerful figures, the Hogwarts founders, Merlin himself, sorceresses and sorcerers from forgotten ages. "Bloody hell," Ron whispered, staring in awe at the assembled spirits. Is that Merlin?" "And Morgana Le Fay beside him," Hermione confirmed, her academic knowledge allowing her to identify many of the historical figures. "Harry, this is unprecedented. The magical knowledge gathered here." The spectral conclave shifted their attention to Harry at the center of their circle. "Shadow-Monarch," Merlin acknowledged, his form more substantial than many of the others. "You call the full court in desperate circumstance." "The ministry moves against me," Harry confirmed, "while one horcrux remains, the fragment within my scar. I seek the collective wisdom of the court on extraction methods that won't require my death." The spirits conferred among themselves, ancient languages mixing with more modern magical terminology as they debated possibilities. Meanwhile, Harry extended his shadow senses throughout the castle, tracking the ministry's response to the massive necromantic energy pulse from the chamber. "They've pinpointed our location," he reported grimly to Ron and Hermione. "Containment teams are converging on the second-floor corridor. We have minutes at most." "Traditional extraction requires the container's destruction," Salazar Slytherin was saying, his spectral form examining Harry's scar with professional interest. "But in this case, the container is a living being with a complete soul of its own, merely hosting the fragment." "Possession protocol might apply," suggested an ancient Egyptian sorceress whose name Harry couldn't immediately recall. "The fragment behaves similarly to a possessing entity, though more deeply embedded." "What about the Gemini principle?" Flamel proposed. "Magical transference to an identical but unliving vessel." The debate continued with increasing urgency as Harry's shadow scouts reported ministry personnel attempting to breach the chamber entrance. "They can't access the chamber without Parseltongue," Harry assured his friends, "but they'll find a workaround eventually. We need to conclude this quickly." Finally, Merlin raised a hand, silencing the spectral discussion. "There is a potential solution, though not without risk. The resurrection stone you recovered from the ring horcrux, it has properties beyond simply calling the dead." Harry removed the ring from his pocket, where he had carried it since cleansing it of Voldemort's soul fragment. The black stone set in its center gleamed dully in the chamber's dim light. "When properly commanded by one with necromantic ability," Merlin continued, "it can act as a soul magnet, drawing spiritual essence toward it rather than merely bridging worlds. Combined with basilisk venom applied to the scar itself, it could potentially extract the fragment while leaving your own soul intact. A dangerous combination, Ignotus warned. The stone was never intended for such use. The consequences are unpredictable. More dangerous than ministry captivity or continuing as a living horcrux? Harry asked pointedly. No spirit contradicted him. The risk seemed justified given the alternatives. How exactly would this work? Hermione asked, stepping forward. Though she couldn't hear the spirits directly, Harry had been relaying key points of the discussion. I'd need to use the stone to create a pulling force on the soul fragment while simultaneously applying basilisk venom to the scar as a destructive agent, Harry explained. The venom destroys horcruxes, as we've seen with the diary. The stone would theoretically ensure only the fragment is drawn out, not my own soul. Theoretically, Ron repeated nervously. That's not exactly reassuring, mate. It's the best option we have, Harry replied firmly. And it needs to happen now, before the ministry breaches the chamber. Despite their obvious concern, both friends nodded in support. Harry turned to the vast basilisk chamber and called in Parseltongue, Ancient Guardian, I require your assistance once more. The enormous serpent emerged promptly, causing Ron to stifle a shout of alarm and Hermione to freeze in position. Its massive head lowered to Harry's level, membrane-covered eyes examining him curiously. You summon the ancient court, Shadow Speaker, the basilisk observed, tongue flicking to taste the magically charged air. A conclave not seen in centuries. Desperate times, Harry replied in Parseltongue. I need a single drop of your venom, for my scar, not an external horcrux this time. The basilisk's head tilted in surprise. You carry the corruption within. Bold, to seek such dangerous cleansing. Necessary, Harry corrected. Will you assist? The great serpent considered briefly before extending a specialized fong similar to the one used on the diary, designed for precision venom delivery rather than killing strikes. This will cause significant pain, the basilisk warned. Even controlled, my venom burns flesh as it destroys dark magic. I understand, Harry confirmed, turning to his friends. Whatever happens, don't interfere once we start. The process must complete without interruption. Hermione looked tearful but determined, while Ron had gone pale but maintained a brave face. We're right here, mate, he promised. Do what you need to do. Harry positioned himself at the center of the spiritual conclave, the resurrection stone held in his left hand, his right hand raised toward the basilisk's extended fong. His parents moved closest to him, their spectral hands outstretched in support though they couldn't physically touch him. Begin, Harry commanded. He turned the resurrection stone 3 times in hand while focusing his necromantic powers through it, creating the soul magnet effect Merlin had described. Simultaneously, the basilisk brought its precision fong to Harry's scar, depositing a single glistening drop of venom directly onto the lightning-shaped mark. The pain was immediate and overwhelming, white-hot agony that radiated from his forehead throughout his entire body. Harry fell to his knees but maintained his grip on the stone, which had begun to glow with eerie black light as it responded to his necromantic command. It's working, Ignotus observed tensely. The fragment is being drawn to the stone. Harry could feel it, a tearing sensation inside his head, as if something that had been embedded in his very being for years was being forcibly extracted. His scar split open, blood running down his face, but mixed with the blood was something else, a black, tar-like substance that seemed to move with purpose. The shadows in the chamber reacted violently to the ritual, swirling in a tornado-like formation around Harry as the spiritual conclave added their power to the extraction. The black substance was pulled completely from the scar, hovering momentarily in the air before being drawn inexorably toward the resurrection stone. No, screamed a high, cold voice from the extracting fragment. What is this magic? Voldemort's soul piece fought the extraction, trying to reclaim its host, but the combined force of Harry's necromancy, the resurrection stone's power, and the basilisk venom proved too powerful. With a final, unearthly shriek, the fragment was absorbed into the stone, which turned momentarily pitch black before clearing again. Harry collapsed fully to the ground, blood still flowing from his scar but the corrupting presence finally, completely gone. The shadow vortex calmed, and the spectral conclave gathered closer, examining both Harry and the stone with intense interest. "It is done," Merlin declared. "The fragment is contained within the stone, separated from your soul but not yet destroyed." "Why didn't it destroy it?" Hermione asked anxiously, rushing to Harry's side with Ron close behind. "The stone wasn't designed as a destructive artifact," Harry explained weakly as his friends helped him to a sitting position. "It's a vessel now, containing rather than eliminating the fragment. We must complete the destruction," Salazar insisted. "The fragment remains dangerous even contained." Before they could discuss destruction methods, Harry's Shadow Scouts reported urgent news. Ministry containment teams had breached the outer chamber defenses and were minutes from entry into the main chamber itself. No time for another ritual, Harry decided, struggling to his feet with his friend's assistance. "We need to leave now and destroy the fragment later." "But where will you go?" Hermione asked worriedly. "The Ministry's detection grid covers most of Britain by now." Harry glanced at his spectral conclave, then back to his friends. "Not most," he corrected. "All of Britain. They've been establishing the grid for months. Which means staying hidden is no longer viable." "So what's the alternative?" Ron asked. Harry's expression hardened with determination. "I stop hiding. The Shadow-Monarch reveals himself on his own terms, not theirs." This declaration sent ripples of reaction through his spectral court, some approving, others concerned about such a dramatic strategy shift. But circumstances had forced his hand. With the Ministry closing in and all horcruxes now neutralized if not fully destroyed, the time for secrecy had passed. The Department of Mysteries, Harry decided. That's where we go. Their headquarters, the heart of their operation against me. If I'm to reveal myself, it should be where it will have maximum impact. "That's mad!" Ron exclaimed. "Walking straight into their headquarters?" "Not walking," Harry corrected with a grim smile. "Shadow walking. With my full court accompanying me. They've been hunting the Shadow-Monarch, it's time they met him properly." He turned to his friends. "You should return to Hogwarts. What comes next could be dangerous, and this isn't your battle." "Bollocks to that," Ron replied immediately. "We're coming with you. You've faced this alone too long, Harry," Hermione added firmly. "Not anymore." Harry felt unexpected emotion at their loyalty, these living friends willing to stand with him despite the risks, despite the uncanny nature of his abilities that might have repelled others. Their presence would complicate his plan, but perhaps in ways that ultimately helped his cause. The Ministry might dismiss a child wielding unusual power, but a child with loyal friends willing to defend him presented a different narrative entirely. "Very well," he conceded. "But stay close to me at all times. The Department of Mysteries is dangerous even without hostile personnel." Harry instructed his spectral council to maintain connection but temporarily fade from visibility to conserve his power for the journey ahead. Only his parents remained partially visible, standing protectively on either side as he prepared the shadow path that would transport them directly into the Department of Mysteries. "I've observed it extensively through Shadow Scouts," he explained to Ron and Hermione. "The central chamber contains a direct connection to the Death Realm, they call it the Veil. That connection will actually strengthen my abilities once we arrive." "The department will have defenses," Hermione worried. "Undoubtedly," Harry agreed. "But they're designed to keep necromancers out, not to contain one arriving from within through shadow walking. We'll have a brief advantage of surprise." As Ministry forces reached the chamber entrance, Harry gathered Ron and Hermione close, summoning shadows that enveloped the trio completely. "Whatever happens," he told them as darkness closed around them, "stay close and trust me." The shadow walk to the Department of Mysteries was the longest and most complex Harry had ever attempted. They moved through a darkness so complete it seemed to exist outside normal space and time, guided only by Harry's innate connection to the shadow realm. His friends clung tightly to him, their presence anchoring him to the physical world as they traversed the boundary between dimensions. They emerged in the death chamber of the Department of Mysteries, a large, rectangular room dominated by a raised stone dais in the center. Upon this dais stood an ancient, crumbling stone archway from which hung a tattered black veil, gently fluttering despite the absence of wind. "The veil between worlds," Harry murmured, immediately feeling its pull on his necromantic senses. The boundary between life and death made partially physical. Their arrival had not gone unnoticed. Alarms blared throughout the department, and within moments, the chamber's multiple doors burst open as unspeakables rushed in, wands drawn. Among them, Harry recognized Ophelia Knox, her expression showing conflict rather than the hostility of her colleagues. "Harry Potter," announced a severe-looking wizard who appeared to be in charge. "By order of the Department of Mysteries, you are hereby detained for unauthorized practice of restricted magic, interference with ministry operations, and suspicion of dark magical affiliation." Harry stood calmly on the dais before the veil, Ron and Hermione flanking him protectively despite being obviously outmatched by the dozen or more trained unspeakables surrounding them. "Director Croaker, I presume?" Harry replied, identifying the department head from Ophelia's previous descriptions. "I've been expecting the ministry to make its move for some time. I simply decided to save you the trouble of finding me." Croaker's eyes narrowed at Harry's composed demeanor. "You've led us on quite a chase, Mr. Potter. Necromancy is strictly regulated magic. Practicing it without authorization, particularly by a minor, constitutes a serious violation of wizarding law." "Laws written by those who fear what they don't understand," Harry countered. "Necromancy isn't inherently dark magic, no more than any other branch that deals with fundamental forces." "That's a debate for academic circles," Croaker replied dismissively. "For now, you will surrender your wand and accompany us to a secure facility for evaluation and containment." Harry smiled slightly. "I think not." With a gesture, he summoned his spectral court to full manifestation, not just his core advisors, but dozens upon dozens of history's most powerful magical practitioners, materializing in concentric circles around him. The temperature in the chamber plummeted as spirits filled the space, their combined presence generating a necromantic energy field that made the monitoring instruments throughout the department shriek in alarm. The unspeakables staggered back, many lowering their wands in shock rather than maintaining offensive positions. Even Director Croaker seemed momentarily speechless at the unprecedented display of necromantic power. "Allow me to introduce myself properly," Harry announced, his voice carrying easily through the suddenly silent chamber. "I am Harry Potter, Shadow-Monarch and Commander of the Dead. I stand between worlds, and the spirits answer my call." Merlin stepped forward from the spectral assembly, his ancient form radiating power that even non-necromancers could sense. "The boy speaks truth. He wields power not seen in a millennium, the true necromancy of the ancients, not the corrupted practice you modern wizards have banned." "This is impossible," Croaker managed finally. "No wizard, let alone a child, could maintain this many spectral manifestations simultaneously." "Yet here we stand," replied Nicholas Flamel's ghost. "I knew you in life, Saul Croaker. You seek knowledge above all else. Here before you is knowledge thought lost to wizard kind, an opportunity, not a threat." Hermione, displaying remarkable composure despite the extraordinary situation, addressed the department head directly. "They're right, Director. Harry isn't practicing some corrupted ritual magic. He's communicating with the dead, learning from them. Think what that could mean for magical understanding." The strategic inclusion of his living friends in this confrontation proved invaluable, their willing presence beside him undermined any narrative of a dangerous dark wizard who needed containment. Instead, it presented the image of a gifted young mage with unusual abilities, supported by both the living and the dead. Ophelia Knox stepped forward from the ranks of unspeakables, positioning herself between Harry and Director Croaker. "I've studied his abilities for years," she stated professionally. Potter's necromancy is fundamentally different from the corrupted practices our laws were designed to prohibit. He doesn't bind or enslave the dead, they answer his call willingly, retaining their autonomy and identity. You've known about this, Knox? Croker demanded, his expression darkening. For how long? Since his initial awakening at age 6, Ophelia confirmed without apology. I've documented his development extensively. The research value alone is incalculable, Sol. Containment would be not only unethical but a devastating loss to magical understanding. A tense standoff developed, with unspeakables maintaining their positions around the chamber while Harry's spectral court continued their impressive display of unified purpose. The political calculation was shifting visibly as Director Croker and his personnel reassessed the situation, no longer a simple capture of an underage wizard practicing restricted magic, but a confrontation with an organized force of spectral entities led by a young mage of unprecedented ability. What exactly do you propose, Potter? Croker asked eventually, his tone shifting from authoritative to cautiously diplomatic. We cannot simply ignore magic of this magnitude operating outside regulatory frameworks. Collaboration rather than containment, Harry replied immediately. I have no interest in opposing the ministry or threatening wizarding security. Quite the opposite, my abilities have already been used to counter genuine threats to magical Britain. What threats? Demanded another unspeakable skeptically. Harry held up the ring containing the resurrection stone. This contains the final soul fragment of Lord Voldemort, the last of 6 horcruxes my court and I have systematically located and neutralized over the past 2 years. The revelation sent shockwaves through the assembled unspeakables. Horcruxes were among the darkest magic known, their very existence typically classified information within the department. Voldemort created horcruxes? Croker asked, professional interest momentarily overriding his confrontational stance. Multiple horcruxes? 6, Harry confirmed. The diary, the ring, the locket, the cup, the diadem, and one accidentally created in me the night he attacked my family. All have been neutralized, the first 5 completely destroyed, the final one extracted and contained within this stone. He placed the ring carefully on the stone dais. Verify it yourselves. Your department has the means to confirm what I'm saying. An unspeakable specializing in soul magic stepped forward at Croker's gesture, casting complex detection spells over the ring. After several tense moments, he looked up with clear shock. It's true, he confirmed. The ring contains a soul fragment consistent with samples from known you-know-who artifacts. And there's residual evidence of previous Horcrux destruction in the magical signature. This confirmation visibly shifted the dynamics in the chamber. What had begun as an arrest operation was evolving into something closer to a diplomatic negotiation between powers. You've been hunting Horcruxes while we've been hunting you, Croker observed, reassessing the young wizard before him. Why not inform the ministry? Request assistance. Would you have believed me? Harry countered reasonably. A 12-year-old claiming Voldemort created Horcruxes and offering to destroy them using necromancy. Or would you have contained me immediately, preventing the very work that needed to be done? Croker had no immediate response to this logical argument. My purpose has never been opposition to magical authority, Harry continued, pressing his advantage. It has been the elimination of Voldemort's path to return and the responsible use of my unique abilities. Goals I believe the ministry shares, even if our methods differ. The negotiation that followed lasted hours, moving from the death chamber to a formal conference room within the department. Harry maintained a limited spectral court throughout, his parents, Ignotus, Flammel, and Merlin remaining visible as both advisors and implicit reminder of his capabilities. Ron and Hermione stayed resolutely by his side, their presence humanizing what might otherwise have appeared an intimidating display of otherworldly power. Their occasional contributions to the discussion, practical questions from Hermione, straightforward observations from Ron, helped frame Harry's abilities in terms the ministry officials could relate to more easily. By evening, a provisional agreement had been reached. Harry would register as a licensed necromancer under a newly created classification, with special provisions acknowledging his unique status as Shadow-Monarch. In exchange for ministry non-interference with his continuing education at Hogwarts, he would consult on cases involving death magic, historical magical knowledge, and potential Dark Lord activities. This is unprecedented, Croker acknowledged as the agreement was finalized. But then, your abilities are equally unprecedented, Mr. Potter. The ministry adapts when necessary. A wise approach, Harry replied diplomatically. Knowledge serves us better than fear. As they prepared to return to Hogwarts, via conventional ministry transportation rather than shadow walking, as a gesture of good faith, Ophelia approached Harry privately. "You've changed everything," she said quietly. "Necromancy will be re-evaluated, recontextualized because of what you've demonstrated today." "That was part of the goal," Harry acknowledged. "The dead have much to teach us, if we're willing to listen." "And the final horcrux?" she asked, glancing at the ring now secured in a department containment box for proper disposal. "You're certain it was the last?" "Positive," Harry confirmed. "Though Voldemort's wraith still exists, it can no longer anchor itself to this world once the contained fragment is destroyed. His path to return ends today." The return to Hogwarts created its own sensation. They arrived to find the castle in controlled chaos, ministry personnel still present in force, Dumbledore managing the situation with his characteristic calm efficiency, and rumors spreading wildly among the student body about Harry's disappearance and the extraordinary magical event detected in the Chamber of Secrets. Dumbledore met them at the entrance hall, his blue eyes taking in Harry's changed appearance, the lightning scar now a faded white line rather than the angry red mark it had been since infancy, his posture more confident, his magical presence undeniably altered. "I see you have found your own path after all, Harry," the headmaster observed mildly. "Perhaps not the one I might have anticipated when I left you with your relatives all those years ago." "Life seldom follows anticipated paths, Professor," Harry replied. "But it tends to find its proper course eventually." Director Croker briefed Dumbledore on the agreement reached with the Department of Mysteries, including Harry's new official status and the neutralization of all Voldemort's horcruxes. The headmaster's eyebrows rose progressively higher as these revelations unfolded. "Most remarkable," he said finally. "You have accomplished at 12 what many adult wizards would find impossible, Harry. Your parents would be proud." "They are," Harry replied simply, feeling his spectral parents' presence close beside him, invisible to others but a constant comfort to him. The following days brought significant adjustments to Harry's life at Hogwarts. His necromantic abilities were no longer a secret to be hidden but an acknowledged, if still unusual, magical specialty. Students' reactions ranged from fascination to wariness, though his close friends, particularly those who had seen him employ these abilities for protection rather than harm, helped normalize his status within the student body. Harry established a permanent shadow communication link with the Department of Mysteries, allowing regular consultation without requiring his physical presence. The agreement with the ministry brought unexpected benefits beyond mere legal protection, access to restricted research materials, specialized training opportunities, and eventually, public recognition of necromancy as a regulated but legitimate magical practice rather than forbidden dark art. Most significant was the shift in Harry's own perspective. After years of hiding his true nature, maintaining careful separation between his life among the living and his connection to the dead, he could finally integrate these aspects of himself openly. His spectral court remained his primary advisors, but his living friends became equally valued confidants, each offering perspectives the others could not. 1 month after the Department of Mysteries confrontation, Harry stood beside the Black Lake at sunset, watching shadows lengthen across Hogwarts grounds. His parents materialized beside him, visible now without concern for detection or judgment. "You've changed everything," Lily observed softly. "The boundary between worlds, the understanding of death magic, the very definition of what's possible. The Shadow-Monarch traditionally operates from darkness," Ignotus added, joining them. "Yet you have brought this magic into the light. A new approach for a new age." Harry nodded thoughtfully. "The old divisions never made sense to me. Life and death, light and shadow, they're connected, not opposed. The living need the wisdom of the dead need the purpose the living provide. And Voldemort? James asked. With his final horcrux destroyed? His wraith persists, according to our scouts, Harry acknowledged. But greatly weakened, unable to possess or significantly affect the physical world without his soul anchors. He's trapped between realms, neither fully dead nor capable of return to life. A fitting fate, Lily observed. He who feared death above all else, now unable to truly live or completely die. Their contemplation was interrupted by approaching footsteps, Ron and Hermione, having spotted Harry by the lake. "There you are," Hermione called. "We've been looking everywhere. Professor Flamel's ghost is giving that special lecture on alchemical theory in the Great Hall in 10 minutes. Wouldn't want to miss that," Ron added with good-natured sarcasm. "Though I still say it's weird having classes from actual ghosts." Harry smiled at his friend's familiar dynamic. Hogwarts had adapted remarkably quickly to the integration of spectral instructors for certain specialized subjects, another boundary dissolved between the living and the dead. "I'll be right there," he promised, watching as they turned back toward the castle. As twilight deepened over Hogwarts, Harry took a final moment of reflection before rejoining his living friends. The path ahead remained complex, balancing his roles as student, necromancer, and increasingly public figure within the wizarding world. But for the first time, he could walk that path without hiding his true nature or abilities. The Shadow-Monarch had emerged from the darkness, bringing with him ancient magic once feared but now cautiously embraced. The dead walked again among the living, sharing knowledge long thought lost. And Harry Potter, once isolated by his unique gifts, now stood at the center of a community that spanned both worlds, neither fully of the living nor completely of the dead, but a bridge between realms. As shadows gathered naturally around him, responding to his presence even without conscious command, Harry turned toward the warmly lit castle. His spectral parents faded temporarily from view, conserving energy but remaining connected as always. Ahead lay his friends, his education, and the future he was helping to shape, one where death was not an ending but merely another phase of magical existence. The Shadow-Monarch had risen, not in darkness but in balanced twilight, bringing change that would resonate through the wizarding world for generations to come. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.